Hello everybody and welcome to your Alpha Live broadcast of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships, coming to you live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell, I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's my pleasure and privilege to once again be in the comms position to talk you through the action alongside someone. We were trying to work this out, whether we've actually shared a comms box before, and we don't think we have. It's a pleasure to be alongside Mr. Milky Cereal himself, Mr. Yousuf Bin-Suhayl. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much, Howard. I was doing all right now. I've seen these pictures of us, and it's from a few years ago. And now I'm starting to feel old.
I've aged significantly since it's started to be highly questionable, the photo that we're using for me.
The bright eye kind of uni look for both of us.
Absolutely. But we are nonetheless wide awake and ready to take you through the action here today at Whilton Mills. As I say, a nice central location in the English Midlands for the competitors to get to today. 1.2 kilometres, and obviously one of the talking points is what's on screen for you right now. Those of you familiar with the Whilton Mills circuit may be aware that there's been a change, the introduction of this chicane. The boot has been heeled, if you like, bit of a stiletto heel being added on here for the final corner. The concerns around that driven by the driver for that change being improvements in safety, Yousuf. It is going to, and I think they've had a good, they've definitely done a good effort here of improving it in terms of that. It is going to be quite a different driving challenge, though, for the drivers. The flow of this last sector is now quite different.
And it's something we're going to mention in the Paddock show as well. As you mentioned, the main reason for changing that final corner was for safety. Coming through the boot, you carry a fair bit of speed, and you do have an opportunity to send your nose up the inside into that final corner, kind of last lap dive bomb, a Hail Mary of sorts. We've seen it time and time again, not just here in Club 100, but in British Karting Championships and loads of other owner-driver series. And that's the main reason why they changed it, because there were so many incidents of karts coming together in that final corner, firing each other off at really high speeds into those tyre barriers. So they've thrown in that little extra chicane just to slow the drivers down. And so far, from what we've seen, it has worked a treat. It reminds me, actually, to go back to some really old F1 knowledge. I think it was a Pacific Grand Prix at Okayama. They once added one of these little bust-up chicanes to, well, do exactly what they're doing here at Whilton Mill.
You're not wrong. I'm loving the vintage reference there. In terms of conditions, you could not ask for better in sort of early to mid May here in the UK. Absolutely glorious conditions here for karting, and set to stay that way throughout the day. We are here, of course, for the first of 2 days. I should make clear, by the way, it is the turn of the super lightweight classes, or the super lightweight iteration of both of our classes here today, the cadets and the juniors. So if you're tuning in for the lightweight version, so lightweight cadets or lightweight juniors, definitely stick with us, right? You don't want to miss all the action, but those classes are racing tomorrow. It is, in effect, the inverse of what we had last time out at GYG in North Wales. So yeah, super lightweight cadets and super lightweight juniors. Although there are karts out on track, you're not missing any of the qualifying or racing action, all of which we will be bringing you on this Alpha Live broadcast. We're currently in the last of the practice sessions. This is an important part of the format here, Yousuf, that, those who may be tuning in for senior sprints, yes, we do get into outright racing sooner, but the whole point, or a big part of this series, of course, is to give these young drivers the track time, get them used to these circuits before we then go, ramp up into the qualifying and the racing. So it's an important aspect of this format. And
as you mentioned, there's a big difference as well between juniors and the seniors. Seniors have done a lot of karting at a lot of various circuits, and, well, a circuit like Whilton Mill they've been at many, many times. With the juniors, for a lot of drivers, this is going to be their first time at the circuit. They need that time to get familiar with the circuit, to figure out what they're doing before heading into qualifying, and then indeed the races. So it's good that they have, these 11 minutes of practice. They have that qualifying session as well. They can get themselves dialed in. They can watch a few other sessions as well before heading on into that all-important pre-final.
Yeah, absolutely. A few moments' time then before the checkered flag will go out. We're looking at, honestly, two of my favourite corners in the UK to drive a kart around: Oblivion and through the Crook. turns 1 and 2 here. I think Oblivion is one of the most aptly named corners in the country. You really do just have to throw the kart in. You know, no modification to the final sector changes that. That first sector here at Whilton Mill is still, you know, really you've got to commit to it and just throw the kart into that. I absolutely love that whole run up to Christmas Corner.
Yeah, Christmas is absolutely fantastic as well. Slight change though with Oblivion and the Crook with that final chicane. You go into it a little bit slower. So before, when you'd go into Oblivion and the Crook, you could, if you got it absolutely bang on, you could take it completely flat without having a slide or anything like that. Now you're coming out that final corner a little bit slower, which makes it that tiny bit easier to go completely flat into the corner. And if you mess up that final corner, potentially you lose a bit of speed going up the hill into Christmas, which might make you a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, you were mentioning Okayama. The one that comes to my mind is the Circuit de Catalunya, of course. We've gone from a fast sweeping right-hander to that chicane that they did a few years ago, which again, that was at that time, that was to do with safety, if I recall, around MotoGP and stuff like that. It's sort of, it's in that vein. So, and as you say, that does change your approach speed, but I don't think it changes that feeling that you get into Oblivion. You know, you've still got plenty of opportunity to build up that speed. The junior lightweight, super lightweight Group C practice session coming in to the pits then, and that means that we're ready to start looking ahead to our first qualifying session of the day, which will be our Group A for super lightweight cadets. Our first group of qualifiers go out onto the circuit. Then let's take this opportunity to talk you through the format of the day slightly. We're now going into these qualifying sessions. The first thing to say is that the one that's nice and easy, every single session is 11 minutes long. All qualifying, all races, they're all 11 minutes in length, so that one's nice and easy. We've got our two classes here today. We've got basically the whole way that the cadets and juniors are divided up is obviously you've got your two age categories, your cadets and your juniors. Your cadets are aged between 8 and 12, or the year of their 8th birthday, and 12, and your juniors are aged 13 through to when they turn 18, at which point they could join the ranks of the senior drivers. Or if they go off to uni, they could compete in the British University's Karting Championship Series, close to my and Yousuf's heart. There are plenty of opportunities to race in Club 100 machinery. So you've got a division by age group, cadets and juniors, and then we've got two weight categories within each of them, a super lightweight and a lightweight. Those are the two weight categories. Today is the turn of the super lightweights. Why do we do it based off the weight categories on the 2 days? It basically makes things very easy logistically, because the cadets drive in these Club 100 cadet karts. The junior category race in the full-size Club 100 Rotax Evo karts, the same ones used by the seniors, the BUKC, Club 100 Experience. Basically every other Club 100 championship uses that full-size Club 100 Rotax Evo kart. So logistically it makes it nice and easy to turn around if we have a set of cadets and a set of juniors at the circuit. It makes it very easy to cycle between the sessions. In the spirit of that, as we watch these cadets coming through this new challenge for them, this new configuration, which arguably is going to be the least impactful of them, some of them will have known no different, I suppose. Yes. So they won't be suddenly. I have spoken to some drivers who have been out there and gone, I suddenly realise I need to be over to the right-hand side to open up the corner. But yeah, so we've got our super lightweights cadets and super lightweight juniors today. The lightweights, the non-super lightweight version, will be out tomorrow. We've got these qualifying sessions now. These qualifying sessions, obviously, as with all qualifying sessions, are there to try and optimise their position on the grid for the first of the races. There will be 2 races for all of our drivers today. They will do what's called a pre-final and a final. In terms of championship points, there is no difference between a pre-final and a final, but there are trophies available for who wins the final at the end of the day. That's the one that carries the prestige in that regard. These qualifying sessions then, we can't have all of an entire class out on track at once, so they get divided into these groups A, B and C. Right now we have Group A of the super lightweight cadets. So again, if you're tuning in to support a particular driver, and do please let us know on the comments on YouTube if you are dialing in to support someone in particular. It's great to have your interaction here today during the broadcast. But if you're not seeing the name of the driver who you're tuning in to support, don't worry. It doesn't mean that they're not entered or they're not competing. They're just going to be in groups B or C. Those groups are randomly allocated. Okay, it's completely random which session they're in, and in fact even which cart they get is completely random of this Club 100 fleet of arrive and drive cadet carts. The fastest time across all of those sessions, so all of the groups A, B and C will all be combined to form up that grid. So it is the fastest lap time of any of these drivers across any of the cadet qualifying sessions who will get pole position. And if the second fastest time is set in the same session as that pole time, then they will be second on the grid. Basically, all of these are aggregated, combined together, and that forms up the grid. There is an exception to that in the rules to allow for adverse weather conditions, but being as we're not going to get those adverse weather conditions, we'll probably leave that for some other time. So even though they're out in 3 separate groups, they are effectively in one big qualifying pool, if you like. So we're not going to be able to tell you at the end of this session, this particular track session, who's on pole, because they may easily get beaten in groups B or C. Exactly the same format used for the juniors as well. And this, of course, as I say, sets the grid for those finals. Now, when they get into those finals, whether they're in A, B or C does matter, because essentially the top set of drivers from this session will qualify through to the A final. The middle set of drivers in terms of lap time will be on that B grid, so they'll be in the B pre-final, and then the lowest rung of that is the C tier grid. So that's how the drivers will arrange onto that, and we'll then go through. We'll start with the C iteration of each race. So the first races will be the pre-C final for cadets, and then the pre-C final for juniors, etc., etc. If they don't have a good day in the office in terms of qualifying, there is the opportunity to be promoted up through the races. We will worry about that, though, once we get into the finals later on. Right now, the drivers would dearly like to not worry about that and just qualify onto, well, they'll all obviously be hoping for the A grid. That's the goal for everybody. But, you know, young drivers, we're only on round 3. Maybe they're quite early on in their career. Perhaps they'll be, you know, gunning for that B grid for the first time in their career, having perhaps been on the C grid for rounds 1 and 2. Everyone's got their own little goal when they're coming into these sessions in a day like today. Also worth noting, dramatically different climatic conditions to when we were last out at GYG. Well, actually, sorry, I say dramatically different. The cadets and juniors, I might be getting my cadets and juniors and my seniors mixed up. It wasn't too bad for the cadets and juniors up at GYG, but nonetheless, much warmer conditions, certainly, that we've got today. This is really surprisingly warm today. Almost too warm, perhaps, to be donning a racing helmet. But that's the format anyway. I'm trying to think if I've missed anything, but I think we've covered the basics.
I think we've covered pretty much most of the basics. The cadet and junior carts, slightly different. Not a huge pace difference between them. I believe one of them is a Micromax engine, which is what the cadets use, whereas the juniors, and indeed the seniors, use the junior Rotax engine. And one of the things I really do love about this format is you get to see just how close the field is. We're talking about less than half a second between 10 carts. That is not a lot, less than a tenth between the top 3. And in these qualifying sessions, it comes down to, can you find someone to work with? You can get a really nice bit of slipstream coming out of the crook, working your way up through Fine Lady, all the way up into Christmas Corner. If you're battling with someone or just putting in laps by yourself, you might lose that extra 1 to 2 tenths a lap compared to someone who finds someone at their own pace and just pushes them along and works as a duo.
Absolutely. Good lap times coming in. Lap times being improved at the front of the field. Alex Ivanescu just setting a new fastest lap, so puts himself in that provisional pole at the moment with a 58.379. But as you say, Yousuf, really nice and close here, and that's what you get to see in these qualifying sessions. Fabian Gandhock, who's had good pace throughout the session so far, up to 2nd place. A little bit more of housekeeping, by the way, if you are tuning in for, I nearly said dialing in then, if you are tuning in for supporting a particular driver, there's a good time from Andrei Vasiakov there up to second place. It's a good idea to make a mental note of the driver's racing number. They keep that for the entire season, so hopefully none of you are... hopefully that's carried through from GYG,
Yes.
otherwise the drivers have put the wrong number on their card. So, in the heat of some action, we might only get chance and visuals just to quickly say a number before some other action kicks off. So it's always good to make a quick mental note of what the driver's number is if you're supporting a particular driver. Do not forget that you can supplement your viewing experience if you have a spare device or screen available by going to live.alphatiming.co.uk, click on CLUB100, and there you'll get an enhanced version, if you will, of the timing tower that we've got on the side of the screen for you there. You'll be able to see the track map. You can click on the drivers' names and see a breakdown of their lap times. You can see any announcements from race control, such as false starts or full course yellows, things like that. And of course warnings and penalties, not that we'll see many of those, I'm sure, because everyone will be on their best behaviour. And then last thought, just on the housekeeping, if you take the live of that URL and change it to results, if you go to results.alphatiming.co.uk, you can see all of the confirmed results. So if there are any races that we're viewing and there's maybe some questions around how the penalties might impact the final confirmed result, you can find all of that at results.alphatiming.co.uk. That is Alpha with a PH. Alpha is in Alpha Tauri, Nos is in Alfa Romeo. I can't say that so much in 2024 because they're not called Alpha Tauri anymore. Anyway, you can head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk, click on CLUB100 and get all the information there.
I was going to say, it's a little bit like the Sky Sports red button, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't have it.
Neither do I, to be honest, but that's what I always hear.
Okay, fair enough. I think I balanced out any accusation that we've...
got a bit of spinner through Osiers. Almost got connected.
Various media services are available, as I've just demonstrated. So yeah, getting a little bit... Now, this is the interesting thing, isn't it, Yousuf? Because you were talking about how you can work together with people, which is great until... they do something dramatically different to you, and then suddenly they're a hindrance more than they are a help.
And now this group is going on to their final lap, so there's no more working together. This is it. It's do or die at the moment. 7 thousandths at the top of the standings between Alex Ibanescu and Tate Hart. And the cadets are battling with each other going into Christmas Corner. Albeit, it's not like Formula 1. If you overtake someone in karting, you don't actually lose a huge amount of time. It's only if you start really battling and defending.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, we'll see once we get into the racing. It is an interesting one. It doesn't have to be a massive hit to your pace, but if your momentum is lost in a train of karts, it can be not just 1, but 2, 3, 4 positions that you lose. Not so impactful in a qualifying session, but yeah, it's the actual moment of the pass doesn't inherently lose you too much time. It's just how's your momentum? Are you going to try and mount an unsuccessful counter-attack that means you actually compromise yourself to those behind you as well? Such is the strategic call of a sprint race. We're in the checker flag is out now, so all of these drivers will be competing their laps. Anyone improving on that fastest lap time? Alex Ibanescu does improve. He throws the gauntlet out even further there with a 58.361, so that becomes the provisional pole time. Can anyone beat it? We're waiting for Fabian Gandholt to come across the line. He's had good pace. And he does improve up to third place, a 58.587, but it's not enough to topple the time from Ibanescu. Didn't give proper credit as well to Tate Hart, setting a really good time in the 88 kart, a 58.386 in second place there. Andrei Vasyukov, we mentioned, and Corey Chapman, who was the early pace setter in this session as well, the 5th highest placed driver off that session. So that was Group A for qualifying. Now all the drivers have crossed the line. Shout out to Zachary Smith as well, who also improved on his last lap there, up into the top 10, 9th place for him. But we've got to see how the other two groups do, of course, to know how that actually will come out on the grid. So that was Group A then for our cadets. Next up is going to be qualifying Group A for our juniors. Our juniors come out onto the circuit then. We get to see our first look at, I should say, at the... well, I suppose it was not a first look because we had them on screen doing their last practice sessions. They came as we came live, but it's our first look at the Rotax Evo kart, the full-size Club 100 Rotax Evo karts on this Whilton Mill circuit. Everyone getting out the pit lane okay there, Yousuf?
I think a few drivers wanting to group up together to work together at the start of qualifying, leaving themselves a nice big gap in front of them. I think one of those looked to be the suit of... his name's escaping me. And it's really annoying. Jack Harrison.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm just going to double check the list of names and see if he's actually going to be out on circuit, because it might not have been him.
Indeed. Timing just updating for us here. Ooh, that was
a 69er Ashby. I think they've gone in a little bit too deep into the corner. Very easy to do, one of the probably the hardest braking points on the circuit outside of maybe Christmas, but the difficulty with Ashby is that it is downhill. Christmas is uphill, so you don't actually have to be on the brakes for that long, whereas heading down the hill into Ashby you do, and you have to be very careful not to completely lose the rear end as you jump on to the brake pedal.
Yes, indeed. I think that would make that Rowan Horder, if that was the 69 as we've been told in our ears. Hasn't come around to complete a lap yet, I don't think. So the drivers start to bed themselves in. Yes, indeed, it was Rowan Horder. I'm sure Rowan will be really happy that we drew attention to that particular moment in the karting career, but no harm done. Early stages of qualifying session, just bed yourself in. Getting everything up to temperature. The number 6 of Benji Hamilton there going through the shot. In fact, I should check, by the way, just in general where we are at with regards to championship. So yeah, Benji sat in second place in the championship coming into today. And that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to see whether... No, it's not in this session that we've got our championship leader coming into today, which is Jamie Tylee Gooden. Dramatic stuff at GYG at the end of play in this class. So Tylee Gooden won the pre-final, but then finished second in the final, and it was a last lap. Well, okay, hang on. If you've not seen GYG,
go and watch it.
Well, stay with the slide. Put your fingers in your ears or something for a bit, because obviously we'd like you to stay live as we've got full course yellows. It looks to me due to an incident down in the crook. That's at turn 2. So they've just gone through Oblivion and not got the kart through the right-hander. Didn't quite catch what kart it was, but the driver looks fundamentally okay. Oh, it's the DC88. So that would make it...
That's Henry Eaton.
It is, indeed. So, yeah. But he's fundamentally okay. They're just getting the kart sorted and making sure that the barriers are all good on that corner.
Is that Fraser Brunton in the pace car?
It might have been. Forgive me, I wasn't looking for the pace car. It might be.
So, random segue to something different. I was just like, is that Fraser Brunton?
Yes, dramatic stuff at GYG. It was. Last lap change for the lead with Logan McAllister executing a fantastic move as they came down the hill, down through the compressions. But you know what? Full respect to Jamie Tylee Gooden, because he gave it his best shot.
It was
trying
some
to reclaim
serious beams
it.
To go for that move as well.
He went for the move in the last corner as well. It didn't quite pay off. It was a drag race to the line. It's honestly one of my karting moments of the year so far.
Actually, I spoke to Tylee Gooden about this. He got the move done. He lifted to let McAllister through because it wasn't a fair move. And Tylee Gooden said, you know what, don't want to get the penalty for that.
Yeah, and that's extremely commendable as well. So second place it was for Jamie, but nonetheless, a really good run of results at GYG with that first and second, putting him in the lead of the championship coming into today. Benji Hamilton is in second.
We do have some big championship hitters in this. You mentioned Benji Hamilton. We've got Blake Southon as well. And Max Winfield from memory.
Max Sheldon Hayward as well is quite high up in the championship. He's third in the championship, and he's done that by being just Mr. Consistency. He hasn't actually had a podium result yet, has Max, but he's just been getting those solid results. Most of his results have been in the top 10, and it's just really setting up a nice, bedrock of scores that are just keeping him in the fight there. So definitely one to watch there as well.
But that yellow flag has taken out a fair chunk of time from this qualifying session, so it's also meant that the field has massively bunched together. So there is a really big pocket of clear air that drivers can back off into if they really want to get some of these quick laps going. But at the moment, 0.08 of a second between the aforementioned Logan McAllister and Benji Hamilton.
Indeed, Logan McAllister does set the fastest lap, our GYG winner from round 2, as we've got an off moment there for that looks to me like the 22.
Onyx Hogarth.
Indeed.
So that's actually quite easy to do into Christmas, even if there wasn't any contact. Again, very late on the brakes. Maybe you just put a wheel onto the grass as well, and the rear end can step out on you.
Absolutely. In fact, let's talk about this lap then. Through Oblivion and the Crook they go then, and up the hill towards this Christmas corner. Uphill braking means that you can be very bold on the brakes through there. Then through the left-hand kink afterwards. We're on the international layout today, so Inkermans is a fast right-hander rather than a hairpin. And then it's downhill braking slightly into this Ashby hairpin that we've just been through with Max Davies, the number 15, through the left-hander of Wilkins, and then downhill braking into Oziers. You want to get the late apex onto the back straight here as you set yourself up for the boot, and then it'll be braking into the boot, and then it's about threading the kart through. Well, this is I don't know, folks, in a way. I've not driven this bit, but you want to apex there on the toe of the boot and then set yourself up, get yourself over to driver's right to go through that new chicane and onto a new lap of this Wilton Mill circuit.
From what I've seen in that final chicane, you have to hold it tight through the boot, and then going into that left-hander, you have to use the curb, open up the final corner as much as possible, because otherwise the kart's just going to bog down on corner exit. You're going to get a really bad run, and it is going to severely cost you heading into the first sequence of corners and indeed up the hill towards Christmas.
Yeah, so it's still going to be the case that as you do the left-hander, we'll probably be able to watch Max go through it again this lap. As you go through the initial left-hander of the boot, you still don't want to go over the mid-track on exit, because you need to still get over to the left-hand side. Here we go. We won't go any further than mid-track. Go over to the left-hand side and then take the two apexes. So, yeah, you still don't want to... some people might look at a map of Wilton Mill and go, that left-hander, you just go, standard racing line. You can't. You've got to be not too greedy on the exit, otherwise you compromise yourself through the toe of the boot, and you leave yourself vulnerable to attack.
Exactly the same as the entry into the boot as well. You've got that left-hander into the long right now where you have to hold it in tight, and I'm actually looking forward to giving the whole new sequence a go, because it's going to be weird. You have to erase what you currently have in your head of how to drive the corner.
And I think that is one thing that's one thing that I like about the redesign, is that the main overtaking opportunity into the boot is almost a bit counterintuitive. It's not under braking, right? We're about to see Benji Hamilton. A lot of people might think, you get them under the brakes. It's actually fairly rare that you see people overtake on the brakes into the boot. It's not as long a braking zone as you might think. It happens, but it's not that common. It's more common that after that left-hander in the boot, you'll simply run out wider and then try and go up the inside at the toe of the boot and do like a block pass. I might point that out. It might be a bit easier when...
I'm going to have to be contrarian there, Howard, and say I've seen far more overtakes going into the boot than the block pass. The block pass, I think you can only do it if you're behind two carts, and one cart's trying to get a really wide run to get a switchback, and then you can go up the inside. Otherwise... I mean, you can do it. I've seen people do it. But I'm pretty sure I've seen more people go up the inside into the start of it.
Okay.
I think we should have a counter on the screen.
Have a counter in the box.
And see where more overtakes happen over the course of today.
To be clear, I'm talking about here we stick to the right and go on the inside, and then you sort of block the other overtaking opportunity, if you like, that people would have spoken about, is sometimes you did get karts getting alongside and you have a dramatic pass through that last corner at Paddock. A fairly rare occurrence, though, right? You had to already be a long way alongside. So, either way, to be fair, whichever one of us is right in that regard, the fundamental overtaking opportunity of the boot has been preserved with the redesign, is the key point there. And indeed, there may be, it's going to be interesting to see what the situation is into the new chicane. Is that going to provide any opportunities. Obviously, it tightens
Well,
up
we just
quite a
saw
bit.
as well there from Benji Hamilton, who went a little bit deep going into that chicane. Didn't quite get the curb, sent him out too wide, compromised his entry into the final corner, and that's what allowed Max Davies to really catch up to Hamilton, to the extent that Benji Hamilton just backed off on the second straight and allowed Davies through. So now Benji Hamilton has someone to follow, and this is an advantage that the pair of them have, right? Because Hamilton has Davies to follow along. This won't be a good lap for Hamilton because he had to back off. For Davies, only a 10th of his personal best.
Indeed. This will be their last run, though, because there's only 20 seconds left on the clock now, so they will next see the checkered flag. This is their last opportunity to set down as good a marker as they can to try and claim pole position. Down into Ashby, really pushing the limits of the brakes there and trying to optimise the exit. It's absolutely fine, by the way, for the drivers to use all of that run-off curb off of Ashby, even though they're technically over the white line. That is A-OK with the clerk of the course. Onto the back straight then they go, heading towards this new configuration of boot, but this early part is the same. Round the toe they go, and here's where it tightens up. Ready to go through this new chicane. As I say, plenty of drivers talking to me. Well, firstly, do either of them improve? They both improve, but Benji Hamilton takes it by a 54.942, and you essentially predicted that one, Yousuf. He was in that slipstream. He was going to get that benefit on the last lap.
It's so helpful when you have someone to chase. Good final laps as well from Ollie Moody and Blake Southern. Quinton, pardon me, Quinton Vazure up into 5th, but quickly displaced because Logan McAllister and Joao Gabriel Castro improving both into the top 5. But again, super, super close. We're talking about half a second separating 13 cars.
Yeah, it's really good to see how close it is around Whilton Mill today. Bodes very well for our racing later on, which will be after the lunch break. There's Benji Hamilton, clearly happy with that provisional pole time there. Next up, though, it's going to already be time to look ahead to our second group, Group B, for our cadets.
So, Cadet Group B qualifying. As we can see, very quick turnovers here in Club 100. So as soon as Junior qualifying A has finished, Group B are out immediately. And we'll have a look at some of our drivers who are competing in this session very shortly. As I think I spied a little Jacob Underhill at the wheel of one of the cars, but I may be wrong in that regard. So we're seeing our drivers heading down the hill towards Ashby Corner, which I personally think is the trickiest corner at Whilton Mill, just because of the fact that it's downhill braking and you have to be a little bit sideways, as that is someone who's gone very far off into the grass. How has he managed, or she managed that?
It was a young Jacob Underhill that you spied, by the way, which is good to see, because I got a bit of notification earlier in the week that he slightly injured his wrist recently. So good to know and see that he's back out there competing, and obviously definitely got some real momentum at the moment off the back of his double win at GYG at round 2, taking his first wins there. So great stuff for Jacob Underhill. We also have our number 1 plate driver and our leader in the championship coming into this weekend, Rory Hamilton, in that number 1 plate. Still the easiest category for us as commentators, the Cadet Super Lightweights, because everyone who's won it has the surname Hamilton. So it doesn't matter what year. It's an easy one for the Club 100 pub quiz aficionados.
We should get one of those pub quizzes.
We should. Season. I reckon, yeah.
That's what we should have on award ceremony. Just a really big kind of pub quiz. But, I mean, I guess for the juniors it wouldn't be pub. What do juniors attend? That's not a pub. Like a waffle quiz.
Maybe we could set up an impromptu waffle house, I guess.
Because I think there are plans of having the whole award ceremony in one. So juniors, cadets, seniors. I think that was a plan of JB.
Yes. I love the fact that your first entry for what the children go to that's not a pub is a waffle.
So I
restaurant.
teach at a school, and when I speak to the children about what they do, which is not, you know, defacing toilets and stuff like that, it tends to be going to a waffle place. So that's what came to my head. Or going to Subway.
Okay. Well, the sandwich shops are available.
Yes.
Let's not waffle on about that. Let's
like
talk
that
about how this group are doing. So Rory Hamilton setting the early pace at the moment. Clearly, I'm just not with it. Maybe going to a Waffle House is where it's at, and I'm just.
Waffles are tasty.
I'm not part of the in crowd with that. Rory Hamilton setting the early pace here. Then a reminder that the benchmark to beat for these drivers is that Alex Ibanescu time of a 58.361,
Yes.
which means we're already
Very
quite close to that with the 58.436 scratch that 421 as Rory Hamilton crosses the line again. So already getting close to that benchmark.
Surname's Hamilton. He's going to be up at the top. We've said this before. And of course as well, maybe we'll have a future mini Lewis Hamilton joining as well to join the list of successful Hamiltons in Club 100, as we have a few overtakes going up the hill into Christmas Corner, and then they make their way through Boxing Day, almost side by side through Inkermans, which would have been very impressive to see.
Yeah, it's I mentioned the international versus the national. You can see Inkermans, that's the right-hander there coming through, fast right-hander to come into this shot before going through Ashby. And then this section they're on now, this is the bit that constitutes the international section. And then here it converges. You could just see the tarmac coming in from the driver's left there. That's the national layout, sometimes known as the Zulu layout. That's because the little wiggling corner, the corner that comes down off of Inkermans on the national layout is called the Zulus. It's this sort of left, right, left, almost like a slalom corner that comes down onto the back straight. That's also available here at Whilton Mill. If you've never been, by the way, fantastic facility here. As I mentioned at the top of the stream, just next to Daventry in Northamptonshire. Lovely central location for people to get to here. They offer all sorts of... every time I come here, they've introduced some new activity that I wasn't aware of.
Okay.
But there's all sorts that you can get up to.
Quad bikes.
Quad bikes.
Shooting.
There's those... I'm really sorry, well, there's mini tank thing. Like,
Mini tanks?
Like a I'll find it. It's on the website. Check it out. There's all sorts that you can get up to here, and I should definitely have done my homework before launching onto Crazy Bugs. That's what they're called. Thank you, producer Rob. They're called Crazy Bugs, not tanks.
Not tanks. That's just a quad bike, isn't it?
No. Well, yes, that's a quad bike.
Oh, that's a quad bike. Okay.
Don't
How
talk
it's
about
getting
what's on screen.
pictures
They
up?
can't see what's on my screen.
While Howard finds pictures so that we can see exactly, well, by we, me and Howard can see what a Crazy Bug looks like. It is still Rory Hamilton at the top of the times, followed by Jacob Underhill. But Rory Hamilton is absolutely flying out there, 3/10 clear of anyone else. Is incredibly impressive in what is a very, very close field and new provisional pole.
Absolutely. He has broken that time barrier set by Alex Ibanescu in that Group A qualifying. So that's a 58.290 that Rory Hamilton has currently set. So he's now put himself on that provisional pole. How much further can he go? Can he stretch out? That is the question. Just to...
It also means we're currently on for a Hamilton pole in both categories.
That's good. I like that. I like that stat. That would be quite a cool one if the Hamiltons can pull that off. I'm just going to double check. Bear with me, folks. I'm just going to double check.
Mr. Taylor has put in a pretty good lap as well.
Yep.
Less than 3/10 shy of Rory Hamilton at the top of the standings. So that previous best time in the cadet category was Alex Ibanescu with a 58.361. it has now been dropped to a 58.2 by Rory Hamilton. Still a few minutes to go, as there is Rory Hamilton with the #1 plate. We've seen a few of the previous champions moving on. Logan McAllister, previous cadet champion, now racing in the junior class, picking up his first junior race win at Gleneagles in race 2 of the day. And we've seen our winner from the junior championship moving on, which was, oh my god, how am I forgetting the name, Howard? Because he's racing in seniors now, isn't he? Dan Munro. There we go. Dan Munro won the championship last season, and he's now moved on to seniors. He did very well at Buckmore Park, if I recall correctly. I don't think he was racing, though, at Gleneagles, so we'll have to see Dan Munro back in action, hopefully, at Ella Park.
Yes, with the small correction, he was our 22 champion, because it was Sam Cole was last year's champion.
Was Sam Cole last year?
Yeah.
Ah.
See, time's flies.
Sorry, Sam.
The 2020s are just going by super fast. There is some exasperation there.
It's like, how did I get here?
From the 86 of Ethan Junior Hall. And we've all been there. We've all been there. I've been there more often than
maybe not that particular.
How did I mess up?
But somewhere off the...
Yeah, off to driver's left there on the way up the hill, which definitely is that's an unusual place to end up. I suppose he could have maybe started to lose it late on in the crook.
Has his steering gone? Because
I'm
that could be steering column breaks.
Yeah,
and then you just run wide. And
I wonder if he just ran wide onto the grass, and then he's gone into a spin on the grass, maybe whilst trying to return to the tarmac. That would explain why he's so far up the hill. Yeah. But the issue's getting going, I'm not so sure. So we'll try and keep tabs on that. He has put in a bit of a banker lap. What I was just double checking, by the way, in the background was exactly how these times work themselves out for the different tiers of those grids, those A, B and C tier grids, because so far we've only spoken about pole position. So the top 18 drivers will qualify for the A grid. So you want to be looking at, sorry, we're pointing out the gap there.
Yes, I think there's been an improvement for Hamilton. Has he got into the 57?
Let's have a look.
At this point, because it is, oh my
he
god,
has a 57.983. That is, that's some rude health to that pace from Rory Hamilton. To finish the thought, 18 drivers will qualify through to the A grid. So if you want to think about, as that is the 86 being recovered, I think, with one of the pace carts. So if you finish, obviously it doesn't work this way, but if you're in the top 6 of your group, it's a decent indicator that you might be on that A grid. Obviously, it doesn't guarantee it. It's the top fastest 18 times across any of the sessions, and because of the way that these grids are randomly allocated, one particular group could be on average faster than another particular group. But as a good ballpark benchmark, if you're in the top 6, it's a good sign. And then just to finish that off, the next 20 drivers would be in the pre-B final grid, and the remaining 22 of a full 60 cart entry would go onto that C grid. So that's how they line up. So you want to think of a third of that number each time. So the top 6 looking good for that A final, the next 6 or 7 drivers looking pretty good for the B, and then the remainder would go onto the C grid. Checkered flag is out, Yousuf.
Yeah, as things currently stand, Alex Ibanescu will be in second position for the start of the pre-final, but Rory Hamilton, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of this in our pre-final and our final, because his pace is absolutely ridiculous, and it's going to take something monstrous to be able to pose a challenge to him, as he doesn't improve on the final lap. Thank God, because that would have been absolutely insane if he did.
One might say mercifully for the fellow competitors, because that is really impressive pace.
Yes.
That he's shown there from our defending champion. Can anyone improve, though, on this last lap? Lewis Taylor's yet to come across the line, second in this session. Eddie Duncan as well, he's had good pace this session. Across the line comes Stefan Chifan and Theo Thomas. They don't improve on this last lap, as we've got a few more drivers to come across the line. There's Eddie Duncan, and he can't improve. And Lewis Taylor, some drama there, I think, on his last lap, because that was a 62-second lap. So no one improving there. Really impressive pace, and definitely throwing down on the gauntlet there from Rory Hamilton. Group B for our super lightweight juniors is next.
I've just come up with a really fun idea, Howard, as we are heading into Group B of junior super lightweights. You know how we've got like lots of brothers racing, or like cousins and stuff like that?
Yes.
We should have, or Club 100 more specifically, should have a special event where it's like a cadet junior tag race. So you could have McAllisters versus Hamiltons. Or something like that.
Okay. I mean, it sounds interesting. Yeah, you'll have to find JV at some point
I
by
will.
the end of today. But yeah, I mean, it is fantastic. I should say you know, you see from sort of, I say, whole families embracing the Club 100 format and supporting the championship. We see support as well. Across, you know, not just between cadets and juniors, but we get, you know, people whose parents, I believe even we've seen grandparents who compete in the seniors, and then, you know, the younger generations competing in these. It is fantastic to see, and it's great. It's great that Club 100 provides that system now, that you can really enjoy that. You know, it's really great to see how you know, whole families. You see whole dynasties almost through the different age categories of Club 100. I do love that.
On that note, when do we get baby Howard into a Club 100 cadet kart?
She's a few years off yet. is my daughter. She'll. I mean, you know, you've got to read the rules first, and she can't read yet. So, but she'll get.
Just tell her the rules. It's fine.
A few years. She has learned how to tear around the house and bump into things. So. Which we're going to have to clear
for track limits.
Exactly. We're going to have to clear that up as well. Otherwise, she'll accrue too many penalties when she gets going. Definite track limit violations occurring around my house.
If you leave your bedroom after 9 p.m., that's a track limits penalty. Either way, we are slowly progressing through our junior Group B qualifying session for our super lightweights. And
our early pace setter is that championship leader coming into today. We were talking about the dramatic end to GYG. Jamie Tidy-Gooden out on track here and setting the early pace. So that's you know, interesting how there are, you know, drivers get certain momentum behind them, the campaign. As you say, as you were recalling earlier, you know, I don't think Jamie's going to be carrying any. Well, he won't at all. I think he'll have enjoyed that battle with Logan at the end of the last round. You know, so he's not, you know, lamenting what might have been. This is the 37 of Ryan Rapini, going through the top part of the lap. Downhill into Ashby, using all of that runoff, which, as I say, is absolutely fine. Through Wilkins, trying to avoid those tyres on exit, and then down into Ozier's to try and optimise that run onto the back straight.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at who in our top 10 of the championship is in this session. I know we've got Jamie Tidy-Gooden and we've got Jake Anders. Jake Anders currently running 4th in the championship. And we are in a unique situation where 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship, none of those 3 have picked up a podium so far this season, as Ryan Rapini is very rapid out on circuit, jumps to the top of the times.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, we've got some real consistency champions out there who are just keep on putting in good, solid results, getting plenty of top 10s in A finals and pre-A finals and things like that. Yeah, it's a good point.
Got a comment in the chat as well saying, tell Joshua Greaves to get a move on. Well, we would, but he's in a car.
I don't think you can hear us from here.
No, I don't think so.
We're about as... ironically, we are on the Whilton site, but we're kind of as far as you can be in some ways.
We're in a nice little building. We've got aircon as well.
They'll
all come running over here to get the aircon. I remember last year for Whilton Mill, it was absolutely boiling. You had parents out with umbrellas over their children like there were some Formula 1 drivers. and they had like wet towels around their necks. It was really fun to watch.
Fastest lap from Ryan Rapini now, 55.339. George Lewis as well improves, the driver of the number 58 with a 55.576. Not sure if we covered what the benchmark is here to beat. It is, of course, that Benji Hamilton time.
54.942 from Benji Hamilton.
Absolutely. So still a way off of that, and it is going to be a tough one to beat, I think that. Both of the Hamiltons in both the respective classes definitely on the pace this morning around this Whilton Mill circuit. I say this morning, we're in the afternoon now, but today, in the early stages, they're definitely on the pace here around Whilton Mill.
And it was very close as well at the top of Junior A. It was Benji Hamilton and Max something, I forget surname.
Davies.
Max Davies, there we go. And they were separated by less than a tenth. So a few quick times at the cusp of the 55.0.
Here's Joshua Greaves, I'm sure, getting a move on. Going through Wilkins down into Oziers, the driver of the number 23. A few drivers improving over the last few laps. Jake Anders has just got himself up to third place. One of the drivers who we spoke to on our paddock walk, which you'll see during the lunch break. I'm going to give credit where credit is due to my co-commentator here, Yousuf, with a creative idea that I think worked rather well on that paddock walk. I don't know if we want to spoil it now, but
no.
Definitely stick around for the paddock walk where we we inspire our drivers' creativity.
Yes, and there was a lot of creativity. Some drivers struggled, I think, with creativity. I would mention names, but I didn't actually get any of their names, which is somewhat embarrassing. But they've now got something that they can take to school on Monday for show and tell.
Right, okay.
I don't know if the other students would appreciate that, but there you go. Still Ryan Rapini at the top of the times by 2.5 tenths over Jamie Gooden.
A lot of improvements coming in though. Yes. Jack Redfern has just moved up to third place. Henry Wilkes as well, getting faster as well in the 75. Plenty of drivers. Now we're coming into that second, or we're well into actually that second half of the session. But this is where the drivers will really start to ramp it up. They've put, some kind of banker lap in. This is the number 9 of Jamie Gooden. Championship leader coming into today. We've got a spin there that to me looked like the straight between Ashby and Wilkins, but I'm not sure.
I think it was out of the crook.
Oh, was it?
I think so. We have got a 55.0 from Ryan Rapini.
Yep. Getting quite close now to that 54, was it a 54.9?
Yes.
That we're looking for here to challenge the pace of Benji Hamilton.
So that 54.942 is the benchmark set by Benji Hamilton in the Junior Super Lightweight Group A qualifying. Here comes your championship leader, Jamie Gooden, out of the final corner. We'll see whether he can improve on his current best of a 55.2. And it looks like the answer to that is no, because he dropped a few seconds, presumably under a yellow flag, as that was a penalty I saw for George Lewis.
It is. It's not coming through on timing what the nature of that penalty is. As there you go, one of the spotters there was employing the umbrella trick there in the heat. I just spotted, yeah, penalty coming in for George Lewis. Now the way that will be applied is the position. The penalties here are position based. And as I understand it, that doesn't change just because it's qualifying. So what they'll do is they'll bring together everybody to form the overall grid, and then they will dock you the positions for penalty. And it's coming up for me as, oh no, actually I'm not sure. There's a cone warning that happens to have come in for George Lewis as well. It's still not shown to me confirming exactly what the nature of the penalty is.
And Jake Anders has a cone penalty as well, and he's one of our top 5 in the championship.
Indeed. So, yes, good point. So that'll be a position deducted. So taking Jake as the example, they'll aggregate all of the times together. That will give them their A, B and C grids, and then they will drop someone a position based on that penalty. And we saw that at GYG, make the difference between being on your A and your B grid, and of course that changes the nature of your day quite significantly, because then you've got to be looking for promotion or repechage, as it is referred to under the regulations. and basically those that finish in the higher positions. We've got a spinner down at the boot, which will slow down certain drivers there under the yellow flag.
There's a lot of track limit warnings and cone warnings coming in. I think I just saw a penalty for Henry Wilkes as well. So there's going to be some drivers who are going to be gaining quite a few number of positions for the start of our pre-final.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Keeping it clean is the order of the day, and I wonder if it's, you know, the last corner here is definitely an area where you can get track limits. Through Oblivion and through the Crook, generally race control happy with drivers using the runoff there, so you don't tend to get track limit violations there, as that is a big moment. Was that is that the 37 of Rapini that we're following at the moment? I didn't actually check.
I think
which
so.
number it is. It is indeed.
Absolutely sent it into Chris.
Definitely pushing to try and dig deep and find the time here. And well, he might, by the way. 55.088. Last time round was a little bit slower, but I think that may have been as he navigated the yellow flags out at the boot. You know, he is right up there at the moment and challenging that pace from Benji Hamilton. He should just about get, yes, he will. He'll get across the line to begin one last lap of this Whilton Mills circuit. And will he actually? It's going to be quite tight. I think he will get across the line here. Into the last 10 seconds. Yeah, he'll cross the line there to start the last lap. And the checkered flag will come out in 2-1 now. So the checkered flag is out. All drivers are now on their last lap of the circuit. Who can improve in the last few moments? Jake Anders did improve last time around.
Also seen an improvement for Tyler Gooden, not enough to jump ahead of Rapini, but it might be enough to jump ahead of some of our junior Group A drivers. Here comes though Ryan Rapini, all kinds of sideways as he makes his way through Wilkins, just taking a little bit too much curb, and those are our drivers who have now seen the checkered flag. Jake Chapman improving, jumping up to 10th, as does Connor Kenny.
Yeah, Connor Kenny up to 7th place. More of our drivers, most of our drivers have now crossed the checkered flag. Can we see an improvement? Ryan Rapini crosses the line. It's a great time of 55.672, but it's not an improvement. And it means that, but he still tops the timesheets for this one at 55.088. Improvement from Jake Anders again on his last lap of 55.235. Takes himself up to 3rd place, albeit there is that penalty that we spotted that will be applied post-quali. But the provisional pole for now remains with Benji Hamilton, as we'll be looking to get into our final qualifying groups now. We'll start off with Group C for our super lightweight cadets. Out onto circuit then comes our last of our cadets here today. So at the end of this, all of the cadets will have completed their qualifying. And if you've not yet seen the driver on timings who you were expecting, it's possible that they're in the lightweights rather than the super lightweights, in which case they'll be out tomorrow.
Or in the juniors instead of cadets. They go.
I suppose so. I suppose that's possible. Yes, that's fair. As
I was just trying to think more quirky ways. Doing the seniors in 2 weeks' time at Ella Park. But no, so far qualifying, it's not been eventful because, well, qualifying. But we have seen some good laps being set, especially towards the end. I really enjoyed that Junior A qualifying session, watching Max Davies and Benji Hamilton working together, and then Benji Hamilton just getting the upper hand on him right at the end.
Yeah, I'd say it's been eventful. Well, in terms of what qualifying delivers us,
yes,
it's been eventful because we've seen very close running in terms of pace. We have seen some impressive pole times being set. So it bodes really well for the racing that we're going to see later on. Out in this session, we've got the likes of Jude Pudderfoot. Definitely going to be interesting to see how he does off the back of 2 third places at GYG. the driver who finished runner-up last year in the championship. Currently sat in the same position coming into this weekend.
And I'm quite interested to see, is Jude Paddock going to be able to match that pace that we saw from Rory Hamilton? 57.983, pretty much half a second quicker than anyone else has been today. And, well, Jude Paddock is second in the championship. He's the one who has to be able to challenge Hamilton.
Yeah, definitely that is impressive in this cadet film. And I said it bodes well for the racing, and we've got very close times. That margin for a pole position as it currently stands, that is quite unusual to see that degree of margin at the front. But as you say, plenty of drivers out in this session who would look to close that gap.
Just trying to have a little gander and see who in our top 10 is, or top 10 of the championship is in this qualifying session. So we know Jude Paddock is, but I think we've got Jenson Barnard, who is 5th in the championship, another one of our drivers who is yet to get a podium, despite being very high up in the championship order. I'm struggling to see any others, but then again, I might just be missing someone at the moment. But at the moment, it is Ben Hunt at the top of the times by 0.3 of a second from Eskild Hewitt. And then after that, it is very close. 0.2 separating about 6 drivers. Jude Paddock has finally put in a representative lap time, jumping up to 7th after being rather surprising 4 seconds off the pace. But that's because he hadn't got a lap in.
Yeah, indeed. Good early pace from Tyler Nickelbine as well in the number 41, up to 3rd place at the moment. So drivers just bedding themselves in the first half, as I say, of this session.
361 from Alex Ibanescu. So if you can get into the 58.3s, you'll still be doing very well in terms of your qualifying spot for the pre-A final.
Indeed, penalty coming in for the 31 of Adam Asghar. That's going to be positions docked at the end of qualifying.
So Ben Hunt then still at the top, but Jude Paddock putting in an improvement at 58.536, also an improvement as well for Ben without bringing a jumper.
It's me as well, actually, yeah. Obviously, just bear with us. We're just doing a bit of work here on the broadcast to get you back to the live pictures around the track. Still times coming in, though. We can certainly tell you about that. Ben Hunt continues to improve at the moment, and Jude Paddock has just put in a personal best as well in 2nd place. So the drivers are beginning to ramp up their pace in the latter half of this session. But yeah, pretty much perfect climatic conditions to go karting. Some glorious spring sunshine, which has not been the case in the United Kingdom consistently over the last few weeks.
I've been very annoyed about this.
We've been basically, it's the classic British moan. We'll go out and we've got no idea what we're supposed to be wearing at the moment. But this weekend has been absolutely lovely.
That cloth's a bit dirty, isn't it? Been through the wars. But Ben Hunt is almost into those 57, so it does look like Rory Hamilton will have a challenge. He won't be, a near half a second clear. He's just going to be a measly 0.2 clear of Ben Hunt. But the critical thing is for Ben Hunt, once he gets into that pre-A final and he has Rory Hamilton in front of him, that will help him just find that extra 10th, a little bit of slipstream, someone to chase along, and it's a little bit surprising sometimes how much time you can find from just driving in clear air compared to driving behind a very fast driver.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as I say, it's sort of a pros and cons thing, isn't it? Because as I said earlier, if you might be able to pace yourself really nicely, as that's a good time from Jenson Barnard. 58.644 takes him up to 4th place. It can help yourself to pace yourself against another driver, but also if that driver then does something, I was about to say erratic, but really just different to you, if they maybe take the corner differently or anything, that then suddenly, even subconsciously, can become a bit of a distraction As we're back to live pictures, that's nice. We've got the drivers now coming up to Christmas corner, and you can just see there's you put a foot coming through your shot there in his pursuit of a bit more pace. We've got 2 minutes 20 left on the clock for these drivers, the last qualifying group for our super lightweight cadets. Then we'll have the equivalent for our super lightweight juniors. We'll be going into the lunch break then, during which you'll be able to enjoy the paddock walk that we went on earlier today. And then we'll obviously go into the racing action in the afternoon. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Yousuf Bin-Suhayl in the comms position here on your Alpha Live broadcast of round through the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Juniors Championship.
12 races of action.
Yeah.
If my math is correct.
Absolutely, going to be plenty of racing. And don't forget, this is the first of 2 days of this race meeting. We'll be doing it all again tomorrow with the lightweight equivalents of these classes. So we have got the whole weekend sorted for you here in terms of racing action here at Whilton Mill. A few drivers improving. Eskil Hewitt setting a new personal best last time around, but not enough to improve the position. This is going to be the interesting aspect of that as well. A lot of drivers are improving, but because everybody can improve suddenly at once, it can mean that that it doesn't inherently guarantee that you're going to move up the order. Sam Morse, though, moves himself up to second place there in the number 23 kart.
Yeah, very good lap for Sam Morse. Also seeing improvements for Jensen Barnard and David Cadet, who are up into 4th and 5th place respectively, and more improvements coming in. Jacob Kent jumps up to 4th, but it is Jude Pudderfoot with a 58.001 who takes the top spot in Group C.
And that is starting to get very, I mean, you put the question out there, Yousuf, earlier on, you know, as second in the championship, can he start to look to challenge that pace from Rory Hamilton? That's getting into the ballpark there. That lap time from Hamilton, 57.983. We're just a few hundredths away from that now. So he really is pushing out there, as he'll be on his last lap now, though, I think.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's going to get round to the checkered flag in time. 3, 2, 1, and the checking goes out. So anyone crossing the line now is completing their last lap. Who can improve on this last time around? Still got most of the top 10 in this session yet to complete this last lap. Coming across the line now, there's Jude Pudderfoot, and it's not an improvement this time around. Jacob Kent crosses the line and doesn't improve either. Last few drivers to come across.
So we're looking at Ben Hunt and Sam Morse, really. Those are the two main challengers. Jensen Barnard, David Cadet also have to complete their lap. Jensen Barnard did improve on his last lap at 58.425, but Ben Hunt is making his way into the final sequence of corners, so let's see if this is an improvement for him.
Absolutely crosses the line now, and it's not an improvement there. What about Sam Morse? Has he got anything? Jensen Barnard, how about them? No improvement there. In fact, relatively little improvement across the last lap for many in the field. So Jude Pudderfoot with some really impressive pace. We cannot take that away from him at all. A 58.001, brilliant pace. But what we can say is that your pole sitter across those cadet sessions with very impressive pace is Rory Hamilton.
Absolutely, so it's going to be Rory Hamilton, Jude Pudderfoot on the front row of the grid. It'll then actually be Ben Hunt and Sam Morse on the second row of the grid, and then that's when it starts to get a little bit tricky with where everyone feeds in amongst each other. But that was our Cadet Group C qualifying, and now it's time for our Junior Group C qualifying. The final qualifying session of the day, Junior Super Lightweight Group C, out on to circuit. The time to beat, some of you might be wondering, probably everyone is wondering, a 54.942 set by Benji Hamilton, and we are still on for a double Hamilton pole. Rory Hamilton in the cadets and Benji Hamilton over in the juniors. We also saw a very good time from Ryan Rapini in Junior Group B at 55.088. So it's very close at the top of the times in the juniors as it was in our cadets. So just going to have a gander at who we have in this session. Our kind of big championship hitters. Well, George Palmer Mobsby is going to be one of those because he is very, very quick. Although, as I look in the championship, he's actually not at the top end of the championship, so I'm not sure if he's missed around or if He's done in 16th. How has he done that? He's had a podium this season, a second place in the opening round of the season, which was Shennington?
For the opening round,
was it?
Just double check that because again,
it wasn't Buckmore, was it?
It was Rye House for the first round.
Rye House. Yes.
Yes, so there were the academy days that happened,
Right.
which is why I had to double check that. But yeah, the first racing event was at Rye House. Then we had GYG, and then we are here at Wilton Mill. So yes, indeed. So George with some good results, but I think that was yeah, it's been a tale of he had a harder time of it at GYG than he did at Rye House. Indeed, is that him having to? I'm just checking the score lines. He had to race it through a B final, I think, potentially.
Yes, he did.
So he's had to do a few recovery drives, hasn't he?
Speaking of B finals, we've got Don Balasaitis in this session, and he had that rather insane run where he qualified in the B final at GYG, came first or second, and then went from pretty much dead last in the B final to come the actual final. He was running in 5th place and then dropped back down to 10th. So another driver I'm keeping my eyes out for. We also have the likes of Mikey Brysenden racing, who is another driver in our top 5 of the championship. But a couple of minutes have passed. It is Palmer Mobsby at the top of the times, followed by Brody Skinner. And we are still in the early stages of qualifying, so we'll continue to see the lap times improving with, well, every passing lap, to be honest, at this point of the session. Drivers still trying to get their tyres up to temperature. To be fair, tyres come up to temperature very quickly in these Club 100 karts, but also getting to grips with the circuit and finding a bit of clear space. That tends to be the big crux for quali.
Yes, I've just been reminding myself of the situation. So on both occasions, Palmer Mobsby has had to get into that A final at the end of the day via promotion.
Okay.
So he won the, he finished second in the B final at round 1 at Rye House. He finished second behind Logan McAllister, so those were your two promotees on that occasion. Which is the other reason why Logan is sort of down the order,
yes.
Even though he took the win in the trophy final last time out at GYG. He had a tough time of it at Rye House, although bearing in mind that he is adapting, let's not forget here, he's adapting to these full-size Club 100 karts, having previously raced in the cadets and been a winner there. So,
well, I tell you what.
Yeah. So both Logan McAllister and George Palmer Mobsby have had a sort of similar season in that regard. It's just that we really saw Logan coming to the fore at GYG, so he's now getting a lot more up to speed. With George, he seems to race really well, but perhaps doesn't have such a good time of it in qualifying. So this is very positive from him to see him at the top of the timesheets this early on.
Well, 1,000th between our top two, and well, with that lap, a 55.3, George Palmer Mobsby has pretty much guaranteed himself an A final start for the pre-final, unless, well, pretty much everyone else in this session goes quicker than him, which would be a very, very tall ask. A lot of improvements coming through. Luca Brooks jumps up to 3rd position, 4/10 shy of our leading duo in qualifying so far.
So just coming up to the halfway session then in this last qualifying. We're going to do the service announcement again at the end of this. We will go into the lunch break, but fear not, we've got our paddock show ready to roll for you, during that.
George Palmer
it's because I was
Mobsby.
reading George Palmer Mobsby at the same time. During that lunch break, he improves.
Hey.
There we go. A 55.060.
That is quick.
That is really impressive time there. And that is, no, it's starting to knock on the door of Benji Hamilton's pace. Now, this is what we haven't seen from Palmer Mosby so far this season then, is a positive result, or certainly a result of this nature out of qualifying. Is he going to break that duck, if you like, and get himself onto the A grid immediately rather than having to work up through the more painful route, which is the repechage? Yellow flag was out there at Oziers. It's now been brought in, presumably for the placing of a cone there on the apex, just as we see the official walking away.
One of the other things about Whilton Mill that I feel like is always a kind of talking point that we bring up as commentators for Club 100 events, whether it's juniors or seniors, is Whilton Mill is such a well-known circuit. If you are even a slightly tiny bit off the pace, it hurts because everyone knows this circuit so well. It's not a circuit like GYG where you head there, half the people didn't even realize it was a circuit. A very good circuit, don't get me wrong, but loads of people aren't even aware that there was a circuit there until they see the calendar.
Yeah, okay.
Whilton Mill, on the other hand, it's like, yeah, I know that circuit like the back of my hand.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a track that, well, we mentioned it right at the top of the stream, didn't we? The central location of it means that a lot of drivers have come here before. I'm not aware, I'm struggling to think, I can't think of any Club 100 championship in any of the categories that doesn't come here for at least one of the rounds.
Same as Buckle, right?
Yeah, it's fairly frequently a test venue as well. And even just beyond Club 100 in general, you know, you've got so many championships that choose to come here because it's got that location right slap bang in the middle of the country. Yeah, it provides that opportunity. It means that a lot of drivers are very familiar with this Whilton Mill kart circuit. So, no, it's a good point. You do see a very competitive field here at Whilton Mill. And it does mean that we tend to get really close running.
We've got a penalty for Zain El Tobshi, who is currently running a very, very good P3. So that is unfortunate. It will only be one or two places demoted as Jack Harrison jumps up to third with a late improvement, as does Dominic Balasaitis up to fourth.
Now, this is for cone penalties, as there's an improvement again from George Palmer Mosby. That's big.
It's pole.
That's pole. That's a 54.926 straight up into provisional pole. And, well, we were wondering when we saw the time from Benji Hamilton if anyone could get up and challenge it. This is such a marked improvement in qualifying form here from George Palmer Mosby, and he puts himself on that provisional pole with just over 2 minutes left.
You know what, I tell you what, you have 2 race weekends, 2 race meets where you don't make it into the A final from qualifying. Third round, you come in, smash it on pole. That is one way to bounce back.
It's improvement, and it's, I mean, as I was saying earlier, you know, Logan McAllister is our lightweight cadets champion coming into this year. He had to get up to speed with this machinery. George is an interesting one, finishing it, you know, he carries that 3 plate because he was third in the championship. So he's got the same story as Logan. He's just had a slightly tricky start to the season with the qualifying.
He's only got an improved again.
He has 54.813. He's just found the pace. All of a sudden he's in the rhythm now, and here's the question: how far can he push this out? Because this is very impressive stuff from George Palmer Mosby. He's giving us, well, we wanted a dramatic finish to qualifying. We've got one. Loads of drivers improving now. Mikey Brissenden improves up to 8th place. Big improvements as well from Lewis Williams, excuse me, up to 9th place. Loads of drivers finding pace here in the closing stages of qualifying.
They're starting to feel the pressure. Balasaitis and Harrison also working together, currently 4th and 5th. They are nose to tail, don't improve that time around. But as you mentioned, Brissenden and Williams improving. Now, where is Palmer Mosby crossing the line? Another 54.8. These are incredible times being set by Palmer Mosby.
Yeah, it's not an improvement, but it is, I mean, it's still in.
It'd be enough for pole.
It would be enough for pole, yeah, absolutely. That's the point. It's only not pole because he's already gone faster. It's really, really good stuff here from the driver, the number 3.
The penalties in qualifying, is it position penalty or fast lap time deleted, actually?
It's position penalty.
It is position penalty,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Matthew
it has
So?
been that system in the past, I want to say.
Okay.
but it is position penalties applied once all the grids have been aggregated.
Very good lap from Bin-Suhayl, jumping up to second. He was down in 15th place until that lap. So it goes to show, even in these dying moments, you find that lap, it could turn your day around.
Yeah, massive lap from Bin-Suhayl. That's fantastic stuff there. Checkered flag out. Can he improve again? He can! That's a huge time from George Palmer Mobsby, a 54.661, and that is pole position by some, is that 0.3 of a second? Nearly 0.3 that he has in hand. That is a huge pole position. Henry Barrington improves to second with a 55.107. That lap time from Bin-Suhayl, he's still got to check the checkered flag. Can he improve again? No, he can't. A few more improvements further down as well. Brody Skinner with an improvement on that last lap. Tom Sands as well, as Noah Hadwin crosses the line. As the last few drivers come through to take the checkered flag, no other improvements to report. That is a massive, massive result for George Palmer Mobsby. And, well, we're not going to see him getting promoted through from the B finals because he won't be there. He is immediately into the A finals and then some with a stellar pole position time.
You know what? If you had told me that George Palmer Mobsby wasn't having a good season as I see that lap time, I would say that you, I don't know, were joking, or a ruder form of joking.
Well, I mean, he's had a great time of it racing forward. Once he has got the promotion, he's been brilliant with the racecraft and getting through. But very different position that he's in now. He'll be in the commanding position once we get underway with the racing. Really, really impressive stuff. Here at the circuit, then, we now go into a lunch break here at the circuit. That's due to wrap up around Oil Road. We're due to go back underway with track action at about 10 to 2. So in about 35 minutes time. But don't go anywhere here on your Alpha Live broadcast, because whilst that's going on here at the circuit, we're going to be showing you our paddock walk, which we recorded a little earlier on. So do enjoy that and keep it right here with Alpha Live. Well, hello everybody here on the stream. I think continuity-wise, it'll be the lunch break at the point when you're seeing this. But we're here for our paddock walk. We're starting up though up here on the gantry just because it gives us a really good vantage point of the new challenge really facing any drivers who have been here before, Yousuf, which is we're going to call it the heel. I don't know if it's been formally named that, but it definitely should be. It's an addition to the boot. The boot's got heeled, and just a different challenge. Obviously, you know, the primary driver for this change was improvements in safety, but at the end of the day, it's just a different challenge for the drivers to be taking on.
Absolutely. We've been trying to brainstorm a few different names. I think Stiletto came into it. So we've got the boot and then the heel of the boot now. And I think as well, the main thing that we were talking about was that safety going into the final corner. Very easy for a few of us nutters to try to send it into that final corner. And then, well, you put someone into the tyre barrier. So now there's no chances of that happening. A lot safer going through the corner and to start a new lap. And I think also there were some potential setup changes that were being made because it is a much slower exit coming out of that final corner, Howard, and I think potentially a few gearing changes coming into this weekend.
Yeah, I'm still meaning to check with the CLUB100 lot. We're already doing well on our prop coordination here with the single mic, aren't we? I haven't checked with them yet whether they've had to change the ratios on the kart for that yet for this weekend. But yeah, just a different... an interesting change there for the circuit. Going to be interesting to see how the drivers deal with that. Of course, for some of our drivers, it may be their first time here anyway, so they will know no different, and they will enjoy figuring that one out, I'm sure. Also means, of course, that they're perhaps slightly more controlled coming onto the grid to begin the race, going into the tram lines. The dummy grid, though, if you're ever wondering how the CLUB100 schedule runs to such a slick time schedule, the dummy grid here gets ready in the pit lane, ready for the next race to go out. So right now, the first cadet practice. In fact, there's the whistle blow and them heading out now. And then whilst they're out on track, the juniors will get ready. And obviously, with the differences between the cadet and the what I'll call the junior kart, but of course it's the same Rotax Evo kart that's used in all categories of CLUB100 that aren't cadet. Those CLUB100 Rotax Evo karts, the bigger size ones sit alongside. So you literally have the pack of cadet karts, the pack of junior karts, and they alternate between the two. should we get some thoughts of some drivers? We're blocking the way for some people on the gantry here, so we may as well say, do we want a quick chat? Who have we got here?
Jacob Kent.
Jacob, and how are you looking forward to today?
I'm thinking just kind of win it.
I'd say that's a good game plan. Have you been done much Whilton Mill driving before?
I came here last season, but there weren't the new curbs for the chicane in the last corner.
Yeah, exactly. So were you in the pre-event practice session earlier?
Yes.
So was that your first time getting a sense of this corner? Okay, so you're already sussing that out and you're up here, to be fair, seeing how people are dealing with it, yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely, getting his eye on the ball, I like it. How did GYG, how was that for you?
It was okay. I crashed out in my pre-B final, but managed to get back up, upgrade into the A, but then didn't get very far in the A.
Okay, good. So, and how was Whilton for you last year?
Whitmill was pretty good. I ended up in the B, but I had some nice overtakes and I liked it a lot.
Awesome stuff. So hopefully a good time of it today. Have a good racing out there, Jacob. All the best. And should we just get one last driver's thought? And then I know Yousuf has a plan for this paddock walk, and I want to give him the time.
I have this.
Yeah, exactly. Who have we got here?
Valentine.
Good stuff. And Whilton Mill, have you raced here before?
Once.
Okay. So you've already been out on circuit today? Yeah. And how is it feeling out there? How did you find it?
The new bit's very bouncy.
Bouncy, okay. But it's, I mean, I think it's the best conditions you could have to get used to changing the circuit. How was GYG? Were you at GYG with us?
Yeah, it was great, but I spun both the races, so that wasn't fun.
Okay, so hopefully a better time of it today, yeah? Brilliant stuff. You have good racing out there. Yousuf, I'm going to hand you the mic.
Oh, this is way too much power for me. But we're going to head down the stairs and we're going to try to find a few more drivers. There's a couple of drivers that I would like to get a chat with, and I do see one of them sitting in their cart. It's a driver that I have fortunately been very lucky to know for quite a while, so I can get away with throwing a few roasts and a few insults his way as well. And he also knows that I'm coming for him as well, so I think that'll be making it a bit more interesting. But it is a driver who was starting on the front row at GYG, didn't have a very good run, and of course, I'm talking about the one and only Blake Southern, who is sitting right over there, and he knew I was coming as well. Hello, Blake.
Hi.
So I've got a few questions for you. So Blake's been in the wars a little bit this season. You've gone into a tyre barrier at Rye House. You've been loaded off lap 1 GYG. What's your plan for today?
Try to get pole and just lead away, really.
Pole and lead away. Have you been out on Whilton Mill since they changed the final corner?
Yeah, I've done a couple owner karts. I did Whilton Mill Kart Club round 2, I think it was. It's a good layout, but you know it's a bit changed because you've got the tyre barriers in. But overall, I think it's quite a good addition.
What's going on with the new suit?
JDR suit.
Is it a lucky suit?
Yeah.
Well, best of luck.
Cheers.
Right, so good to have a little chat with Blake Southern. And I'm going to hand the mic back over as we're going to make our way further into the paddock.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I think we're sort of angling for like the balcony or the area beyond, aren't we? So let's. But whilst we're going through, shall we get? Let's get some drivers' thoughts. Onyx, can we have a quick word?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Onyx Hogarth. Talk us through how GYG went for you.
Well, it was pretty good actually, apart from the crash at GYG. It was really painful. I hurt my knee on the steering wheel. And yeah, overall it went pretty well.
Okay, so hoping for perhaps slightly better things today. Whilton Mill, you got a lot of experience here. What's the situation for you coming into here?
Not a lot of experience. I've only done one round here. But yeah, I'll just try my best and like learn the lines a little bit more.
Good stuff. Okay. Were you out on track earlier in the pre-testing, or are you about to head out for the first time?
I'm about to head out for the first time.
Say again?
About to head out for the first time.
Okay. Okay. So you'll be trying to get the eye in on the new layout at the end there. Okay. You focus on that then, Onyx. Have a good day's racing, yeah? Brilliant stuff. So, he's right here. Yousuf, take the mic. Have a go.
So I've also just realised that, did you know we've been saying Blake's surname wrong the entire time?
Have we?
Yes, apparently it's Blake Southhan rather than Southern. So,
The more you know.
more we know. I just got a little eye as well from Don Balasitis. And I think it was the eye of, oh no, is he going to come and interview me? So I've saved him for today and kept him protected.
Spared.
Exactly, right. So we're going to go up onto the balcony and one, see what kind of food people are having, because that's, of course, very important. And number two is we've got a little challenge for our unsuspecting young talent. So we hopefully will find a table with lots of drivers where we can get them to compete in this challenge. But annoyingly, everyone's kind of spread over different tables. So I'm just thinking how we can get around this, Howard.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I talk through my lap?
Okay.
And if you go and try and grab some nearby drivers, does that work?
That sounds perfect.
Shall I fill?
You
Right.
fill, and I'll fill a table.
Here we go, folks. This is because Yousuf challenged me to this. He was like, what would your perfect lap be? So this is based off of circuits around the Club 100 calendar, mind. And this is going to show up terribly on camera. So I'm just going to have to talk you through. Laura, is that even coming through? Okay, we'll go with it. So we're going to do set to 1 of Whilton Mill, right? Why not? Beautiful first sector here. Love Oblivion all the way up to Christmas Corner. Then we're going to come down here into Symes Sweep of Butmore Park, right through the left and then the right. Then we're going to go into the carousel of GYG. Then we're going to continue our Welsh theme by going through McWhirter's Corner at Llandau. Okay, some of you might not be familiar with that one, but that's basically the one that in the midsection that it's a late apex. It's got the famous sausage curb on the exit, bit of a challenge. We're going to then skip the next right-hander and come through the Dell of Llandau. Then we're going to go into the last sector of Lyd. That's the horseshoe and down to the double right-hander. And then, now Yousuf says I'm cheating. I'm going to do an inversion of the Bayford Meadows chicane to finish the lap. He says I can't do that, but I did. And if he argues about it, we're saying it's actually the last corner at Ella Park, which I don't think works as well for the flow of that lap. But there you go. There's my perfect lap. And in that time, as if by magic, in what was probably the most tedious section of a paddock walk ever for everybody as I talked through that, Yousuf, you have volunteers.
I do. Well, I say volunteers. I grab them, and I've got the 4 greatest drivers that Club 100 has ever known. I'd say their names, but I don't know their names yet. We will find out their names. So, do you guys know what you're doing?
No.
No. Right. So, I'm hoping that you've all been to lots of different Club 100 circuits, and we've all got a sheet of paper. There we go. There we go. I've got 2 more. Now, you are all going to draw out your ideal Club 100 circuit, and you can only use corners from the Club 100 calendar. So we're going to give them a few minutes to think about what kind of corners they like, what kind of track they want. We'll find out if they like a nice high-speed circuit or nice slow-speed circuit, lots of hairpins and such.
Indeed. We may have more volunteers if you've got more paper, Yousuf. I don't know how many we'll be able to review.
I don't have more pens,
Have you,
that's the issue.
oh, you've run out of pens. Okay. That is going to be an issue. We're going to give everyone a chance to think.
Yes.
I'm going to... Who have we got? Let's do some interviews. Who have we got?
Jake Anders.
We have got Jake Anderson.
Jack Harrison.
Indeed. So, well, I feel I've got to ask you. It's harder to do when you're not drawing it. What's your? Could talk us through maybe some of your favourite corners of Club 100.
Well, I definitely like Rye House Turn 1.
Yes.
He'll say the whole Rye House.
Yeah.
It's the best track in the...
The whole of Right House.
Oh, yeah, best track on the calendar, easily.
Only because you won there.
Shush.
So yeah, Rye House is. I find that Rye House is one of the. I wouldn't say it's as far as a Marmite track, but like the people who like Rye House really love Rye House.
Yeah, like the fast corners with it, mixed with the slow speed corners. It actually, although it's really a really thin track, it makes really good overtaking, good racing.
It's a good point. It's a good point, although small points docked there for not giving a shout out to the circuit we're actually at. But never mind. Jake, what about you? What are some of the tracks and your favourite places to drive in a Club 100 car?
This track specifically is one of my favourites.
What a good answer, Jake.
Specifically, I don't like the last corner though. I think they should have kept Monster. I preferred that layout. I don't know, I just can't seem to hook it up. I might have smashed the curb twice or something. Don't tell John.
Well, what's good is you haven't just told me on a Paddock show that's going to go out. That's good. How was GYG for you both?
Well, I did pretty well at GYG actually. I finished 4th in the A. I got defended for the whole race and I eventually got fed up and I just kind of said it. You no longer go for a gap, you no longer race a driver.
Very true, very true. And yeah, talk us through your story of GYG.
Wasn't there.
Good point, you were there. I am nailing this Paddock walk today. Any particular hopes and expectations from today? Whilton Mills circuit that serves you well?
Well, I'm hoping to get an A final. I've been here loads. Last year I put it P2 in quali. This man was bogging in pre-test.
Bogging so hard.
He's hoping for a back of the B final.
Yeah, or maybe like winning the C final. I think that's the goal here.
Okay, well, you two have a good day's driving, guys. Thanks for talking to us. Yousuf, shall we get the results of our incredible drawing exercise?
Yes, I think we've got... See, our cadet has finished first. See, this is why I like the cadets. They're quick, right? Right, go on. Talk me through your circuit.
Well, I don't know them lot because they're
What circuit is it from?
Shannington and GYG. They're the only ones I've ever been to.
Okay, so is it all Shannington and GYG then?
Mainly. And then so that's the last bit of Shannington, and then that's the like loopy bit from GYG when you go down the hill.
That's a really good corner. So where does your circuit start? Where's the start-finish line?
There, and then you go like up the hill at GYG, round, and I think that's like.
Is that meant to be like the double left-hander and then going down the hill?
Yeah.
I like that. So then that's then where you finish the lap at GYG, right?
Yeah.
So what's this bit over here?
That's the hairpin. That's the hairpin at Shannington, and then. Well, that's meant to be the last corner at GYG, and then that's the Bruno chicane, and then back to the last few turns at Shannington.
I like that. So what's this final bit over here?
That's meant to be so you come out and then you do the like loopy bit at Shannington.
I like that.
Cafe corner.
Oh, Cafe Corner. I like that circuit. Lots of GYG, lots of Shannington. Let's see how our others are getting along. Oh. Okay, what have we got over here then?
A mix of everything, basically. So
Right, where do we start?
we got Glenny straight, then up to PFI with the loop, with the bridge. Then we got Rye House turn 1. Then we got...
I'm sorry, so when did Rye House turn 1 look like that?
I'm not a drawer, okay? And then we got Buckmore downhill bit. Then we've got Rye House's last extra, and then PFI's hairpins.
See, I really like the Buckmore last bit and then the final section at Rye. That bit, I don't know what's going on there. I think we can give that a good 7 out of 10.
Thank you. I'm happy.
Right, we'll find out how our other two are getting along. I know this one over here is done. Go on, talk us through the circuit.
Okay, so I've started with the PFI straight, and then we go into the curve at PFI, I'm not sure what it's called. Then we go into the clay pigeon S's, the chicane, and then the Buckmore S, but I can't draw for my life. So we go into the GYG, the last sequence of corners, and then the first corner at Lid into the last corner of PFI, and that's the lap.
I like that. Can we get these two up together? Who do we think has done PFI carousel best here?
Yeah, I've bottled it, so I've got no clue.
Oh, I don't know.
We'll leave it to the viewers to decide who's absolutely nailed the drawings. And we've got one final drawing here. Go on, do you want to talk us through your circuit?
Oh, this whole track, and this is basically, I just drew Shennington.
You just drew Shennington?
Just drew Shennington.
Do you like Shennington?
Well, yeah, because I had a massive crash and I smashed my head into turn 1.
You like Shennington because you had a really big crash?
Yeah. Smashed my head into the shadow realm.
Smashed your head into the shadow realm. You know what? I'll give you one thing. That's a decent Shennington drawing.
I left a mark there. On my head.
Fair enough. We'll get one more view. I'll give him it's a good drawing of Shennington. I don't know if I'd want to do a whole lap of Shennington, though.
I mean, I like Shennington, but yeah, I think, well, there's bits from other circuits. Well, I did the whole first sector of this lap, so obviously I'm biased. But yeah, so as I realised that I could have used the final chicane at Red Lodge instead of the Bayford Meadows inverted, we should probably wrap it up there. It's been a fun exercise, hasn't it?
I've quite liked it, especially to see bad drawings. That's been my most enjoyed part.
I guess just if we got a few seconds, did we actually cover yours?
No.
Well, come on.
This is the best drawing, all right? So
it's not.
I think we should show the drivers. Let's get the drivers back into this. Right,
this is Yousuf's
of my circuit.
What's this for?
That's Ella Park.
Fair, okay.
When you go to Ella Park, you'll love it.
I like it. It looks a bit like, I can't think of the track.
It should look like Bayford Meadows, because it's pretty much all Bayford Meadows.
I mean, let's not lie. He has basically drawn Bayford Meadows and stuck a bit of Rye and Ella in it.
Okay, hang on, right.
It's what you've done.
I've got to justify this circuit, right? Bayford Meadows turn 1, fantastic. Rye House turn 1, incredible. Bayford turn 2, it's Bayford Meadows. Ella Park turns 2 and 3, that will get your neck going, so you need good neck strength. Who doesn't love Osiers? And then final sector of Bayford Meadows.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's just not as good as mine. It's been a lot of fun down here in the paddock. Let's head back, though, to, it'll be going into racing action when we're back with you live on your Alpha Live broadcast. Take care.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back to Live Pictures, everybody. Coming to you on your Alpha Live broadcast of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Junior Championships. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Yousuf Bin-Suhayl in the comms position for you. And we are getting ready for our first racing action, having had the qualifying sessions earlier on. Do hope you enjoyed the paddock walk as well that we were able to bring you during the lunch break. Let's take a look at your grid then for the first race of the day. This is 11 minutes, the length of all of the races that we're going to have for you here. Adam Telford will start this pole with Ledger Dimitriou alongside. Arif Jarush and Lily Cattington are your second row of the grid. Edward Sybry and Ewan Farrelly make up row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Sarah Telford and Oscar Deliniech. Ferris Pelch and Harry Berry Whiting round out your top 10. Then it's Leander Hewitt and Alfie Clark on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Freddie Powell and Isaac Chang. Elena Santos and Zach Evans are on row 8. It's Juan Amandares Bocanegra and Vali Finberg on row 9. Adam Asghar and Samadip Daliwal are on row 10, rounding out the top 20. And then Megan Gascoigne rounds out the 21 karts contesting this Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-C final. A few penalties, by the way, and exclusions. The drivers in the last 3 positions on this grid do have penalties. I don't mention that in any way to name or shame. I mention that because that can mean that we've got drivers, even though we've decided these grids by way of by timed qualifying, it still means that we get a few drivers who are out of position based on their pace that they've shown. So it might be interesting to see how those drivers towards the back of the grid work their way up the order. But yeah, Yousuf, getting ready to start our racing.
Yes, and I was also just going to mention with one of those drivers that got a penalty, their pace from their qualifying time would have been good enough to get them into the B final.
Good point.
So keep your eyes out for Sarmadeep Daliwal, because he could be on an absolute mission in this race. And, well, he's starting all the way down the order. Dare I say, maybe one of the dark horses or even favourites to win this, considering how much pace he had in qualifying.
Absolutely. And what is the mission? Well, the mission is to try and get one of the promotion spots up the order. It's the top 4 positions from this race who get promoted. He's going to double check that one, ladies and gentlemen,
It's
because
top 2 in the B final go to the A final,
it
but
is
top 4 in the C final, if memory serves correctly.
And the reason I'm double checking that, if people are wondering, it's inverted this year in the senior sprints. So it's actually
what, top 4 in the B final go up?
Yes.
I need to go back into the sprints.
Yes. Yes, you're yes.
We don't talk about him. About my
no, it's fine.
Welterville.
It's fine. But yes. So it is. It is the top. Yes. No, let's not talk about how it is in seniors right now. It is. Why am I having so much problem finding these things today? There we go.
There's a lot of rules, to be fair, in Club 100.
Indeed. No, so, yes, sorry.
Yes, no,
it's
yes,
the
sorry.
top highly professional start that I've done here to the comms. Let's be clear. The top 2 of all races of B or C here get promoted. Apologies for that one, folks. It is a different situation in senior sprints, but we're not at senior sprints, so we're not going to worry about it. So, yeah. The top 2 of this race will get promoted. That is the mission statement for those towards the back of the grid. And a reminder to myself to never, ever have the seniors and the cadet rulebooks opened on my computer at the same time, because it's very easy to switch to the wrong one as I'm switching between the windows. But yeah, the top 2 positions for this pre-C final will get promoted up to the pre-B. The same opportunity will be there later on in the C final as well. The top 2 of those will get promoted as well. So ultimately, 4 of the drivers on this grid will end up in that B grid.
Yeah.
That promotion may come their way either in this pre-final or in the final later on. But that is basically the mission statement. Obviously, it's mostly just the primary reason is points, right? The greater points, the greater prizes are on offer in those higher tiered grids. I mean, it's also cost effective. You effectively get a free race. So
exactly.
if you're
pre-C final to Trophy A final, right?
Exactly. It's always an aspect that my Double Dash Motorsport media partner in crime, Mr. Andrew Mather, is always like, it's the most cost-effective way of doing it.
And
because I'm from the north, I want to highlight that fact.
Hey, I'm not from the north, but I'll take cost-effective karting any day of the week.
He always says that. I'm like, don't worry, I'm from the Midlands, and
How far north is Andrew from?
Well, Sheffield.
I know people that would say that that's not north.
What? People north of Sheffield.
Yeah, exactly. it tends to be how the north-south thing works, isn't it? If you're further north or south, then...
I'm from the Midlands, so I continually get told that where I'm from doesn't exist.
Yes.
Because northerners say I'm from the south. And
you're in the south, and, yeah.
I'm routinely just seeking recognition that where I live and was born exists. We're getting ready, though.
We do,
here,
are indeed.
Here in the English Midlands, right here where we are right now at Whilton Mill, which definitely exists, we are getting ready to go racing here. We're going to go around again. Not sure that was the game plan for how the grid should navigate that chicane.
To be fair, considering
it went well.
It was a surprise,
yeah.
Nobody crashed into each other.
That went very well.
Very impressive.
So they're just getting all these drivers into grid formation. Now, when we go into these starts, it will be, the first thing to say is it will be a rolling start, which is, in my opinion, the best way to start a motor race. And one of the key things that the clerk of the course will be looking for here is adherence to the tram lines. They don't want to see drivers breaking formation ahead of the start-finish line.
Yes.
If that were to occur, or there were to be what's called loading as well, that's something else that the officials don't want to see. That's basically where...
excessive weaving.
Excessive weaving, that's true as well.
I got the first ever penalty of that, by the way, in CLUB100.
Well done.
Thank you.
I'm not... so if you're excessive weaving or loading, as I say, loading is where basically all the car... It's basically bump drafting...
Pushing a car into the braking zone.
Indeed. Bump drafting that no one wanted or asked for, basically. And then the last one, obviously, if there is some large incident involving a lot of carts, we may see the false start flag come out. Hopefully we don't, though. Hopefully we are good to go for 11 minutes of racing. Who's going to get the promotion spots? We are racing here at Whilton Mill. Adam Telford leads them away and into oblivion for the first time. But it's a great start from Ledger Dimitriou for second place on the grid. And I believe it's he in the number 19 car who's got himself to the head of the field. He's got a spinner in the mid-pack. All of the rest of the drivers doing a good job of avoiding that driver. We'll check on timing who that is come the end of this lap. But it is indeed Ledger Dimitriou who leads them through the top part of the lap for the first time.
Yeah, it's been a very good start. We did have that one spin. Thankfully, no one went straight into the side of that car because it's so easy to happen, but they weren't completely blind-sided. So who is that now at the back of the field? We'll find out soon as there's a contact warning for Leander Hewitt, but leading the field is Ledger Dimitriou ahead of Adam Telford. Then comes Lily Catignon, but we're still early on into this race. 10 minutes of racing to go, which is about the equivalent of 10 laps.
Coming around then to finish the first lap. Contact warning issued for the number 49. Isaac Chang, and there's a driver off there in the chicane.
Well, I hope we can get a replay of that because that looked very spicy and a rather creative overtake attempt, I think. But I would like to see the build-up to the incident.
Indeed. I think one of your drivers, your driver involved in the spin at turn 2 might have been Ferris Pelch in the 69, I think it was. But we've also had dramas for Edward Sybry, Leander Hewitt, and Samadip Dhaliwal.
I think that was him.
You said, you were saying might be one to watch here, given his qualifying pace. Well, it's a very unfortunate start there for Samadip because he's now back right at the back of the field, and he's got some 13 seconds to make up on everybody else. So difficult start, definitely, for Dhaliwal.
Well, we said one to watch, and we did watch him go into the tyre barriers rather unfortunately.
He's still got that pace that he had, so one would expect he will be able to close that gap, but it's, well, it will take a fairly extraordinary set of circumstances now for him to find himself in one of the two repechage positions, which are currently occupied by Ledger Dimitriou, who takes the gap out already by the end of lap 2. He's already got a gap of 2 seconds after 2 laps. This is the battle for second place, that all-important second promotion spot. It's Adam Telford at the moment, as there is a pass by Isaac Chang, I believe, on Sarah Telford, I think that was, for 5th place. So change of position there. But that battle over 2nd place at the moment is Adam Telford, Arif Jarosh and Lily Catignon, 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment, battling away. At the moment, or early on here, this is already beginning to look like that's their focus, rather than necessarily trying to push on up the road and challenge Demetriou.
As we've got a penalty for Oscar Doliniec, and I know there's been a lot of Oscar fans in the chat, so they won't be too happy to see that. And he was currently running in PA as we see this group for 2nd place. Adam Telford ahead of Arif Jarosh and Lily Catignon. We'll see whether Isaac Chang can close in as legendary Demetriou sets the new fastest lap of the race, the only driver to get sub 1 minute.
Absolutely, battle for 2nd place coming up the hill then. That's Jarosh looking to the inside at Christmas Corner. It's actually not the one thing about Christmas Corner, you do see moves under the brake, on the brakes definitely into Christmas Corner, but because it's uphill braking and the cameras perhaps don't do the slope of this circuit justice, you have to be very bold on the brakes into Christmas Corner because it's that much shorter a braking zone because of the uphill braking. And it hasn't quite paid off for Jarosh, and if anything, he's brought himself more under pressure from Lily Catignon in that number 45 kart. In fact, he's having to go tight now, more in defence than in attack as they come round the boot section. Anywhere for Lily to go to find a way through, not this time around. And they go on to a new lap in the same order that they started.
So I do believe we have a replay of that incident as Demetriou sets a new fast lap of the race, 59.4. The only driver close to him is actually Dhaliwal, who put in a 1 minute .0 last time around.
Absolutely. Once again, this battle for 2nd place coming through Christmas Corner.
And the more these two battle, the more likely Isaac Chang and Sarah Telford close in. And then we can have a 5-way battle for 2nd place, which is even more exciting.
Yeah, it's a good point. Chang and Telford on that far back. Moves happening elsewhere in the field, by the way. Oscar Delenic and Ewan Farrelly passed Alfie Clark on that last lap. And Megan Gascoigne as well. One of those drivers who, yes, got the penalty in qualifying, but obviously that penalty's been applied now. She's served that by starting at the back of this grid. Moving on up the field, up to 11th place already is the driver of the number 27. So keep an eye on her progress up through the field.
Isaac Chang is looking rather quick. He's actually the quickest of this group of 5 karts. Demetriou puts in another 59.4. Adam Telford starting just to squeeze clear of Arif Jarosh and Lily Catignon, as here goes Catignon up the inside. And that is just a textbook overtake into Christmas Corner.
Yeah, that's how it's done, and it wasn't in the easiest of circumstances there because Arif was having a look of his own up the inside there of Adam Telford, but really nicely done by Lily there, and takes herself up to 3rd place. This is an interesting pack, isn't it? That one that just came into shot there. That's the pack headed up at the moment by Megan Gascoigne. So it's from 10th place down, that long train of karts you just saw coming through Ashby. She'll now be looking to get on up the road up towards the Delinic-Farrelly-Clark battle, which is the one
bit of contact as Jarosh tries to get back involved. Pokes his nose. You can't really do that into that corner because he's just going to get chopped off.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? You're not. Sometimes it can be useful to show your nose to try and apply the pressure, but that was never going to work. That's not a great run through the crook for Telford. Yeah, that's a great run for Lily Catignon up the hill. Is she going to be able to put a move in? That's decent positioning from Adam Telford there. Just a little bit shallower on entry just to dissuade the move there from Lily. That's really good stuff. But as you rightly predicted, Yousuf, this is bringing the likes of Isaac Chang and Sarah Telford into the mix. The 49 and the 17 karts slowly but surely closing up on these drivers as they take, suboptimal lines by way of defence and attack amongst themselves.
Yeah, and Jarosh really needs to get through because if he doesn't, Catignon's going to get past into 2nd, and she's going to check out because her pace looks absolutely ridiculous right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it now really is a 5-kart battle for what is, don't forget, the last of the promotion spots on offer in this race. Ledger Demetriou, as you may have guessed from the successive...
Catignon's a bit sideways there.
But yeah, successive fastest slaps for Demetriou means that he's got this one pretty comfortable at the moment, an 8.7. But this is a look from Jarush, which hasn't gone his way there. Good positioning from Catignon to stave off the attack. What about into Ashby? Is he having a look again?
Again, it's just that poking the nose up the inside, isn't it, Howard? Just trying to have a feel, put Catignon off her rhythm, because, again, she's still just applying that pressure onto Adam Telford, waiting for that mistake. But where Catignon has looked really good is going through turns 1 and 2. Last time round, she did make that mistake, but this time round, if she can hook it up, I think Adam Telford might be a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. She does seem strong in that lap. I wonder if it's just the run that she gets off of this sequence here. We've been talking about it so much, how crucial it is to get a good run off of this corner to maximise your run through Oblivion, the Crook, and Fine Lady, which is the corner that I got pointed out there, through the Crook now, and then this kink on the straight there, that's Fine Lady, and once again Lily Catignon with a good run up the hill. Once again Adam Telford going defensive. Once again Arif Javrish trying to position himself in such a way that an opportunity opens up for him, but it stays as they were for now with 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Every time they go up into Christmas, I remember that overtake from the British Kart Championships as wide goes the 64 of Arif Jarush, puts a wheel onto the dirt and it almost sends him around, but he somehow keeps the car under control and critically keeps himself in 4th position.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it with the amount of runoff that there is and that they're allowed to use on the exit of that corner, but the key thing there is they are allowed to use it, and it's easier than you think when following a kart to just sort of dip a wheel there. I think, can we take a look at that replay then? This is from much earlier on in the race. So we're going to see the incident here into the hairpin. Okay, this is contact early on there. Ooh. And then that was off. And this was that
was Summer Deep.
Yeah.
I think.
So, yeah, that was the incident early on. But as we mentioned, has got decent pace, and what was a 13-second gap is now less than a second that Dhaliwal has off the back of the field. So basically now battling for 20th place. He's got a penalty
as well.
With Leander Hewitt. But yeah, penalty showing. I should say we're not getting the nature of those penalties through on our timing screen at the moment.
I think it's contact because they've both done 1:10 last time round.
Quite possible. Quite possible. But exactly what the nature of that penalty and thus how many positions it will be, I'm not sure.
But this battle for second place is really brewing up once again.
Yeah, it's coming to the boil nicely here. Adam Telford goes a little bit defensive maybe through 1 and 2, but does that compromise him up the hill? It does, and we've already seen Lily Catignon so strong in this part of the lap. This has surely been her strongest run yet, but Adam Telford moves across, and Lily just backs out of it, decides to keep her powder dry for now. Behind her, Jarush is trying to get the switch back there through the top few corners to open up an opportunity down here into Ashby. But it's actually quite a difficult corner to overtake on the brakes into Ashby because, you know, drivers are already pushing the limit on that downhill braking. And I find that Ashby sort of tightens up, pinches towards the apex. So it's quite difficult to run through there side by side.
Yeah, it's one of those corners, downhill braking, so easy to go for ascenders. There's Ledger Dimitri, we've forgotten about him. He's absolutely rocketing along, putting in low 59s every single lap. But this battle for second, Adam Telford, we are on to the final lap of the race. Oh. And there's an incident.
And that's from high up. Is that not Lily Catignon?
Yeah.
One of those drivers.
And that's Jarush.
That's from the main pack, and indeed, they are both dropping down the order. Well, that's disaster for Catignon and Jarush. They may not have made it past Adam Telford in the end for that last promotion spot, but what they're doing here is seriously, unfortunately for them, compromising
Chang has a penalty.
Yeah, penalty for Chang. Now, again, that's not showing what the nature of it is, but one may presume that that's in relation to that. Maybe some contact, a takeout penalty there. What this is going to do then is allow Adam Telford to go unchallenged, I think, for that last of the promotion spots. Someone who definitely is going unchallenged because of the way he has dominated this race. And this bodes really well for how he does later on in the B grid finals, the B tier. Ledger Dimitri takes the win in the pre-C final for super lightweight cadets for round number 3. And then we expect, and here's the gap he opened up. You can see, is that a bird that's had a chance to go down onto the grid and part? No, is that?
No, it's a hand.
It's a hand. It's a hand. That was a visual optical illusion there. Adam Telford finishes second. Isaac Chang is third. And Sarah Telford in fourth. Megan Gascoigne in 5th. What a drive from Gascoigne to get on up the order to 5th place. Really good drive from her there. There's Ledger Dimitriou and Adam Telford who get the promotion spots. And I have demonstrated that I need to take a trip to the opticians.
I mean, to be honest, I thought it was a bird as well when you mentioned it. And then I saw the cart just go into it. I thought, oh, that's a little bit wonky.
I was going to say, Dimitriou had such a gap that a bird has had a chance to land and just mill about on the grid.
I think that was a great call, to be honest, Howard.
Well done to Dimitriou and Telford. Some interesting plot lines there that I think will be interesting to see play out in the C final later on. But it's those two who provisionally, at least we say, get the promotion spot. And we'll be doing the equivalent race. The pre-C final for Super Lightweight Juniors is next. Let's take a look at your grid then for the pre-C final for Super Lightweight Juniors here for round 3 at Whilton Mill. It's going to be... I'm going to stall briefly there before we go into our grid. I'm just hearing as they're just getting ready in the pit lane, and there are no birds or hands on the grid as we take you through the order they'll start this one in. There we go, just in time for them coming out onto the circuit. Max Miller then will start this one from pole position with Bly Gregory alongside Sammy Churchill and Noah Hadwin are row 2. Voyden Kajayan and Caden Ward are row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Dylan Tracy and Daniel Campbell. Ben Cosgrove and Dylan Fitzhenry round out the top 10. It's Jack Adcock and Oliver Bamford Sr. on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Annabelle Owen and Charlie Williams. It's Zachariah Saeed and Kira Boylan on row 8. Andrea Brahariu Mastiata and Luke Cherrington are row 9. And then it's Tyler Masters and Callum Wood to round out your top 20. Lilia Scatchard and Thomas Walker are next, with Freddie Coleman-Evans and Dmitry Borowski on the 12th row of the grid. Then it's going to be Onyx Hogarth and Michael Lonergan-Khan. Rowan Horder and Harrison Bishop are on row 14. And rounding out the 29 kart grid is going to be the number 88 of Henry Eaton, who I think may be in that position. Bear in mind, I think he was one of the drivers who had an off and therefore didn't have as much opportunity to set a time. We're ready to go though, and away we do go. Max Miller leads them away in the number 84. We saw a great start from second on the grid last time. This time it's the pole sitter who slots into the lead there as they head up the hill for the first time. No spinners as they come out the crook. There does look like there's a driver who ran a little bit wide, but they're battling. That looks like a great start from, is that Kajayan, who I think has got quite far up the order as they weave their way through the top part of the hill for the first time.
I think I saw a couple of cars going 4, nearly 5 abreast, heading through Boxing Day. Big shunt heading down into Ashby in the midfield. And I can't tell who that was who went wide going through the crook, but this battle is, well, actually, sorry, that's a midfield as someone goes wide through the left-hander and has a little bit of a clash with the tyre barriers.
Yeah, just to be clear, tyre contact can also count as a cone penalty. A cone penalty doesn't have to be a cone per se. It's any piece of track furniture, as it tends to be referred to in regulations, that gets dislodged or knocked out of place. Max Miller, though, has retained his pole position come the end of lap number 1, and it's a good start for Sammy Churchill in second, Bly Gregory in third. Voyden Kajayan did get up to 4th place, and then Noah Hadwin rounds out your top 5. Here is Caden Ward having a look here at Noah Hadwin, and he's got through, and so too has gone Dylan Tracy there. Daniel Campbell has benefited from that as we've got a driver moving slowly through the crook. It was Onyx Hogarth and Luke Cherrington who were your drivers who had some form of drama during that first lap. But here, as I say, we have working well together here in the early phases, Caden Ward and Daniel Campbell, who have both got by Noah Hadwin to line themselves up 5th and 6th respectively at this point.
Hadwin and Ward are looking relatively quick at the moment, and to be honest, looking at the 35, I think Daniel Campbell might be making a charge up through the field. He certainly seems to have a lot of pace underneath the car. As wide goes the 84. And that is the Max Miller, your race leader. That's allowed Sammy Churchill to go up the inside into Christmas corner. Fantastic move and an opportunistic move for Sammy Churchill to take the race lead, execute the overtake as well flawlessly. That's allowed Blythe Gregory to close in as well, and your top three now separated by less than a second as they head through Wilkins down the hill towards Ozias. But now it's Max Miller in second place. He's got someone that he can chase, and he touches the cones through Ozias. So Max Miller's day, Max Miller's race might have gone from sketchy to bad. And we're also seeing as well Daniel Campbell right on the back of Caden Ward trying to have a go. That's an opportunistic move and a half from Noah Hadwin. What a send up the inside of Dylan Tracy, and he made that work as well. That has to be one of the best overtakes I've seen at Whilton Mill, and it all comes from that redesigned final chicane. We've got a yellow flag up at Christmas corner by the looks of the hands that are being raised, and there is a Strucken cart heading down into Ashby. It's on the racing line as well, and that is one of the big overtaking points on the circuit, so that's going to make overtaking a little bit more difficult, but not too much more difficult. Sammy Churchill already starting to stretch out a lead to Max Miller, half a second clear of Blythe Gregory, as there is the blue suit with the white helmet of Caden Ward, now trying to hunt down Blythe Gregory, who is right on the back of Max Miller, heading through the final corner. The boot heel, or the heel, I think we are now calling it, but Sammy Churchill absolutely flying along. He's pulled half a second last time round to Max Miller, but it is Daniel Campbell who is the quickest driver out on the circuit, down in fourth place. And there you see Daniel Campbell in the number 35 car as they go through Christmas. We'll see whether we still have a Strucken cart heading down into Ashby. It has been removed, which means we're back to full racing conditions down the hill and around the entire circuit. Through Ozias they go once more, and there is the fourth and fifth place drivers of Daniel Campbell and Caden Ward, who are working together absolutely flawlessly right now. Sorry, Blythe Gregory and Daniel Campbell. Has there been a change for positions, as Daniel Campbell has just set a new fast lap of the race at 55.9. That is 7/10 quicker than anyone else out on circuit. Daniel Campbell is on an absolute mission. And I said this before when Daniel Campbell was behind Caden Ward and Noah Hadwin, that he would be one to watch out for. And he is really putting the moves as he climbs up through the field. As now that's the 82 coming under pressure as we go 2 by 2 through Christmas corner and through Boxing Day before we head back down the hill and into Ashby corner. But less than 2 seconds now between our top four. The battle for these two promotion spots that advance into the A final is really starting to heat up, and that is wide for the number 10 of Caden Ward. So Caden Ward trying to close in, but making a little mistake through the boot. Sammy Churchill has pulled away, but Max Miller coming under pressure from Blythe Gregory, Daniel Campbell. Campbell in that blue suit with the white helmet. Churchill with a new fast lap of the race, but here comes Campbell right behind Gregory, but can't go for a send up the inside into Christmas corner, and will have to sit behind him once again.
Yes, indeed. Hold station 4 now. But yeah, won't need too many more opportunities to, won't need a second time of asking, I should say, should the opportunity arise. You can see the reward up the road. Still plenty of time to try and get on up and pass Max Miller, who currently sits in the lower of those two promotion spots. How is that pace from Sammy Churchill, having had the lead for a few laps? It's not as fast. In fact, the lead gap goes down ever so slightly, but he's still got some 1.2 seconds in control. How about this time? We saw a lap ago how strong through this run Daniel Campbell was. He's not got the opportunity this time into Christmas corner. Quite a few drivers improving their pace, though. I think this is just in. And there's the move. There's the look into Ashby from Campbell. They're going to be side by side on exit. Gregory will have the inside line for the next corner at Wilkins. There will be the switchback opportunity, though, down into Osiers for Campbell. But Gregory gets across and just closes the door. That was nicely dealt with there from Bly Gregory. Restores discipline, if you like, to the chasing pair. And somehow in all of that, I have to say, what's really impressive is they've caught up onto the back of Max Miller here, which is not what I would usually predict after a lap of battling with each other. But that is exactly what they've got. Bly Gregory has a little bit of overspeed there and actually worried that he was going to get held up by Max Miller on exit and open the door for Daniel Campbell. And here, on a wide moment through the crook, it will open the door for Daniel Campbell. And through goes the 35, long before they get to the breaking point for Christmas Corner. So that's a change for third place. And I have to say, I'm impressed with how much these two have been battling, and yet how little time they've lost relative to Max Miller. They're still right with him as they come through Ashby Corner. Behind them, you can see Noah Hadwin and Dylan Tracy starting to close up a bit. They'll want to probably not fight too much, at least for the next minute or so, in order that any spoils that come out of this battle come their way, and they might be able to catch up and get stuck in themselves. The gap now nearly 2 seconds that Sammy Churchill has in hand, so if he can just maintain this pace, he'll be looking all right for this. Once again, not the best exit off the corner for Max Miller there, and he might be vulnerable here. We've seen how confident Daniel Campbell, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race as well. As they come up the hill, you can see Max Miller utilising all of the runoff there off of turn 2, and actually he's had a better run of it up through the hill this time and through Christmas Corner. How about down into Ashby Corner? We've seen Daniel Campbell go for a move there as well, but he's feeling a little bit too far back at the moment. You really do have to be almost alongside the car ahead to go for it into Ashby Corner as they come through the mid-pack. And again, we'll get a try here from Daniel Campbell down the inside of Osiers, and that's nicely done. Unless Max Miller has a counter-attack, he has got the switchback out of that corner, the later apex, but he can't do anything with the overspeed. And that is Daniel Campbell up into one of the key repechage spots with just over 90 seconds left on the clock.
We'll have 2 more laps when they come across the line. Daniel Campbell up to second, your former race leader. Max Miller drops down to third, outside of those critical promotion spots. Part of me wants to say, do we reckon Daniel Campbell can catch up to Sammy Churchill? But with only 2 laps to go and a 2.5 second difference, probably not that likely. And I will just see how this battle for third peters out between Max Miller and Bly Gregory.
Well, the only point that may cause that to come true is the traffic. Sammy Churchill's just hit traffic ahead of him on the road, and that could hold him up such that you know that could still come true. There is Sammy Churchill. He's
got a penalty.
To the back. He's got a penalty. Well, now what's that? Well, we've not got it on timing what that's for. He's trying to very gradually make his way through this traffic. You can just see him sort of trying to
if it's
gesture
a cone penalty, he'll drop down to second. But if it's contact penalty, he might drop outside of the top 2, which means that Max Miller is back into the leading duo. Now, Sammy Churchill has not seen that penalty because the final lap board is up on the digi-flag. So Churchill does not know he has a penalty right now.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, there's not much he can do if he's got one. He just has to bring it home in as good a position as he can. Here's the battle for third place, and this could, depending on what the nature of that penalty is, this could be crucial, even if these two don't know it. Max Miller and Bly Gregory going through the top part of the lap. Daniel Campbell's got himself a nice little gap to hold them at arm's length. Interesting battle as well between Caden Ward and Noah Hadwin in the background there as well. Wide moment for Sammy Churchill, and that's allowed Campbell through. That's Campbell through into the lead on the road.
Miller's definitely in second now.
Yeah, Miller must be, because even if it's a cone penalty for Sammy Churchill, he will not count in the top 2. Through the boot they come. Daniel Campbell
does move for third.
Move for third in the background. Good spot there. Campbell's going to come through to win. Who's coming through?
It's Gregory.
It has passed. Gregory is through on Miller, and he might not know it, but as far as we know, he has just bagged himself the last promotion spot in the B final, onto the pre-B final, excuse me. And that was all change in the last few laps here at Whilton Mill. Nobody can make the mistake of thinking that the C-tier races don't provide the entertainment. That was absolutely frenetic in the last few laps. Look at this, we've got drag races to the line further down. That was for the battle between Zachariah Said and Annabelle Owen for 13th place. But that all changed on the last few laps, and Sammy Churchill he'll want to come back fighting in that C final, but huge drama for him getting the penalty, and then just a mistake on the last lap whilst he was trying to navigate that traffic. And as far as we know here in the box, and obviously all our calls on results are provisional, of course, but he threw it away in just the last couple of laps.
It's only race 2 of 12, Howard, and we've
Very
had
true.
this much drama already. Full credit, though, to Daniel Campbell for taking the win and Bly Gregory for advancing into the Pre-B final. But speaking of Pre-B finals, our Cadet Pre-B final is just a couple of moments away. So we are heading in to the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final, and there has been a penalty for the race winner in the Cadet C final, who was ridiculously quick, who won by 15 seconds, but he had a jump start. Ledger Dimitriou. It looked like a sure win, didn't it, Howard? He absolutely dominated the Pre-C final. However, let's get into our grid for this Pre-B. Stefan Schifan, Jack Ruff on the front row of the grid, James Vowd and Zaire Ono on row 2, Shailen Srikantan and Tyler Nickelbine on row 3. Row 4 is Jake Matthews and Edward Jones, with Ethan Hall and Zachary Smith rounding out the top 10. Elliot Griggs and Jack Thompson are on row 6. Ben Cape and Dexter Hazeldine are on row 7, ahead of Cordell Sinclair and Felix Sheldon Haywood. Ethan Biddle and Daniel Marutiak are on row 9. Cesar Chen and Nishaun Marshall are on row 10. But then it is the surprise. No Ledger Dimitriou. It is Adam and Sarah Telford being advanced, being promoted from the Cadet Pre-C final.
Well, I mean, we said that second place on the grid got a good start in that race. I remember saying it, that, it's grid 2 who comes across and takes the lead into oblivion. It was a little too good. It was a little too good, and that's always the challenge for the driver starting second, is to try and time it such that you you want to hit it just. You want to basically be watching the other driver's foot on the accelerator pedal like a hawk, because you want to just time it so that you pass them just past the line rather than before the line, which constitutes a penalty. Should say as well, to get Sarah Telford up in that position is not just a penalty for Ledger Dimitriou, it's also Isaac Chang, who finished third on the road as well, who also had a penalty, which was for an ABC takeout, advantage by contact, taking another competitor out. That's 6 positions added to his result. So that's why we find Sarah Telford in this Pre-B final. So quite the sequence of penalties that have come into play, but that's part of the game. You've got to keep it clean, and through doing so, she finds herself on this B tier grid, which is headed up by Stefan Schifan and Jack Rauch, and we are going to get ready here to go racing.
Stefan Schifan on the front row of the grid, Jack Rauch alongside. Wait for the lights to go green and don't get a jump start, ladies and gents. Into turn 1 we go, and it is Schifan who is leading, but Rauch is pushed a little bit wider, now coming under pressure from the 9 of James Vowd as they head up the hill. Vowd on the outside in that bright yellow suit and helmet, but does have to stick in behind as Rauch holds on to second place. But Vowd is searching for each and every way to get through. Defensive from Schifan, heading down the hill into Ashby Corner, and that's going to make him compromise now on the exit as they head towards Wilkins. Nose to tail between our top 3 as they make their way down the descent into Oziers.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to see a relatively clean start here from our field of super lightweight cadets in this Pre-B final, as Schifan leads them into the boot for the first time. And James Vowd is going to get a bit of a switchback there, a bit of a later apex, but I don't think he can do anything with the overspeed this time around into the chicane. It is causing the drivers to have to think about how best to set up an overtaking opportunity there. Just the change to the track as they come onto a new lap then. And a great start from Nishaun Marshall, by the way, further down the order. Up 8 places on that first lap to 12th. So keep an eye on Nishaun, the driver driver the 94 is what I wanted to say there. Keep an eye on that kart as they all stream through Ashby Corner. Not a lot of field spread yet. Looking very much like a single string of karts all the way through, weaving their way around this Whilton Mill circuit.
Wout is looking really quick. He's all over the back of Jack Rouch, but he just cannot find a way through. Shifan's pointing forward, but Stefan, you're not hunting anyone down. Absolutely no one's going to work with you. As Rouch tries to go up the inside, he pokes his nose up the inside of Shifan. That does not work. It compromises the pair of them. And now once again, Wout is right on to the back end of the number 50 car as they come over the line. As we see a fastest lap set by Srikantan, but then that's quickly beaten by Ben Kate further down the order. We have a huge train of cars making their way up to Christmas Corner. And we're also seeing Zaya Ono now defending from Nickelbine heading through Christmas. But Wout again, just trying to find the run heading down the hill, but cannot get alongside Jack Rouch.
Yeah, James Wout will be hoping that he can get on up the order here, carrying that 9 plate, and he's challenging there on the outside of Wilkins, which might give him an opportunity here down into Oziers. He's going to be alongside Rouch in that number 50 kart. They're still side by side on corner exit. It will be the inside line for James Wout into the boot section. We have seen drivers hang on round the outside before, though, and through there. And I'm going to chalk that
Has
one
he
up.
gone too deep?
He's gone deep, absolutely at the toe of the boot. And through goes Wout eventually, but he had to fight hard for it. And that is James Wout up into the second place and the crucial promotion spot. What it's allowed is Stefan Shifan to get up the road. And now it becomes, well, everyone else. I was about to say how many karts were in the battle then, but there's so many in this string of karts.
All of them.
All of them. Everybody other than the leader is battling over second place.
It's a Moto3 race at this point.
And there's a challenge for James Wout here. Can he break away from the chasing pack behind? Crucial couple of laps for James in terms of trying to secure this second place. Now that he's got it, can he lock it down and leave the others to fight over what is left? James Rouch, doesn't think so. He's going to do his best to stay on terms there. Still pressure being applied to Zaya Honor by, well, it's not Nickelbine, anymore. It is the 43 of Edward Jones who's come on up into 5th place now to apply pressure there. But still plenty of karts are in this fight. There's going 2 wide, even 3 wide there through the toe of the boot. And there is contact and there is a spin, unfortunately, for Sheldon Hayward. Yeah, Felix Sheldon Hayward, unfortunately. And I was about to compliment them that they had at least given each other racing room there, but unfortunately there was a touch of contact there. Penalty for Jack Rouch has been put out there as well. So unless he were to be in first place and it were to be a cone penalty, and I don't think it is because I've not seen, there's not been any cone warnings that you would usually see. So we have to assume that isn't a cone penalty for Rouch. So Rouch now, I believe, is in a position where he can't count as one of the promotees, even if he were to win it on the road.
Yes, I think that is correct. James Wout, though, taking a couple of tenths out of Stefan Shifan. It's not a lot, but the gap is only 1.4 seconds. And once you get to within about 6 or so tenths, you can start to get a bit of slipstream on that long straight leading up to Christmas Corner. James Wout is just going to be getting his head down and trying to bring the gap down. It was 1.4 seconds. It is now 1.2 seconds. A new fast lap of the race from James Wout. And Rouch is tagging along. If he can be a little bit closer, maybe he can push Wout through. So there we see the battle now for 4th place at Ziono, keeping Edward Jones at bay. And there's 2 more racers really wanting to get involved. That's Nickelbine and Matthews heading down the hill into Ashby Corner. Is that going to be a send? No, it is still going to be Zaya Ono holding on to 4th place in the number 37 car. And then right behind him is the 43 of Edward Jones as they head through Wilkins and down through Ozier's corner. You can use that little curb on the exit. Defensive now from Ono as Edward Jones looks to the outside. Is that going to compromise Ono heading through the right hander? Will it make him go too wide? No, it won't. And still the 37 holds on to 4th position.
Well, for James Wout, this would be well, this is an important result for him as he sets another fastest lap of the race. They're side by side now across the line here between Zaya Honor and Edward Jones, but it still stays as they are. That's going to be an opportunity for Jake Matthews, though, around the outside of both of them up the hill. That's a fantastic run for the driver, the number 28, and there's not too many times you see that. Driver doing a double overtake round the outside of basically Fine Lady and then Christmas Corner. That was brilliant stuff from Jake Matthews. Brilliant racecraft. The other two ahead of him got themselves a little bit tangled up, compromised their run up the hill, and he sees the opportunity. Really nicely read situation there from Jake Matthews up to 4th place.
And with a penalty for Jack Crouch as well, that essentially means that Jake Matthews is now in 3rd.
Yes, that's a good point. That's absolutely a good point. For James Vout, by the way, this is important, I say, because so far for the first 2 rounds, he got onto that A grid.
Yes.
So he's out of position, carrying that 9 plate. Just to remember, any drivers with sort of single-digit numbers on the kart, that reflects where they finished last season. So obviously, James was a driver who we saw a lot of good results from last year, and hoping to get onto that A grid, where he would nominally, I would say, would expect to be, and has indeed been so far this season.
Food for thought, Howard. If you're Stefan Schiffan right now, you see James Vout catching, do you defend because you want to win the race, or do you say, you know what, James, go past me, because as long as I'm in the top 2, I'm going to the pre-B, to the pre-A?
It's an interesting one. I would say let him through, but it's a really easy thing for me to say. It's another thing entirely when you've got the prospect of a race win on the plate for Stefan Schiffan. But, you know, the reality is, as any lead driver is aware of, is before I had a lead gap, now I don't. That must mean that there's a pace advantage, at least over the last few laps. Although Stefan did feel the need to take a slightly shallower line there into oblivion to try and deter a move. Is that going to be enough to hold Vout back, though? Because he's going to try around the outside here at the top of the hill. The other side of the argument is they have got a little bit of a gap back to Jack Rouch. They may as well, he may as well go a little bit defensive. But you are right; it shouldn't be at any cost. They don't know that Jack Rouch has a penalty.
Got the run.
Round the outside here tries James Vout. That's side by side, and round the outside of Wilkins goes James Vout. What a move! And that's the kind of thing you've got to be a bit careful of. That was Schiffan, I think, making contact with the cone.
Yep.
That risks incurring a cone penalty, the cone warning, and potentially a cone penalty. So, you know, I realise that was just the end of battling over the lead, but you've got to keep your head screwed on here. Very easy to say, as I say, these young drivers, they're cutting their teeth in terms of racecraft, and, you know, easy for me to say. I'm not the one staring a race win in the face, but but yeah, you know, Stefan needs to play this sensibly. To be fair, though, having been caught, now running behind James, he's staying with him. So, you know, but they don't know that Jack Rouch behind necessarily has a penalty. No. So, you know, if they knew that, maybe you could say, okay, it's no big deal if Jack catches up, although I still wouldn't want someone physically to be an additional factor in this battle.
Yes.
But likelihood is that they aren't aware that Jack's carrying that penalty. So you don't want to risk another kart coming into it. So if they are going to battle, they need to keep it civil. There's a look for the move into the toe.
It's your overtake that he really wants to pull off.
I should have got the tally chart going. Has a look. But yeah.
2 laps to go.
Yeah, to be fair, this is a good little battle happening over the lead of the race. They've got only 1.7 seconds in hand. Dropping a few passes there. Edward Jones has got past Zyrona. Tyler Nickelbine past Zachary Smith as well. So some other moves happening in amongst the top 10. There is Jack Rouch. And then there is Jake Matthews. Through here, this is Nickelbine. I think that's Nickelbine versus Smith again, is it?
Honor.
It's a Zyrona, excuse me. Yes, I think you're right. And that's Zachary Smith, I think, getting by on Zyrona as well. So costly attempt there from Zyrona. Didn't pay off and has lost some more positions. But this is the thing. Jake Matthews, by the way, there in the 28 kart, stands to gain if any of our top 2 get a penalty.
Yes.
Because of how that would be applied and the fact that Rouch already has a penalty. So you may not know it, but he's sat pretty nicely as well at the moment.
So final lap of the race then, Vout and Schiffan. Again, another good lap from the pair of them. Schiffan putting in his new personal best, but he did drop back by about a 10th as they head up towards the hill into Christmas. As we see at the 41, there's Vout going a little bit defensive into the hairpin. And that is very defensive from the 41 of Nickelbine, who has Zachary Smith directly behind leaders heading down into Ashby Corner. Stefan Schiffan is right there, and we've seen the run that he gets through the boot. It could be that send into the right-hander. It's what Stefan Schiffan has looked like. He's been lining up for the last few laps. What's the run from Oziers looking like? He carries a lot of speed, and he is right on the back of James Vout.
Yeah, it's a very good run that he has off of that corner. I've noticed consistently. But is he close enough this time? You can see the speed he's got through the toe of the boot, but I don't know if he can do anything with that overspeed as they come round the final corner now. James Vout has driven superbly up to the lead of the race and held on to it. James Vout takes the win. Stefan Schiffan finishes second and bags the last of those spots on the Pre-A final grid. Jack Rauch in third, but with a penalty to be applied, ahead of Jake Matthews, Edward Jones in fifth, Zachary Smith in sixth, seventh for Tyler Nickelbine, Zaya Honor in 8th, 9th for Shailen Srikantan, and Jack Thompson rounds out your top 10. Issue for... no, sorry, not an issue. Just some good battles going on between... having been promoted from that pre-C final, Sarah Telford and Adam Telford were just swapping positions every few laps towards the end of that one, which is lovely to see. But yeah, great run from James Vout. Did what he needed to do. The pressure was on, right? As I say, he's been in that A final, those pre-A finals as well. Actually, he's qualified straight into the A grids both times. It's so easy in this situation if you're used to being in the A tier, putting that pressure on yourself. That, oh, I've got to get the promotion, and it can actually be self-defeating. So well done to him.
Or you can jump the start.
Or you can jump the start. Indeed, as hopefully we won't see from our junior super lightweights in their pre-B final coming up next. Let's take a look at the grid then for how they line up for the super lightweight pre-B final for our juniors class for round 3, just as they're getting ready to come out onto the circuit. It'll be Jack Harrison who starts this one from pole position. Ethan Pritchard alongside. Mikey Brissenden and Zainel Topshi are on row number 2. Then is Lewis Williams and George Lewis on row 3. Row 4 is where we'll find Rory Hinckley and Jaden Giles. There'll be Henry Wilkes and Connor Kenny to round out your top 10. Max Winfield and Brody Skinner on row 6. Row 7 is where we find John Wall and Daniel Archibald. Luca Brooks and Thomas Wordley are on row number 8. It'll be Jonathan Fuchsell and Tom Sands next up, and then the top 20 will be rounded as we're already good to go here. Apologies for that one. Round we go. Jack Harrison will lead them away.
And that was the cone. They got absolutely obliterated as Pritchard is right on the back of Harrison, now looking to the outside, 3 abreast in the battle for 3rd place.
Absolutely, yeah. As they come through the top part of the hill, it's 26 karts, by the way, who are contesting in this one. Apologies, we'll call them out as and when we can as they come through Ashby Corner for the first time.
Well, that was a really good move from whoever was in 3rd, up the inside of Ethan Pritchard, as quick as you like down into Ashby Corner. I recognise the suit as someone has gone off, heading down into Oziers, and they're going to drop to the back of the circuit, and they're on the grass as well.
Yeah, I wonder if they were helped into that one, because it takes the lightest of taps on the rear of the kart, because you're leaning on the kart so much at the turning point there into that corner, and I wonder if just a little bit of a nudge there helped them around. At the end of lap number 1 then, it is Jack Harrison who leads Rory Hinckley up to 2nd place after a storming start there for him in that number 12 car. Ethan Pritchard, though, right with him, as is Mikey Brissenden. Further back, that looks like Zainel Topshi battling away.
Can we just talk about how Mikey Brissenden, Rory Hinckley, and Brody Skinner are all in the B final? It's a pre-B final of death as Pritchard's trying to go around the outside of Hinckley now.
Yeah, absolutely. Drivers who had some sort of incident or drama on that first lap, by the way, Jonathan Fuchsell, Daniel Archibald, Joshua Greaves, Henry Wilkes, I think it was.
Here comes Pritchard, he's going to try to go up the inside. Hinckley hangs around the outside. Hinckley's trying to point forward, he's saying, let's work together. Ethan could not care less, he now hits the cones, and we are 3 right nose to tail as we go through the final corner. Ethan Pritchard could not care about winning this race, he just wants to get into the top 2.
Yeah, indeed. Thomas Wordley, I think it was, who was the driver who was spinning out wide at Oziers on the first lap. Jaden Giles dropping down the order as well. We've got a few drivers here and penalties coming in as well. Brody Skinner has been awarded not awarded, sorry, he's been given an ABC bump and pass penalty. That'll be 4 positions added to wherever he finishes this race.
For a second, I thought Hinckley was trying to go back up the inside of Pritchard, heading down into Ashby. It's what he did to Pritchard on the opening lap of the race, but Ethan Pritchard now seeming to get back into his groove. He wants to lead the charge up to Jack Harrison. So how does Rory Hinckley want to play this? Does he say, right, I need to get my vengeance, I need to get back through as quickly as possible? Or does he push Ethan Pritchard along to try to close in on to Jack Harrison once again, as Mikey Brisenden has just fallen back a couple of kart lengths over the course of this lap?
Yeah, indeed. Not out of the picture by any stretch of the imagination, though, as you say. So does Rory Hinckley, what does he do here?
Penalty for Brody Skinner.
Indeed, that's the bump and pass penalty from a moment ago. So not too surprised, because we have seen several drivers losing out positions here. There's a few aggrieved drivers potentially at the back of this one, but they'll have opportunity to come back at it, of course, for the rest of this race. Still plenty of time left on the clock, and the B final later on as well. Quick little look there from Rory Hinckley just to assess where Mikey Brisenden is.
Now, during the lunch break, I was down in the paddock, and I actually heard as here goes the number 8 trying to go up the inside. However, Hinckley has it covered. I was there when Jack Harrison found out that he was starting on pole for the B final, and he was very excited. He wasn't disappointed, he was very excited to be getting that bit of extra track time.
Well, yeah, so long as he converts it, of course. Yes, absolutely. It's an interesting one, isn't it? There's 2 ways you can look at it. One is you were just short, usually by a few thousands, of getting into the A-tier grid. The other way to look at it is a pole position and a potential race winners through. Goes Mikey Brisenden at the top of the hill, through on Rory Hinckley. And that is a move for 3rd place. And in that time, crucially, Ethan Pritchard has pulled away from them and closed in the leader. There is a battle in earnest for the lead of this race. You can just see it there going through Osiers. Jack Harrison and Ethan Pritchard. And this could be a move for the lead of the race, as Pritchard has set the fastest lap of the race, a 55.534. That's some 0.4 of a second than Harrison's best so far. So he has the pace to challenge here, as they've all paired off, haven't they, rather neatly amongst the top 6. Albeit Brody Skinner in 5th place, who's worked his well up to 5th place, but does have a 4-position penalty to be applied come the end of the race. Now, Pritchard in some ways had the luxury here, because he's got on up the road ahead of the Brisenden and Hinckley battle. He can sort of pick his moment to have a go here, but you would think he surely will try and pick his moment. Theoretically, he could hold station and go, well, I'm in the promotion spot, but he's surely got one eye on executing a pass here, because he's been able to close up on Harrison quite so effectively over the last few laps.
Yeah, Pritchard, well, we saw how he approached his battle with Rory Hinckley. It wasn't work together, it's I'm going to get through as quickly as possible. I think he's probably going to do the same thing here with Jack Harrison. But I'm interested to see what kind of pace does Brisenden have, as Pritchard just takes way too much curb, really unsettles the rear, but somehow he keeps it all together, and he's still right on the back of Jack Harrison, who sets the new fast lap of the race, but that is quickly beaten by Brody Skinner.
Yeah, indeed. Other drivers on the move. Luca Brooks up to 8th place on that last lap. And Daniel Archibald on a bit of a recovery drive, because I seem to recall that was one of the drivers I mentioned had an issue on the first lap, working his way up as well, now up to 18th place again. There's the fastest lap confirmed for Brody Skinner as the karts work their way over the top of the hill. We're looking there. This is the train of karts headed up by Louis Williams in 7th place in that number 43 kart, as they go through Osiers. We're back with the leaders here. This is Jack Harrison and Ethan Pritchard then. The 71 and the 52, as that's a spin for the 51.
Connor Kenny.
Yeah, and that is going to be, I think, from the back of that train of karts that we were looking at earlier on.
Ethan Pritchard's really starting to apply the pressure to Jack Harrison. He's just giving him that little push just before they get into the braking zone, just to make Jack Harrison just that little bit more uncomfortable. And there's only a 10th between them heading up to Christmas, and just a second behind is Mikey Brisenden.
Yeah, indeed. Ethan Pritchard, I think what he's trying to do is to maximise the gap, potentially just work together for now, which is a fairly standard sprint tactic to go, let's just work together here.
But they have lost half a second last time round to these two.
This is the thing. It only works for as long as it works, and there's a little look over the shoulder there, and it's, yeah, he might start making the assessment like, yeah, okay, I haven't really gone for an attack in the last few laps, but this whole working together thing isn't actually working because they're closing in on us. It's quite hard, actually, to perceive. Like, if someone gains by a few tenths of a second, it's like, it can be quite hard to make that judgment and go, oh, yeah, they're closer.
Oh, Pritchard is very close here.
Yeah, good run up the hill here. Not the strongest run through Oblivion and the Crook for Jack Harrison, but good positioning as they break into Christmas Corner. So Harrison holding off the move there. Does he feel the need to go defence into Ashby? He doesn't, nor does Pritchard feel like he has the advantage under braking into Ashby. Another look over the shoulder. He must be aware now that the likes of Mikey President and Rory Hinckley are beginning to close in.
All of the top four last time round set their new personal best, but here comes Pritchard again, having a little look to the inside, switches over to the outside. Can he get the switch back? Can he get up the inside of Harrison? Heading through the long right hand, he's poking his nose up the inside, but Harrison will be able to defend. And now Brizenden and Hinckley have closed in. It's a four-way battle for the lead, Howard.
It absolutely is. The top two will go through into the Pre-A final, don't forget. I have to say that was a great example of how the new boot configuration is going to have to cause drivers to think a bit differently for how they go for a move, because in days gone by there for Ethan Pritchard, he would have had the inside line for one extra corner, and that would have been a different type of advantage. Here, though, he has to think about how he's going to do that, because the chicane switched back on him, effective to how the track used to go, and it meant that he wasn't able to get by in the advantage he had. Look at that, though! Late dive to the inside of Osiers, and that worked beautifully for Ethan Pritchard. And now do the floodgates open. Jack Harrison immediately has to think about those around him. Has he got a counter-attack? There's the move at the toe of the boot for Brizenden. He's through, and through too goes Hinckley. And that was the moment that Jack Harrison feared, that he would have his momentum and his optimal line upset to the point where he'd lost not one position, but two. Is he going to try and have an attack into Oblivion? Yes, he is, on Rory Hinckley, but it's going to be tricky to execute because the Crook is not going to go with him. He'll be on the outside. How is his run up the hill? Ethan Pritchard, meanwhile, tries to stretch his legs at the front. They're still side by side by the apex of Christmas, but through has gone Jack Harrison, and fair play to him. That's how you regain your momentum, immediately on the counter-attack, and he's up to third, but crucially, not in one of those top two promotion spots.
And he's only got 1.5 laps to re-close in onto Mikey Brizenden. And now Harrison goes wide. He's gone wide, that's given Hinckley the opportunity to go back up the inside. Brody Skinner is closing in, but let's not forget that Skinner does have a penalty. I think it's over. I think Pritchard and Brizenden have this one in the bag. Jack Harrison, he was leading, and in the space of two corners, he went from first down to fourth position.
Yeah, it's the nature of how this goes with the sprint racing, as we keep saying. If you have your momentum upset, you might not be losing the one place, you might be losing 2, 3 or even 4. Brody Skinner, of course, although he has that penalty, it's in his interest to try and get by if he can, to try and mitigate the impact of that penalty as much as possible. But as you say, Yousuf, Pritchard and Brizenden just need to bring this one home for now. Fastest lap of the race for Luca Brooks. As down into Ashby, Rory Hinckley is defending like crazy here, and it's bringing Brody Skinner into the fight. Is this almost Carlos Sainz Singapore levels of tactic? Just bring another kart into the fight and see if that can upset the competitor behind. Possibly not, possibly just defending and losing time through doing so. Here, though, is Ethan Pritchard. What a drive he has had up to the top of the field. Mikey Brizenden as well is where he needs to be when it counts. Across the line comes Pritchard to take the win in the Pre-B final. Mikey Brizenden in second. Then it is going to be a bit of a drag to the line there. It is Rory Hinckley. Max Winfield. Where did he come from on that last lap? Brody Skinner in fifth. Jack Harrison in sixth. Say again?
Jack Harrison has a cone penalty, so he's going to drop down to 7.
Is it a penalty or a warning?
It's a cone penalty.
Okay. And then it's Max Sheldon Hayward in 7th. Which that we haven't commented on much, by the way, since qualifying, but the driver who came into today 3rd in the championship in the form of Sheldon Hayward, still not up on that A ranking grid, so he might be one to watch later on in the B final. And then Luca Brooks, Jake Chapman and Zainel Topshi round out your top 10. Well, plenty of passing, plenty of overtakes there in our Pre-B final. We do need to look ahead already, though, to the Pre-A final for our super lightweight cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for these cadets as our juniors come in. It'll be some familiar faces on the front row. The number 1 of Rory Hamilton and the number 2 of Jude Putterfoot are your front row. Ben Hunt and Sam Morse are next, with Alex Ibanescu, the best of the drivers from Group A's qualifying, with Tate Hart alongside. Row 4 is where we'll find Jacob Kent and Jensen Barnard. Lewis Taylor and Charlie France round out your top 10. Fabian Gandhock and Eddie Duncan are next. Then we'll find David Kedar and Andrei Vasyukov on row number 7. Jacob Underhill and Theo Thomas are on row 8. Row 9 is Eskil Hewitt and Corey Chapman, and they'll be joined by our promotees, our repêchages, I love saying that word, from the Pre-B final, James Vout and Stefan Schiffan. That's how they round out the 20-kart grid for this Pre-A final. 130 points, championship points on offer for the winner of this one, don't forget. And this could be an interesting one. We saw blistering pace from our top 2 here. Are they going to be able to challenge each other? Are they going to be able to get on up the road and show that pace once again? Or are those behind them going to take inspiration now that they've got them right in front of them as a guide to how to go that quickly? And we're actually going to see more drivers getting stuck in. This could be an interesting one.
The 1 and 2 on the front row of the grid, and the age-old question: work together or battle? The racing driver's instinct or the calculated approach? We are ready to go racing for the first A final of the day. And
it's already shown as a full start.
Never
mind,
we're not ready.
Everyone's favourite dance move.
Hey.
So
karts have a lot of dance move in their arsenals. They got the hand waving in the air. They've got the 2 hands up.
Yeah.
You know,
let's
for a
work
penalty.
together. Bit of a, you know.
Let's work together.
We're doing them all in the box, folks.
Hand up for a yellow flag.
Yeah.
Tapping the helmet. Think, why are you trying to overtake me?
What are you trying to do? Yeah. I'm the lead driver as well, where they do the sort of, if they're trying to get by on traffic, you see that sometimes as well.
Putting your head down to make you think that you're going faster.
The shrimping, yep, that's good.
Is that what it's called, the shrimping?
Shrimping, yeah.
I like the
you
sound
curl
of
up
that.
and try and, yeah. We have. I'm just being told in my ears by the producer. A shameless plug that Alpha Live have a hand signal video. That I didn't know. I'm going to check that one out myself afterwards. That sounds amazing.
But we are ready to go racing.
We are. Right. So we thought we were ready. Are we ready this time? I hope we are. Away we go. Now, crucially, was that a full start? That means it's been taken down to 9 minutes. We will double check the clock as they come across the line.
As another one.
That's another rolling lap.
It might come down to 7 minutes.
Either that or this is the tamest start to a Club 100 race I've ever seen. So, okay, we're just waiting for something to get resolved here.
I wonder what's going wrong.
It could be
there's a
driver
kart
just off the bat. Maybe you had to have a kart change that we perhaps didn't catch. That's probably the most likely explanation. But I always talk about this when you have these situations, the psychology of this. When you're being held in this rolling up formation for longer than you thought you would, your mind can just start to build up that pressure.
Yes.
And it can. It's really important for these young drivers to stay on top of the psychology of a situation like this.
Yes, I think for Paddock and Hamilton, they know that they just need to get their heads down, get on with this, work together, probably battle in the last few minutes. They would have looked at the times. They know that they're a lot quicker than everyone else, so save the battling for later, boys.
Elliot Alt gives us the thumbs up from the pace kart. We're under starters orders, eyes on the lights, engine notes rise, and away we go for our Pre-A final here in the Super Lightweight Cadets. It's a good start from Rory Hamilton. Hangs on to the lead as they go 3 wide, even 4 wide in the mid-pack. But thankfully, all pointing the same way. That's always a beautiful shot as the karts peel up through the top of the hill.
Just gone round the outside of Paddock into Christmas Corner. Fantastic move.
Amazing move there from the driver, the number 8, as they weave their way through Ashby for the first time. 2 wide, even 3 wide under braking. Are they all able to keep it clean? No, we've got a driver off. I think that's James Vout. And this the 53 of Theo Thomas as well there, who got entangled with that. Thankfully, they're both okay and keep running. But that was a costly moment for them.
Can I just say, that was the most casual marshal walking out of the way of an oncoming car that I've ever seen before. There was no panic, there was no fear from that marshal. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and Ben Hunt knows exactly what he needs to do as he tries to hunt down Rory Hamilton with Jude Paddock very close behind your top 5, separated by about a second with Tate Hart at the rear end of this train.
Just to confirm, it is the full 11 minutes that are showing on the clock, so they are running to that timing for this race. Through the top of the lap, Ben Hunt trying alternative lines, half in attack, half in defence here to apply the pressure to Rory Hamilton. Jude Pudderfoot and Sam Morse right with him. Tate Hart as well, actually. This top 5 almost nose to tail. I say they are nose to tail, almost attached is what I wanted to say, as they weave their way through onto the back straight out of Osiers. Quick look over the shoulder both ways from Rory to check his awareness, make sure he's aware of the threat. And he is feeling the need to defend here against Ben Hunt. You're absolutely right, does Hamilton, who last won when we were at Rye House for round 1, didn't have a win at GYG, so would dearly like to return to winning ways and would certainly have had hopes of doing so off the back of such a good pace in qualifying. I pose the question, will people be able to threaten the two drivers who showed so much pace? The answer is yes. Here they are, hardly any of them on this conventional racing line. Jude Pudderfoot is going to look to the inside as Ben Hunt looked to try and open up the corner, and somehow Hunt is able to close the door there by the time they get to Inkermans, and it stays as they were. But that shows the amount of pressure in that top 5, and the pack behind them, headed up by Charlie France, isn't exactly tame either. There is some frenetic battling ahead of us here.
And it's really difficult for Ben Hunt, because if Rory Hamilton goes defensive, naturally as a driver, you want to go to the outside, you want to try to go for the switchback. But if you do that, you're going to have Paddock, Morse, Hart, all sending it up your inside. Hamilton again goes defensive, heading into the boot. This is a really good run though for Ben Hunt. He can't slot his way up the inside, and your top 5 stay as they were, rounding the final corner to start another lap.
Side by side for the lead of the race. It'll be the inside line for Rory Hamilton into oblivion, but it is the inside line for whoever's on the right going through the crook. Hunt pulls out of that though and is going to try and have a good run up the hill. Fastest lap for Fabian Gandhock. He's one of the drivers in the second pack behind this one. Look out for round the outside from Sam Morse, trying to, oh sorry, that's Tate Hart on the inside, taking it from Sam Morse. Sorry, he was trying to defend around the outside, and that's a change for 4th place. Tate Hart in the 88 car was behind them. That was
Jacob Kent,
it was, yeah, or was it? Yes, I think you're right that it was Jacob Kent. Still Rory Hamilton under severe pressure here from Ben Hunt, coming through Osiers onto the back straight again, looking over his shoulder. I don't know if that was a gesture to say, can we work together here and maybe have a bit of breathing space? What's interesting though here is interesting, this configuration of the boot, which is changing the nature of the battle through that part of the lap.
Yeah.
Because Rory is able to park the car effectively on the toe of the boot. We saw something similar to this actually last time out of GYG, which is if you could defend and make sure no one attacks you in the carousel, there's really nowhere for anyone to go through the compression complex. As side by side there, that's Sam Morse and Charlie France battling away, but I think that was Jacob Kent, was it? Coming through there.
No, that was Eddie Duncan gaining a position, or Fabian Gandhock. I'm not quite sure which, because they've been chopping and changing positions every single corner as your top 5 still nose to tail heading down into Osiers. But Ben Hunt really needs to start thinking, where can you overtake Hamilton? Because Hamilton's going defensive into Christmas corner. Ben Hunt can't pull alongside coming out of the final corner. It might have to be here through the boot. He might have to try to get the switchback and go up the inside of Rory Hamilton through the second part of that long right-hander.
I know I'm sounding like I'm a proponent for it so much at the moment, but I think he has to go for that toe overtake. He has to go out wide from the entrance to the boot through the left-hander and try and go through. Now, Rory, to be fair, is positioning his car nicely just a little bit wider on the exit to deter that kind of move, as Jude Pudderfoot comes under pressure from Tate Hart as well. But I think there is enough space on the inside as they turn into the toe for Ben Hunt to do it. He's just got to be very bold and commit to it. Easy for me to say from the comfort of a comms box, as the pressure in this pack is immense. These young drivers are dealing with this so well. So too the drivers in the next pack. This is why we love Club 100 Cadet Racing. It treats us to all of this, and we said that qualifying boded well for the racing. That's where I'm saying that Ben Hunt needs to be on the inside, because you can't do the type of pass you used to be able to do around here, because the chicane isn't with you in the same way that the last corner used to be.
Absolutely. So still a second then between our top 5. Then it is Charlie France down in 6th place. Fast lap off the race goes the way of Sam Morse, and big changes in the battle for P6. Fabian Gandock now up into 7th place, as there's the 23 of Sam Morse trying to go around the outside, makes contact with Tate Hart side pod to side pod, and it results in Morse getting very wide. He'll drop to the back of this train by a couple of car lengths, but let's be honest, he's going to catch back up to them very soon.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know which, I'm not sure which battle to look at more at the moment, at the front or the one from 6th place down. The two fantastic trains of kart here, weaving their way through this fantastic circuit in Northamptonshire on a sunny day in May. What more could you want in many ways? So here is Fabian Gandhock, who's now got to the head of this field. So that's been a change this lap. I think Gandhock has got by on Charlie France as they come through the boot. There is Jacob Kent battling away, trying to get past Jensen Barnard, which means he has got by on Eddie Duncan this lap. No, sorry, Eddie Duncan's got by on Jensen Barnard. That's how that one's played out, because Eddie Duncan is there in the 59 in the Lewis Hamilton style helmet now, chasing Charlie France up the hill. Charlie France goes to the inside in defence behind them as well. That was a move from Jacob Kent on Jensen Barnard, and he's made that stick. So that was Charlie France defending well there against Eddie Duncan, and Jacob Kent getting by on Jensen Barnard for 9th place. And breathe.
And breathe. And you're saying we don't know which battle to look at. We don't know if there's been a change in the battle for the front. I think I just saw Rory Hamilton fly past at the front of the train, but two absolutely epic battles out on circuit, as there's James Fowl trying to close his way back up to the field after his lap 1 incident. Charlie France under pressure from Eddie Duncan, and now Jacob Kane closing in, and that is an opportunistic move and a half from from Eddie Duncan, who tries to slot up the inside, and then that's Paddock. Paddock is through up into 2nd place and ahead of Ben Hunt, and now Tate Hart goes up the inside of Hunt as well.
Yeah, we picked it up just as Paddock was getting through. He was actually in 3rd when he crossed the line, and Ben Hunt was in 2nd. He had such a good run. He must have had a great run off of the final corner, did Putterfoot, to start this new lap. And it is indeed now Hamilton, Hunt, Putterfoot, Hart, and Sam Morse still with another fastest lap of the race. Just because there wasn't enough pressure in this top 5. It needed to close up just a bit more. You know, they were getting too spread out. I mean, you know, they're only covered by a second. You know, let's
too much.
Let's really tighten it up. Come on. It sounded like a photographer at a wedding. Come on. Go step in a bit. But this is fantastic that we're getting amongst these top 5. Jude Putterfoot then, now in 2nd place. What kind of pressure can he bring to bear on Rory Hamilton? Still plenty of time left on the clock, just over 2 minutes. So I reckon we'll get 3 more laps out of this one.
And I can literally see anyone winning this. Rory Hamilton, he's been doing such a fantastic job. He is obviously the favourite for it. And everyone is just squabbling amongst themselves because nobody can get past Rory Hamilton. He is defending absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, really doing well. It's so easy, as that's...
Tate Hart.
Tate Hart was having a bit of a look there, but it's half in defence against an attacking Ben Hunt, who would dearly like to get some of these positions back that he has lost. But yeah, it's so easy to not praise someone who's defending, because, you know, in an ideal world you wouldn't have to, because you'd be quick enough to get on up the road. But the reality is the standard of this field is such that you've got to be good at defending, and Rory Hamilton is doing so well at that with how he's positioning the kart just in the right places here to make it really hard for these drivers at a circuit where it is absolutely possible to get an overtake done. But he's positioning it really well at the moment. Jude Putterfoot, though, is a driver with plenty of experience fighting against Rory Hamilton. He's going to go to the outside at Christmas Corner. Can he have the inside at Boxing Day? He can have the inside at Boxing Day. They're still side by side. Rory Hamilton's going to clatter across the curbs there, and that's going to give Tate Hart an opportunity there. Jude Putterfoot, though, we'll have to wait and see how that's called, as Rory Hamilton's out wide on the gravel. He's clearly not happy with that. And you know, that didn't go his way. It's an interesting one, though, for me, Yousuf. In many ways, Jude had got the move done.
Squeezed him, to be honest.
Yeah,
going
okay.
through increments. It's really tough to decide. I think that's one that you just put you know, it's racing incident, boys. Just get on with it.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong to have his kart there. It is tough. It is tough. It's a question for me of how much did Rory have his kart alongside by the time they got to the apex of Inkermans. I couldn't quite tell from the angle that we had. It was the parallax. I couldn't tell if Rory had like wheels on the grass already heading towards that curb.
But this race isn't done yet because
it's not done,
wants
that's
to go.
true.
He tries to look to the outside, switches back to the inside, and now the 23 of Sam Morse is trying to get involved. Ben Hunt can't quite pull alongside Tate Hart as they head down the hill, but Paddock might have just broken clear. Here's Rory Hamilton. He's got red mist in the eyes. He goes up the inside of Ben Hunt, but has to back out of the move, and that allows Sam Morse to get through once again.
Yeah, really good effort there, but it's all going to be, at least for the lead of the race, what can Tate Hart and Ben Hunt do, if anything, into the boot for the last time. Just to be clear, nothing through from race control regarding that contretemps from a lap ago. They're all bumping up against each other here.
That's loading.
It's nose to tail, but I'm not sure it's going to make a difference. Jude Pudderfoot is going to come through and take the win in the Pre-A final for Super Lightweight Cadets. It's a big haul of points for Tate Hart in second, ahead of Ben Hunt. Rory Hamilton in fourth place. Still solid points for him, though I'm sure he'll be analysing that one a little bit after the fact. Sam Morse in fifth. Fabian Gandhot wins at the head of an immense field of battling karts there in sixth place. Well done to him for that. Although in fact he even had pulled out a bit of a gap there. Jacob Kent it is who's in seventh there at the head of this field. Jensen Barnard, Jacob Underhill and Corey Chapman round out your top 10 there. So drama throughout the field there. Highly impressive from all of these young drivers. We've got to look ahead, unfortunately, though, straight away to our Pre-A final for Super Lightweight Juniors. Right, let's take a look at the grid then for this one as they're forming up. It's George Palmer Mobsby who will start this one on pole position. Benji Hamilton, that is our Pre-A for cadets. Let's get up your junior super lightweights one there. George Palmer Mobsby will start this one on pole. Benji Hamilton alongside him. Max Davies and Ryan Rapini are row 2 with Henry Barrington and Jamie Tiley-Gooden on row number 3. Ollie Moody and Matthew So are on row 4. Logan McAllister, your winner last time out GYG, and João Gabriel Castro round out the top 10. Jake Anders and Blake Southern are next on row 6. Row 7 is where we'll find Frederick Navarro and Quentin Vajur. It'll be Joseph Simcock and David Schucks-Farkas on row 8. Row 9 is where we find Luke Richards and Declan Luff. Your top 20 will be rounded out by Jamie Warner and Jack Redfern. Dominic Balasaitis and Jacob Brown are row 11. And the two promotees from that Pre-B final are Ethan Pritchard and Mikey Brissenden. That's how they line up there for 24 karts, starting this Pre-A final for junior super lightweights. And we are good for the off. Away we go then. George Palmer Mobsby starts as high up on an A-tier grid as he has all year. He starts on a Pre-A tier grid as they come through turn 1 for the first time. And it's still the 3 of Palmer Mobsby at the head of the field, with Benji Hamilton in second as they go 3-1, 4-1, even 5 wide. Southern there, squirreling around on the curb, and there's a little bit of a ruckus as well after that as well for several of our drivers as they come through the top part of the lap.
It's absolute chaos, as we always expect to see.
Sorry, was that wide for Palmer Mobsby out of Ashby? He's under serious pressure here from Benji Hamilton, who'll have the inside line into Oziers. Change for the lead in the early phases. We've got a spinner from high up the order there. We'll have to double check. We'll have to double check that one as they come through. Good start for Jamie Tiley-Gooden, up to third place, having started 6th already here. And that's Max Davies who slotted into 4th place.
McAllister up to 5th as well, so McAllister to the front of this train can try to hunt down the top 4, who are all going to start working together. Hamilton, Palmer Mobsby, Tiley-Gooden and Davies nose to tail on the exit of Crook as they head up the hill. Now Palmer Mobsby, can he fight this one back? Tiley-Gooden's going to send it up the inside of Palmer Mobsby, who hangs around the outside of Christmas Corner and hangs on to 2nd place.
Massive start from Mikey Brissenden, your promotee. Started 24th up to 14th after lap 1. Read that one brilliantly. Your driver who was spinning at Oziers, I believe, would have been Henry Barrington. Quentin Vajur as well had some form of drama there, and it's quite far back in the field, I'm sorry to report. So they'll have to go on a bit of a recovery drive now. But brilliant start there for the driver number 8, Mikey Brissenden, up the order, half the field effectively on that first lap.
Yeah, Mikey Brissenden, 10 places gained. What an incredible start. We've got a penalty as well for João Gabriel Castro So presumably a bump and pass somewhere on the opening lap, as there is Benji Hamilton making his way through the crook and on to the long straight through Fine Lady. Tyler Gooden, is he going to have another go up the inside? I thought he was sniffing for it. Have a look at Logan McAllister, fast lap of the race, and he's got Frederick Navarro right behind him, pushing him as long as there goes Anders up the inside of Declan Love into Christmas corner. Fantastic overtake.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff there. Just getting past him as that's more battling. I could see Brissenden in the midst of that,
Yes.
going wheel to wheel. He is a man on a mission at the moment. Make no mistake about that. As somebody hits a cone there, that'll be a cone warning.
And don't forget as well Ryan Rapini, who was so fast in qualifying. He's dropped down the order down to 10th place, but we'll see whether he can clamber back up through the field, as he's got Dominic Balasaitis right behind him coming over the start-finish line. Balasaitis has gained a huge amount of places, and now it's Joao Gabriel Castro who has the new fastest lap of the races. We've got two karts side by side heading up the hill. This is right behind, I believe, that is Ethan Pritchard. So the battle for 20th, I think. So that is Mikey Brissenden, who is right behind Luke Richards. So, sorry, it was Simcock and Richards battling up the hill into Christmas corner, with Brissenden right behind them.
Yeah, indeed. Onto the back straight then comes George Palmer Mobsby, trying to stay in touch and apply pressure to Benji Hamilton. Jamie Tylee Gooden, who had that win and the second place, nearly the double win, but for a metre or so would have had that double win, but still carrying great points and comes into today as the points leader here. Max Davies pushing him along at the moment, not wanting to attack at the moment. This is just the race is just calmed for a moment.
Don't say that.
Well, you know, it means it might come back to the bottom. If I commentate a curse the calm nature of
yes.
things, we
It's
get
very
more
calm.
to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm basically creating more work for me, in a good way.
I like work.
So, this is the battle over. This is the battle over 10th place. That was Joseph Simcock coming under pressure from Mikey Brissenden.
Brissenden's gained another place, and that is
Yeah.
McAllister. So McAllister is through on Max Davies. Logan McAllister has been very quickly working his way up through the field. Navarro and Castro have been pushing him along, but Tyler Gooden needs to get his act on now, because McAllister is coming through very, very quickly.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from the lightweight cadet champion of
Oh,
last
that's
year.
weaving.
And there was an attempt to sell the dummy, I think, from Tylee Gooden. And Palmer Mobsby just came across, I think, to open up the line. There was no malice in that. He was just like, well, I'll take the racing line. I'm sure Jamie's not there. And that almost ended in tears with Tylee Gooden on the grass. Brilliant reactions from both.
And there goes Davies.
Davies trying up the inside of Logan McAllister. He'll have the inside for Oziers, as there's a cone penalty for Barrington. But we're looking behind there. That's Navarro, by the way, having a great race as well. Still, George Palmer Mobsby has the advantage over Jamie Tylee Gooden. What this is all allowing, though,
Where's McAllister
is
gone?
for Benji. Where has McAllister gone? He's dropped down 3 positions. There he is. He's fallen down behind. Is that Matthew So? He's fallen behind. No, it's João Gabriel. João Gabriel Castro. So it's Max Davies in 4th, Navarro in 5th. João Gabriel Castro, albeit with a penalty hanging over him, in 6th and 7th for Logan McAllister now. But what that battling between Palmer Mobsby and Tylee Gooden has allowed is for, as that was Navarro and Castro fighting there. I'm going to get this thought out. They're too much battling now. I can't get a sentence out. Benji Hamilton is stretching out a gap off the back of that battling between Palmer Mobsby and Tylee Gooden.
He's gone. He's absolutely checked out as Benji Hamilton. It's the perfect situation for Benji Hamilton in this race. But that moving, that late under braking, I'm surprised there hasn't been a warning going the way of Palmer Mobsby.
I actually did commentate a curse the calm nature of the race.
Yes,
It got
you did.
frenetic.
Thank you for that.
Now we can't keep up with it. Logan McAllister is back on to applying pressure onto the 36 of João Gabriel Castro over 6th place. A few warnings coming through there on the board. Warnings are not penalties in of themselves, but they do beget penalties if there's too many of them for a particular driver for a particular offence. Let me say that Benji Hamilton's checked out. It's 2.4 seconds the gap. If Palmer, Mosby and Tyler Gooden were to maybe work together, they might be able to, but we've seen such impressive pace from Benji Hamilton earlier on in qualifying. One has to think that all things being equal, he'll control that, as that looked like a recovering Blake Southern to me, making a move there.
He's been doing a really good job after
Yeah.
the opening couple of laps. He's now right behind Declan Luff for 14th. And, you know, when I was chatting with Blake as well during that Paddock show, it was just, all right, Blake, what's going to go wrong today? And I think we saw what went wrong today. It's not been the best start of the season for him because we know how much pace he has. But here he is, and there is Benji Hamilton continuing to pull clear, and here is Jamie Tyler Gooden starting to mount another charge on George Palmer Mobsby.
Fair play to Palmer Mobsby, though. He has absorbed this pressure brilliantly so far. He has got to be a little bit careful with how he's moving around at the top of the hill, maybe, but he's absorbing a lot of pressure, and it's going to be Max Davies having a look
Tyler
there.
Gooden around the outside.
He defends on the inside as Palmer Mosby. Tyler Gooden, I thought, as you say, was trying on the outside of Ashby there. He's trying any which way to get by on the number 3 is Tyler Gooden, and it's just bringing the pressure up more and more because Navarro is right with Max Davies as well. Now, this is further back. That's Brissenden through. Is that another place he's made up there? I think he's by on Balasitis, I think that was.
No, I think Balasitis is another place ahead.
Oh,
I think
okay,
that was Ryan
okay.
Rapini.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right, just looking at them in the back shot there.
Well, Tyler Gooden's now coming under a bit of pressure from Max Davies. How does Davies want to play this? Because everyone knows that Palmer Mosby is right now the cork in the bottle. And fair play to Palmer Mosby, right? You're allowed to defend. You don't have to work with them. And Max Davies has got through on Tyler Gooden. So we'll see how Davies fares in the attempt to get through into second place.
Where did that come from? He got by nice and cleanly by the time they were breaking for Christmas corner there. So just as soon as we had described Palmer Mosby as a bit of a cork in the bottle, he's given some breathing space. That's mixing of analogies. I suppose it's important to let wine breathe. That battling over third place allows him to get a little bit of space there for him to work with. So can he now get the hammer down and start to secure second place a little bit? What he needs for that to happen is for more battling to happen in this pack, and they've all clocked that they don't want to be doing that. They want to just push a little bit harder for the next lap and see if they can, see what opportunities really lie in store for them come the last lap. And the fastest lap of the race from Benji Hamilton at 55.172. The gap is out to 3.246 seconds. Highly impressive pace from Benji Hamilton. But then there's this train of karts from second down through to 7th. Ollie Moody, we haven't mentioned, by the way, up to 9th place. He's having a good drive. Cone penalty for Logan McAllister. So that's one position from wherever he finishes as a battle comes out of Osiers. Jamie Tyler Gooden has got back past Max Davies, and Max Davies was clattering over the curb, and it's lost him a lot of momentum down the back straight. And Navarro's through on him. João Gabriel Castro, who now goes through on Navarro, and Logan McAllister are all by on the driver of the number 15. And Max Davies has had a very costly lap there as they come on to the last lap of this Whilton Mill circuit for the Pre-A final. Who is going to finish in the podium spots?
I have a feeling that Davies got squeezed a little bit on the exit of Osiers, and, well, that's cost him a huge amount of time. Let's not forget as well, Gabriel Castro has a penalty, as does Logan McAllister. So Navarro is effectively in P4, but can Palmer Mosby keep Tyler Gooden at bay? I think he can, because he's over a second clear. So George Palmer Mosby has done enough. And will there be anything left in the tank here from Navarro, who's right on the back of Castro, heading through Osiers?
Absolutely.
And Tyler Gooden has a penalty.
Penalty for Tyler Gooden.
Navarro takes third.
We have to be looking at our start-finish line, though, because Benji Hamilton, who's controlled this one brilliantly, is going to cross the line and take the win in the Pre-A final. And there is George Palmer Mobsby. Brilliant result for him. Best result of the season so far. Jamie Tyler Gooden in third, but with a penalty to be applied. We definitely saw it come through, didn't we, on timing. João Gabriel Castro in fourth. Fifth for Frederick Navarro. Logan McAllister in sixth, but he does have a penalty, I think, of one position to be applied. Max Davies in seventh. Matthew So, good run from him in eighth. Ninth for Dominic Balasitis. And Ollie Moody round out your top 10 in another dramatic race there from our super lightweight juniors.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, it was. It was. We're going to have to pace ourselves with this one, mate, today.
I think Frederick Navarro gets third with how the penalties have applied. Max Davies might actually get fourth, depending on everything. But with that, that does bring an end to our pre-A final. So it's time to head on in to our overall finals, our cadets.
Let's take you through the grid then for our C final for super lightweight cadets. Now, obviously, this could be an interesting one. Quite a few of these drivers got penalties that deprived them the promotion. Well, only one driver got a penalty that deprived them of the promotion in a way. But Ledger Dimitriou it is, who will start this one on pole. Megan Gascoigne, who started the pre-C final in last, is now second on the grid for this one. Ferris Pelch and Ewan Farrelly are row number 2. Adam Asgar and Alfie Clark are on row 3. Isaac Chang is the other driver who could have got promotion, but he too had a penalty that meant he couldn't have got it. Harry Berry Whiting is alongside on row 4. Juan Amandares Bocanegra and Oscar Doliniec round out your top 10. Freddie Powell and Lily Catignon are next. I think Catignon had penalties as well, which is why she's that far down the grid after a competitive run in the earlier race. Arif Jarosh and Edward Sybry are on row 7. Row 8 is Eleanor Santosh and Zach Evans. Valley Finberg and Leander Hewitt are on row 9. And I think we're expecting to see Samardeep Dhaliwal as well out there. We'll have to see on timing whether he comes through. And there he is, sorry, rounding out the 19 kart grid. There we go, as we're going round again. So I needn't have gone through that fast. And I'm going to apologise because it wasn't a penalty for Lily Catignon, was it? There was an incident late on for Catignon and Arif Jarosh as well, which is why they find themselves that low on the grid. Nevertheless, a few drivers out of position based on the pace that we've seen from them on this one, Yousuf, and still just those top 2 positions of promotion available.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Dimitriou. We've already seen his pace in the pre-C final. Gascoigne did an incredible race. Interested to see what Dhaliwal can do as well, because again, he had pace, but he had that incident on the first lap, dropped right to the back of the order. And then, of course, we've got Catignon and Jarouche will be very excited or very determined to put aside the wrongs of that pre-C final. There's a lot of cogs working in this Cup C final. Is that what we call it? A Cup C final? Overall C final?
I just call it a C final.
Yeah.
But,
the final.
I know what you mean. Different series use different terms for it. Here we go then. For our C final, drivers being reminded to stay in the tram lines. Ledger Dimitriou leads them away for 11 minutes of racing into the first corner, and it's a good start from Megan Gascoigne there and up into the lead. And I say that somewhat with caution because the person she's just passed knows all too well what might be the cause of second on the grid having such a good start. They go 3 wide behind us. There's contact in the mid-pack as well. 3 drivers involved there. And they were going 3 wide for second place as well. How did that one end up? That one ended up, I think, still with Ledger Dimitriou in second. Driver getting assistance at the top of the circuit. But it is Megan Gascoigne who leads this one as they come through at Osiers. And as I say, I'm only hesitant, folks, because Ledger Dimitriou himself
got that penalty from second.
A start that looked like that, and I'm not saying anything by that. I'm just saying, and there is the penalty for Megan Gascoigne for a jump start. So unfortunately, that is she's just seen that on the board, and you can see her arm aloft. Unfortunately, it's an open and shut case. I never want to say it live because it's not my call. There is some leniency allowed, I think. There's a few thousandths of a second that can be allowed.
Yes.
But I did note as they crossed the line that Megan crossed the timing line before Ledger, at least as it came up on my timing. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. Penalty as well for braking formation for Eleanor Santosh. We did see some drivers breaking out of that tram line as they go nearly 3 wide into Wilkins, and that's going to be contact. And you can see that one was going to end with a heart in the mouth moment, and Ewan Farrelly is indeed on the outside. And I think he just didn't know that it was 3 wide. I think it was, I've just got to leave 1 kart width on the inside, and it was actually 2. And yeah, you and I both could feel we could feel that one.
Yeah.
That one was going to. That was very likely, highly likely, to end in a spin. And unfortunately, it did for you in Farrelly. Here is your battle for the lead, though. Megan Gascoigne versus Ledger Dimitriou.
Yeah, and we've also got a penalty for Adam Asker. I don't know what CTO is, because there's been 2 of those, I think. Henry Berry Whiting also has one of those, as Dimitriou just sits behind Gascoigne for now and waits for the opportune moment to strike. So just a 10th between the top 2, Alfie Clark and Ferris Pell. That is effectively the battle for second place as Dimitriou has spun. Can he get going again? Oh, someone's going a little bit wide and Dimitriou is stuck. Alfie Clark is now your effective race leader. Dimitriou, all he had to do was sit behind Gascoigne and he would have been in the B final. None of this helps Megan Gascoigne, of course, because Megan still has a penalty and Dimitriou is stuck, dropping right to the back of the field. It is drama after drama in this Cadet Super Lightweight C final. We thought it was Gascoigne, then we thought it was Dimitriou. Now we think it's Ferris Pelk who will be advancing to the C final along with Alfie Clark. Adam Asker has a penalty, so it is Freddie Powell who is effectively in 3rd position right now. And I don't think Ferris Pelk knows that he is on for winning this C final, because I'm not sure if he'll be aware that Megan Gascoigne has a penalty right now. As I see Howard frantically searching for that.
I never like it when that happens.
Penalty.
I never like it when that happens.
Is it crossing tram line? CTO crossing tram?
No.
Contact.
I mean, my mind automatically goes to contact takeout, but that would be an ABC takeout.
Yeah. Who knows?
It's not like, I know the A in ABC stands for advantage, but it's not like if you don't gain an advantage, they give you a different type of penalty. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we know it's a penalty, and Dhaliwal is up to 10th, so he's had a very good start to this race.
And he wasn't able to show that pace in the pre-C final. So, yeah, that's good to see him working his way up the order.
Megan Gascoigne, though, leading by 5 seconds. Oh, this is just going to be so heartbreaking for Megan to win the race by a large amount in exactly the same way it was for Ledger Dimitriou as well in the pre-C final. Let's not forget, Dimitriou started 2nd, took 1st into turn 1, won by about 15 seconds, and then got a penalty for jump starting. So it didn't matter, and it dropped him outside of the top 2. Meant that he didn't make it into the pre-B final, and now here for the 2nd final. Dimitriou's had that spin trying to get past Gascoigne, and now he definitely won't be getting into the B final.
Yes, indeed. We're coming up to halfway through this race then. Megan Gascoigne leading this one, but as Yousuf was just saying, has that penalty. So can't be promoted. That is due to a 2-position jump start penalty. Jump start penalties are given, it's two positions for each row that you jump effectively.
Okay.
So, but obviously it only counts as 1 row because she effectively jumped from the 1st row to the 0th row of the grid. So it's 2 positions there. This is Adam Asker defending against Freddie Powell through the toe of the boot.
And this is the battle for 3rd, or what is effectively 2nd position, and the final B-final spot for the Cadet Super Lightweights today. And Adam Asker is right on the back of Alfie Clark. Freddie Powell just watching this one unfold from a couple of car lengths behind us. Here comes Asker looking to the outside. He's going to hang it around the outside of Christmas corner. Adam Asker up into 3rd position, but don't forget, Asker has a penalty, so that does not matter. He will not be inheriting 2nd place from Megan Gascoigne.
Yeah, indeed. Quick look over the shoulder from Adam Asker.
And that's what an advantage by contact incorrect penalty, it looks like, because Dimitri has picked one up. Although that is an attempt from Asgar to go back up the inside of Clark, or pardon me, Clark to go up the inside of Asgar, but does not succeed. And I think as well for Dimitri right now, I don't think he cares if he gets a penalty. He's just quite annoyed and just wants to clamber back up the order, as there comes the 74, Freddie Powell trying to poke his nose up the inside of Alfie Clark. The battle for the final spot in the Cadet Super Lightweight B final.
Indeed.
Oh, look at Santosh!
Go 3 wide here. Great run from Santosh. Wide moment there from Alfie Clark.
And he's got no one to blame other than himself.
An unforced error definitely there for Alfie Clark there in the 38. You could see the frustration from him there. And, we mentioned earlier how we saw a spin earlier today. We were talking about how easy it can be on the outside. This is now then the 97 of Barry Whiting getting involved. That's the other driver carrying a penalty as well.
I think Santosh went a little bit too wide into Christmas corner. Looked like she had the move, but Freddie Powell has got back through, so it is Freddie Powell now who will be advancing to the B final, if our rough calculations are correct.
I'm going to say that CTO stands for contact takeout. It would make sense because those were the 3 drivers who went 3 wide at Wilkins, and it led to Farrelly being out wide. So there was contact, and there was a takeout.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an advantage by contact. They just had contact.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's that for now, and say that it would therefore be a 4-position penalty. I do apologise if I've got that wrong. I'm genuinely going to study that one. Andrew Mather's watching. He's going to be laughing because he knows I hate that and stuff like that, and I don't know it.
Probably would have sent a message in by now. Like, it's this.
It's this. Oh, I'm not saying he knows what it is either. I'm just saying he knows I'll be annoyed about it, that I don't. There's a move. There is Barry Whiting, Harry Barry Whiting, having looked there, and that was beautifully read there in a wide moment for Eleanor Santosh. So, Megan Gascoigne leads, but has a penalty. Ferris Pelch is in second, does not have a penalty. Adam Asgar is in third, but does have a penalty. Freddie Powell in fourth, in that 74. Doesn't. We believe there's therefore in the second promotion spot.
Yes.
Up into the B final here in our super lightweight cadets. If ever you needed a lesson in keep it clean, folks, this is it. If nothing else, for your own commentator's sanity, so we don't have to keep. My abacus is getting
wide
worn
for
out.
the 31, swings back in front of the 74, Freddie Powell. And, Asgar needs to be careful that he doesn't pick up another penalty, as Santosh has a bit of a moment herself. And now, Asgar's going to have to go defensive. Freddie Powell looking to the outside. Now, let's not forget, Freddie Powell probably doesn't know that Asgar has a penalty.
Yeah, as well, although he has got a rear gunner in that regard because Barry Whiting has a penalty as well. So,
does he?
Yeah, he was the other CTO.
Oh.
That's...
okay. I did not realise that.
Yep, penalty for the 97 issued at...
So, Eleanor Santosh is effectively in...
Third. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Second.
No, sorry, not in third.
Third, yes, because behind Pelch and Powell.
No, because Megan Gascoigne
yes.
only has a 2-place penalty, so she would actually be classified in third. So your top 3, if the race were to end now, and to be fair, it is going to end relatively soon. The last lap board will be shown to Megan Gascoigne this time around, as into Osiers they go. And that is a move from Powell. And that's him trying to get by on Asgar. Round the outside, he's going to seal that move. Beautiful way to get that move done. Last lap board has been shown to Megan Gascoigne.
Bit of bumping into the braking zone.
I do just want to make clear here, the jump start gap was 38 thousandths of a second. Your heart really does go out to Megan Gascoigne, because other than that, she's controlled this one brilliantly. As I say, unfortunately, it's somewhat of an open and shut case when you see the margin across the line. But, you know, I hope she takes a lot of heart from this result, as there's a look from Asgar to try and get back past on Freddie Powell. And as we keep saying, Freddie does not necessarily know. He might think that this is everything on the line here for promotion, when it need not be, because he, simply by dint of not having the penalties, he can let that 97 kart through. If and he would still get promotion.
Whoa.
But the risk here is the other car. Elena Santos coming into the picture, and Freddie Powell's got to be careful here. Megan Gascoigne crosses the line. She does take the win on the road, and it has been a really impressive drive, but as we understand it, it is a jump start penalty coming her way, unfortunately, and that would mean that Ferris Pelch there gets the win in the final result. And here, across the line, comes Adam Asghar ahead of Freddie Powell, and we think Freddie Powell has the promotion spot into the B final ahead of Harry Berry Whiting, Eleanor Santosh in 6th, Leander Hewitt in 7th, 8th for Samardeep Dhaliwal. That's a brilliant drive up the order for Dhaliwal. 9th for Isaac Chang. Oscar Delineate rounding out your top 10. A reminder that you can get all the confirmed results at results.alphatiming.co.uk, and that is exactly where we're going to be heading in a moment's time, because we've had to do a lot of assumptions and maths in our mental maths on the fly there. But we think that it's Ferris Pelch and Freddie Powell who are your promotees. Some great drives from other drivers there, but the important thing is to not accrue those penalties. Your C final for Super Lightweight Juniors is next. Let's have a look at the grid then for our Junior Super Lightweight C final. It's going to be Caden Ward who starts this one on pole position as they come out onto the circuit now, ready for this one. There we go. Caden Ward will start this one from pole. Sammy Churchill alongside Noah Hadwin and Dylan Tracy on row 2. Bly Gregory and Dylan Fitzhenry on row number 3. Next up it will be Jack Adcock and Ben Cosgrove. Tyler Masters and Zachariah Saeed round up the top 10. Annabelle Owen and Oliver Bamford Sr. are on row number 6. Henry Eaton and Onyx Hogarth are next, ahead of Dmitry Borowski and Harrison Bishop. Voidan Kajayan and Rowan Horder are on row 9, with Luke Cherrington and Callum Wood rounding up the top 20. Michael Lonergan-Khan and Lilia Scatchard are next, ahead of Andrea Bahari Mastiata and Charlie Williams. And then it's going to be Kira Boylan, Thomas Walker and Freddie Coleman-Evans to round out the 27-kart grid, who will be contesting this C final for Junior Super Lightweights for round 3 of the 2024 CLUB100 Cadets and Juniors Championships here at Whilton Mill, with the live broadcast coverage from Alpha Live, myself, Howard Mitchell, and Yousuf Bin-Suhayl in the comms position for you here to enjoy more of what so far has been a highly entertaining day's worth of racing.
It absolutely has. It absolutely has. And Sammy Churchill, let's not forget how quick he was. Oh, crossing the tram lines a little bit. Needs to be careful with that one. Sammy Churchill doesn't want to get a crossing tram line. Loads of drivers cross the tram lines too early. There'll be a bunch of penalties coming in. Churchill, though, has taken the lead through the opening couple of corners.
Oh, and Bly Gregory got the back twitching out on the rear of the cart, stepping out on him as he churned through the crook, and it was corrected by fellow competitors, frankly, and that's the preferable outcome of that, really, because that would have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Bly, but manages to stay in the fight facing the right way, as thankfully does everybody else, it seems, as they come round to Ashby Corner, although I think I spotted one cart off the back of the field. We'll check that on timing as they come around.
The top 3 have pulled away, but it is an absolute pandemonium for 4th, and a couple of cars forced to cut the grass on the exit of Oziers, being squeezed 2-3 abreast on a corner exit, and someone's gone a bit deep heading into the boot, but they're able to get back going once again as the opening lap of this race draws to a close, and lap 2 is underway, and it is not Sammy Churchill at the front, it is Dylan Tracy who has taken the lead. Churchill in 2nd, Caden Ward in 3rd.
Yeah, I think the driver who might have been going slowly there, so yeah, Bly Gregory, what a dramatic first lap he had, is at the back of the field, unfortunately. Issues 2 for Michael Lonergan-Khan, Ben Cosgrove, Henry Eaton, Callum Wood and Andrea Bahari Mustiata. They're all still in the battle, but they've lost a lot of positions on that opening lap. We're looking at Dylan Tracy here, your race leader, Sammy Churchill and Caden Ward right with him, as Yousuf was saying, the top 3 pulling away quite notably on that first lap.
I'll give a little shout out to Thomas Walker, gained 12 positions on that opening lap, so fantastic job from him. But this three-way battle for the lead is starting to look spicy. That looks also to be Dylan Fitzhenry getting past on Zakaria Syed. So we'll see whether Fitzhenry can now try to hunt down the group ahead. Fitzhenry still side by side with Syed as they head up the hill through Fine Lady, and right behind Fitzhenry, that looks to be Tyler Masters following through. Tyler Masters had a really good pre-C final. He clambered up the order. That looks dangerous. Two abreast as they head down the hill through the King of Inkermans, and it looked to be very similar to what happened to Rory Hamilton a couple of races earlier, as your top three still nose to tail. But in this particular group, it is now Dylan Fitzhenry at the front of the train in 4th position.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you've got to be careful on the Inkermans. That curb seems like nothing, and it is if you take the racing line. But if you're approaching on a shallow angle, that curb at Inkermans actually is quite an event. I remember distinctly and very annoyingly for me hitting that curb very hard in an endurance race here once in a Club 100 kart, and I put myself into a spin, and it felt like the most pathetic spin ever. But yeah, learned the hard way to respect that curb at Inkermans. We've got some mechanical flags, by the way, unusually 2, which is quite unusual. One for Andrea Bahari Mustiata, and then Blythe Gregory as well, both of them with the infamous meatball flag, the orange circle on a black background, telling these drivers that they need to pull into the pits. Move for the lead, though. Sammy Churchill to the inside of Dylan Tracy and gets the job done.
Oh, here comes Caden Ward. Oh, you can't poke your nose up the inside there, Caden. He's just going to get chopped off, and now Caden might even get a cone penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good move nonetheless from Sammy Churchill up to the lead of the race.
Penalty for Sammy Churchill, jump start.
And
he's gone wide.
He's gone wide anyway onto the grass, and that's Dylan Tracy back up to the lead of this race. Is there something in the water today? This seems just...
What water?
I suppose maybe that's it. Maybe it's heat stroke. I don't know. But there's a lot of drivers who are just getting themselves into these positions, and it just seems a little bit more. There's a lot more drama out there today. Just and hopefully the drivers rein in a little bit. Cone penalty coming in for Caden Ward. I don't think that's particularly surprising. And whoever's replacing the cones.
Stop murdering Colin.
Yeah, Colin the Cone getting a little bit of needs a little bit of TLC out there at this stage, and possibly also the official whose job it is to put the cones back up on hosiers coming onto the back straight. In all seriousness, the drivers just need to calm it down now, right? The driver who doesn't get the penalty is the one who's going to reap the rewards here.
So Dylan Fitzhenry is currently in effective 2nd place because Caden Ward has that cone penalty.
Yes, and Sammy Churchill has that jump start penalty. You're absolutely right. So both of the Dylans, and all Dylan promotions run at the moment.
Do we have any other Dylans that you can think
in
of?
the world? No,
well, in the world,
in Club 100.
Yeah.
Not that I can think of right now. It's not a question I've never been put on the spot with. Dylan Tracy and Dylan Fitzhenry at the moment.
Let us know in the chat if your name is Dylan. Come and join us for Club 100 promotions. But there is Dylan Fitzhenry right ahead of Zakaria Syed. Now, just as we saw in the cadets, these guys have no idea that they are in effective 2nd place and are going to get promoted to the Junior Super Lightweight B final.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's...
Are you going through every single driver to find
No.
a Dylan? Okay, good. I was going to say that's way too much commitment to this bet, Howard. But it is Tracy who does lead by 3/10 from Caden Ward. Now, Dylan Tracy won't know that Caden Ward has a penalty. So if Dylan Tracy could just risk allowing these two through. But if Tracy does battle too hard, that will allow the other Dylan and Zakaria Syed, along with this group of carts behind them, to close in, and then we could have a really fun battle. As we can see, John Patterson, as there goes Syed up the inside of Fitzhenry. So Syed retakes 4th position, but there comes Fitzhenry back once more. They're chopping and changing positions, heading through the boot. Fantastic racing from these two.
In seriousness, I can't think of any other Dylans in Club 100 this year. Okay, so Cone warning for Charlie Williams. Here we are once again. This is a move for the lead on the road. Caden Ward goes past Dylan Tracy. And now that's is it just the cone penalty for Caden?
Now, I did just see Tracy hit the tyre barriers. So that could be a cone warning.
No. But the penalty for Caden Ward, it's only a cone penalty.
Yes.
So that means that he brings himself back into play for the promotion now.
Oh, that's
by
a
doing
weird place.
so. That is an odd place to have a kart spun round. That's the 24 of. I will have to double check that. That was definitely a 24.
It was something 4. It might have been Andrea Brahari Mustiati in the 34.
Oh, that's true. That would make some sense, actually, yeah. So I think that's the 34, and I don't know. Obviously, yes, she would be out of position based off the mechanical failure flag that she was issued. So she's had to go into the pit lane and potentially have some damage repaired or some such like that. So Caden Ward in the lead, and he has to hold on to that lead because if he drops down to second, his cone penalty means that he would be down in third place.
Dylan Fitzhenry has lost a whole bunch of positions.
Yes,
so
he has. So Caden Ward at the moment is first on the road, but we classified second. Dylan Tracy is second, but will be classified first.
Yes.
They would both get promoted. If Dylan Tracy gets by Caden Ward, because of the nature in which the penalties are applied, I think Zachariah Saeed would be your promotee from fourth place.
Or Tyler Masters, because Masters is clambering up the order and he has been looking very quick, both in the pre-C final and now in the C final, trying to go up the inside. We saw that end really badly earlier on, but I think Masters gets away with it. Boys and girls out there, if you're watching, do not poke your nose up the inside. You need to be fully alongside to get that move to work.
Honestly, I think it could be instinctive. For any drivers who've been to Whilton Mill before, they go, here's my chance, and it's not. It's a different thing. You actually want to, if anything, try to run it round the outside and potentially set up something into the chicane, or just have a great run through the chicane and maximise your run. As we've got a driver off there, that's on the exit of turn 2. And
they look a bit hurt.
That driver, I think we're going to go full course yellow immediately there as a precaution. As there's immediately
Borowski, I think.
Okay.
As we have, that is Dylan Tracy going back up the inside of Caden Ward, and Caden Ward's going to fight back.
But there's a full course yellow on my timing right now. They can't be doing this unless.
Have they not seen it?
Well, there's the yellows out, and there's clearly they're being reminded that it is a full course yellow right now. And the discipline under this particular FCY, I'm going to say this as diplomatically as possible. That was a questionable transition into full course yellow conditions there.
They're focused so hard on racing as that. Caden Ward has a penalty. So is that another cone penalty for Caden Ward?
Let's just focus on the crucial thing there is that the driver who is off, and I note that it's Thomas Walker is dropping down on the timing sheet. So I wonder if it's he who is involved in that. But just to be clear, the driver is is communicating with the officials there. So although it looks perhaps a bit winded, that is good to see that the driver is at least talking to the officials there at the side of the road. Another penalty just showed up on our screen.
And for Dylan Tracy.
And that's exactly it. They will have passed a yellow flag point just before that corner, overtaken under yellow. Both of them committed that. So that is going to be both of them out of the opportunity. There's the driver out of the kart. That's great to see. That's the most important thing.
This race is going to end under full course yellows. So Syed and Masters are going to be going up to the B final.
Yes, that's correct. I agree. What a bizarre
Unless we
race.
Get green flag racing for about 3 corners.
Yep, nope, I agree with you there.
And Syed and Masters have no idea that this is going on.
Indeed. No, I absolutely agree with you. I just want to clarify one thing. So the driver involved there was Thomas Walker. We've seen him get out of the car. He's fine. The driver in question was not Dmitry Borowski there. He's still running in 12th place. And indeed will cross the line in 12th place because, as you say, this race is neutralised now.
And full course yellows tend to go green on the start-finish line.
Full course yellows have to go green on the start-finish line. As far as I'm aware, effectively it's like a safety car restart style, where they'll do green flag. And then, as you say, the driver in question was not Dmitry Borowski there. He's still running in 12th place. And indeed will cross the line in 12th place because, full course yellows have to go green on the start-finish line. As far as I'm aware, it's like a safety car restart style, where they'll do green flag. So, yeah, this race is neutralised until they come round to finish. Caden Ward has at least one cone penalty. I think I've seen another one. And surely will have an overtaking under yellow. The only thing that casts doubt on that is that I haven't actually seen that come up on the timing banner.
I definitely saw it come up on the screen.
I agree with you. We both saw it come up on the stream for both of the top two. If we're right, then it is indeed going to be Zachariah Saeed and Tyler Masters who get the promotion spots. I think it's fair to say that everything we say there is extremely provisional. Caden Ward will cross the line at the checkered flag as leader on the road, but we don't believe can get the promotion. Dylan Tracy...
Nobody's cheering because nobody knows where they finish.
I think he was happy with that, but we definitely saw them battling under yellow flags.
Yes.
Unless they're going to argue that...
It was a great battle, but it was under yellow flag.
If it was under green flag conditions, it would have been superb. It wasn't, though. We're going to just have to wait and see on that one, folks. Yep. We think that Zachariah Saeed might be classified as your winner there. We're going to have to confirm that one to you. We're going to look ahead, though, now to the B final for super lightweight cadets after a brief pause here where I think they sort everything out here at the circuit. You're watching your live alpha broadcast of round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Juniors, coming to you live from Whilton Mill. Howard Mitchell and Yousuf Bin-Suhayl in the comms position for you. We're going to get ready here for the Cadet B final in our super lightweights. Let's take a look at your grid as they line up for this one. Jake Matthews and Edward Jones are on row 1 of this one, with Jack Rauch and Zachary Smith on row 2. Tyler Nickelbine and Zaya Honor are on row number 3. Row 4 is where we find Shailen Srikantan and Jack Thompson. Nishwan Marshall and Dexter Hazeldine round out your top 10. Then it's Ethan Hall and Daniel Marutiak on row number 6. Ben Cape and Elliot Griggs are next, ahead of Felix Sheldon Hayward and Caesar Chen. Ethan Biddle and Cordell Sinclair are your 9th row of the grid. Sarah Telford and Adam Telford are on row 10. And your confirmed promotees, and thus we're
that's
clearly...
surprising.
That's surprising us. We did say that we're going to have to check the results here. Megan Gascoigne and Ferris Pelch, which means that Megan Gascoigne was your race winner.
Yes.
Classified
but
as
how?
such. Off the back of that... off the back of the C final. So that is how they line up for the 22-car grid.
We thought there was a penalty. Clearly we were wrong.
A penalty was shown on timing.
Yes.
We did say, though, at the time, there is a certain amount of leniency that is given around jump start.
Yes.
So, you know, at the end of the day, it's not our call to make. We'll go around again anyway with this one. Just to confirm a few bits of housekeeping, CTO is causing a driver to come to a halt. It is effectively contact taking out. And so that is treated as a 6-position penalty. So that's how that one works.
Also, I was informed by YouTube chat there is another Dylan. Dylan Edwards.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep. Fair enough.
I don't know who that is, but I'm guessing they race in juniors or in karts.
They do race. Yes, they race in karts. I can confirm. Yeah. No. Fair, yeah. Thank you, YouTube chat. That's fair enough. Well, there we go then. Thank you for having confirmed that. We have got a whole 3 Dylans.
It didn't work well though for the Dylans in the last race because they both got penalties.
There's probably more Dylans in amongst the BUKC lot as well. Actually, it's probably
BUKC.
I'm gonna say at least 4 or 5 Dylans.
Only team name matters for BUKC, right?
I'm not gonna say that. You know. Anyway,
yeah.
We've got a race to run here. 2 promotion spots on offer for whoever can seize this opportunity and bag the last positions on the back of that A final grid. Everyone else trying to optimise their points from the round. Away we go. Jake Matthews leads them away and immediately moves across to hold off any attack. And it's a good start from 3rd of the grid as well. I think Jack Rauch has immediately slotted into 2nd place as they head up the hill.
Yeah, so towards Christmas corner they go. Are there going to be any moves? The 37 trying to go up the inside of the 60, but they hang it side by side. And the 60 holds on to the position as one driver gets a little bit slow coming out of Christmas corner.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact at the back of the field, but they're all pointing the right way. At the end of it, side by side between Edward Jones and Tyler Nickelbine into Wilkins, and it looks to me like some of the tyres fared poorly off the back of that as well. As onto the back straight they come. It's still Nickelbine versus Jones. It's gone the way of Nickelbine at the moment. The 41 slotting into third place as they come through the toe of the boot and into the heel for the first time.
Oh, bit of contact, almost into the tyre barriers there.
That is a battle between
that was 16, I think.
It was, but was that
Caesar Chen and Ferris Pelch, I
thought it was Ferris Pelch, but if so, that would be a massive start from...
There goes the 41 of Nickelbine up the inside of Jack Rouch into Christmas corner. Now Edward Jones is trying to follow through, unable to do so. Nickelbine, though, up into second place. Jake Matthews continues to lead, heading down into Ashby corner.
It was Ferris Pelch, and that means that Ferris has had an extremely good start to the race. Up 5 positions on lap number 1, was battling away with Caesar Chen.
Now the 14 of Elliot Griggs going up the inside of, I think that was Dexter Hazeldine. He made the move on. So good stuff from Elliot Griggs, who's gained a few places. A couple of cars side by side as they head into the booth, 3 abreast as they make their way into the hill. Thankfully, nobody ends up in the tyre barriers, and now Nickelbine, with the fastest lap of the race, is leading the charge towards Matthews, with Rouch and Edward Jones alongside. And speaking of alongside, Nickelbine is alongside and past Jake Matthews. Matthews has had a terrible run, and Rouch has got in the pair of them. Jack Rouch from third up into first. And it is Nickelbine who has now lost the position to Jake Matthews, who has reclaimed second place. So Jack Rouch now leads the way in the Cadet Super Lightweight B final.
Yeah, indeed. Lovely move there. And great little exchange between these young drivers. Jack Rouch coming to the fore there as they come on to the back straight. Quick look over the shoulder from Rouch, and actually is not too much of a threat. In fact, the threat is more from third place on second as Nickelbine dives to the inside of Jake Matthews, and there's a bit of contact. Jake Matthews is wide, and there is the opportunity for Edward Jones in the 43. Reads it beautifully and takes the second place spot, whilst the other two are trying to sort themselves out. Costly moments for Jake Matthews and Nickelbine. Well, I say that, they have slotted back into third and fourth place, but they definitely need to be careful. Contact warning being issued to the number 41 of Nickelbine.
That was one of the most opportunistic moves I've seen, as now Jake Matthews goes back up the inside of Edward Jones to reclaim second position. So every time we see Jake Matthews lose out, he ends up fighting back, and now Jones is going to try to go up the inside of Matthews, backs out of the move down into Ashby, and well, we're seeing Jake Matthews saying, let's work together, but nobody seems to want to work with him. Jack Rouch has pulled 1.5 seconds clear. It's probably closer to 2 seconds when they come over the line. Who is going to go for the move? We're seeing the 14 of Elliot Griggs. He's made his way up the order fantastically. Found a way through on Nickelbine as well. And now he's trying to go up the inside of the 43. That is aggressive. But I think Elliot Griggs has made it work as Nickelbine has picked up a penalty. So we're seeing more and more penalties, more and more drama as well in this race. Elliot Griggs is behind Nickelbine, but don't forget Nickelbine has that penalty. And now we're seeing Zaya Honor closing on in the 37, looking to the outside. We're almost 3 abreast on the brakes as Nickelbine hangs it around the outside of Elliot Griggs into Christmas corner. Still nose to tail as they head through Inkerman and down the hill into Ashby. And again, Elliot Griggs trying to have a go up the inside of Nickelbine, and now he's on the outside as they head into Wilkins corner, and not quite sure who got the better of who, but that to me looks like it's Elliot Griggs who is now ahead.
Yes, indeed. More great battling going on here. And Jake Matthews tries to hold off Edward Jones, and here into the chicane is a look from Elliot Griggs on Nickelbine and gets the job done. And that is the type of move that you've got to be trying to do through this new configuration of the boot.
And Zaya Honor able to follow through. There goes Jack Thompson as well. And closing in is Zachary Smith in the orange suit with the white and gold helmet. Penalty for Cordell Sinclair, who's further down the order. Jack Rouch now leading by 2.2 seconds from Jake Matthews and Edward Jones. And there is our group of carts stretching all the way down to Zachary Smith in 8th position.
Yes, indeed. Who has the fastest lap of the race, by the way, 58.643 for Zachary Smith. As there's a contact warning for Elliot Griggs, needs to try and avoid those. We've seen plenty of penalties.
He's going for another move, is Smith.
He is, yeah.
Up the inside of Jack Thompson into the boot. Zachary Smith is not wasting any time, but he's gone a little bit wide, so he's wasted a tiny bit of time there. And he has lost the position as Jack Thompson reclaims 7th position.
Just under 5 minutes left on the clock then. Jack Rouch leads this one by 2.6 seconds. We're looking at the battle over 2nd place, which is for the last of these promotion spots. There's Griggs trying up the inside of Edward Jones in the 43 at the top of the hill. And through Inkermans, he's going to try again into Ashby. That's a bold look from Elliot Griggs. It's not often that you see someone having an attempt in both corners, actually, having an attempt in Christmas and immediately recovering and going again. Applying a lot of pressure here is the driver of the number 14. Having set the fastest lap that last time through, he's going to try again into the boot. This is like a demo of all the places you can go for a move here. This time gets the job done.
I think that was a little signal. Let's try to work our way up through the order, which for now is being followed by Edward Jones. For how much longer, we'll have to wait and see. Jake Matthews, though, in 2nd position, and just over half a second clear of Elliot Griggs. But Griggs now with clear air will be hunting down the 28 cart quite quickly, I'd imagine.
Yes, indeed. There's a good little battle going on here. Well, there's good battles going on throughout the entire field, but that particular one is the battle over 6th place. Well, so Jack Thompson, Tyler Nickelbine, Zachary Smith and Nishwan Marshall.
And we know that Zachary Smith has a lot of pace under his cart. But he does have to sit behind Nickelbine, who does have a penalty. Nickelbine, I thought, was going to try to pull alongside Jack Thompson heading into the heel. He does decide against it this time around. Edward Jones with the new fastest lap of the race, a 58.279. Putting in some good time is Edward Jones, who is right on the back of Elliot Griggs. There's 41 and 65 side by side. Nickelbine on the outside of Jack Thompson. Won't be able to get through, and right behind them is Zachary Smith in that orange suit with a multicoloured helmet.
This battle then comes out of Ashby, heads towards Wilkins, side by side between...
Zachary Smith, he's been squeezed off.
Yeah, and there was contact, and not for the first time. We've seen carts going side by side in Wilkins, ending in contact.
While he tried to hang it around the outside of Wilkins, which is a very, very brave move. It didn't quite work out for Zachary Smith. Maybe lesson learned for the next time we are at Whilton Mill. And it's a big shame because Zachary Smith was absolutely rapid. Jake Matthews, though, is in 2nd with Elliot Griggs, Edward Jones and Zaya Honor right behind. This is the battle for 2nd place, the final spot that goes to the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. Side by side, and once again Edward Jones, he's going to go for a move here on Elliot Griggs. Zaya Honor pulls alongside as well. Is it going to be 2 passes on Elliot Griggs? Yes, it is, and that's a great move from Zaya Honor. And up into 3rd place for Edward Jones. Still time for him to attack Jake Matthews for the last, and there's a penalty for Elliot Griggs as well. So it goes from bad to worse for Elliot Griggs. Had a storming few laps a few laps ago, got the fastest lap, and then obviously up making great passes, but unfortunately it's all fallen apart just a little bit. He'll still bag some decent points, although we don't know the nature of the penalty, so how many positions it will constitute. There it is confirmed on the board, and there's also a penalty coming in for Adam Telford. That's for contact. Here we go then. We've got 2 laps left of this one, and this is your battle for promotion, if I'm not very much mistaken. Jake Matthews in the 28, Edward Jones round the outside up the hill. And that's the job done. That's Edward Jones up into those promotion spots.
He has done that overtake with style and a half. Edward Jones round the outside of Christmas. Now, what does Jake Matthews have to answer this with? Maybe a send it down into Ozias. Doesn't quite get the run. Has to sit behind. Can get a nice pit of toe then on the back straight. But again, a little bit wonky on corner exit. That's going to allow now Zaya Honor to potentially have a go. But he's got the 14 of Elliot Griggs up his inside. And these two are now side by side, heading through the final sequence of corners.
On to the last lap then for Jack Rauch. He's controlled this one brilliantly. Edward Jones is up into second place at the point where it matters in that number 43 kart as they head up the hill for the last time here in the B final for super lightweight cadets. And here's a challenge for third place. Zaya Honor, who's worked up the order here really well, went for the move there, wasn't quite able to make it stick. There's a track limits warning for Jake Matthews. But what that has meant, the challenge from Zaya Honor means that Jake Matthews is now a few kart lengths behind Edward Jones. And I think that's going to secure the second place, so long as he can pilot it around these last few corners. This young man, though, Jack Rauch, what a race he's had. Brilliant pace throughout, through the final corner. He's going to take the win in the B final here at Whilton Mill. And it's a decent gap that he's managed to build up there of 4 seconds almost over Edward Jones, who finishes second and bags the last of the promotion spots onto the back of that A final grid for super lightweight cadets. Jake Matthews in third, Zaya Honor in fourth, fifth for Elliot Griggs. Although there are some penalties to be applied in amongst all of this, we should hasten to add Tyler Nickelbine in sixth, seventh for Jack Thompson, Nishwan Marshall in eighth, ninth for Felix Sheldon Hayward, and Ethan Hall rounds out your top 10. It'll be Jack Rauch and Edward Jones then who get the promotion.
Yes, I was just wondering, is that the first time we've seen our final not affected by penalties in terms of who advances?
No, I think we had some top twos in the pre-finals. Maybe the finals, yeah, there have been a few penalties, haven't there, during the pre-seas. So I think you might be right, which is always good to see. Always good to see. Right, the B final is next for super lightweight juniors. Getting ready then for your B final here for round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Junior Series for super lightweights. Rory Hinckley will start this one on pole position. Max Winfield alongside Max Sheldon Hayward and Jack Harrison are on row number 3. Jake Chapman and Zain El Topchi are on row number 4. Brody Skinner and George Lewis are next ahead of Jack Hayo and Luca Brooks. Richard Winchcombe and Tom Sands are on row number 6. Row 7 is where we find Jonathan Fuchsel and Daniel Campbell. Henry Jones and Daniel Archibald are on row 8 with Louis Williams and John Wall on row number 9. It's the top 20 rounded out by Henry Wilkes and Max Miller on row 10 ahead of Joshua Greaves and Jaden Giles on row 11. Connor Kenny and Thomas Wordley are on row number 12. And they will be joined by the promotees from the C final in the form of Zakaria Saeed and Tyler Masters.
Which I think is what we expected it to be when that Junior C final came to a close. Still got a lot of heavy hitters in this race as well. Jack Harrison was leading the pre-B final for a long amount of time until it all went horribly wrong in his battle with Ethan Pritchard.
I think there might be a last-minute correction to the grid here, actually.
Okay.
We'll have to double-check this as they come out on track. So
what's the
change? Latest result here is an exclusion for Zakaria Saeed on the official result that's just been posted.
Oh,
which is an exclusion for underweight. If that's true, it would mean that Jack Adcock is your promotee, and I wonder, because the carts haven't come out on track just yet,
that might
I
be
wonder
it.
if they're just sorting that all out in the paddock.
But Saeed should have known that as soon as he finished the race, because he would have been underweight. And that would have been put on the results.
Well, it depends how close it was.
Yeah, true.
It depends how close it was. Also, he might have known, but it doesn't mean that Jack Adcock knew and was ready to get in the kart. So the karts are coming out onto circuit. And
more drama.
More drama today.
Final.
More drama today.
Oh, I'm going to sit back down.
It is Jack Adcock. The number 11 is out on circuit. So, correction to the grid graphic that we had. And in fairness to...
I think in that race there were about 8 different people that we thought were going to get promoted.
Do you know what? I'm going to check. Where did Jack actually finish on the road?
Oh, dear.
Let's actually find this out. He finished 6th. And he's now promoted to the A final grid. Sorry, to the A final grid. The B final grid is what I should say. Sorry, he's promoted to the B final grid. So there was a lot of drama in that C final. Hopefully, well, we want drama, but we want racing drama. We don't want to be filing through all of the penalty pages of the race.
Penalties for racing is racing drama, right?
I'm going to say no, and let's go with no penalties.
Right, race on no.
I bet JV's saying the same as well in race control. Here we go then for our B final in junior lightweight.
It's Rory Hinckley starting on pole, and he's got a really good getaway. The driver starting in second has dropped down the order to P4. That was Max Winfield, who is in the green helmet, if I'm not mistaken. Now got the 71 of Jack Harrison going out. Is inside into Christmas corner.
Yep, all good, apart from the fact I called it junior lightweight, and it's super lightweight, of course. Today, Rory Hinckley leads them down through Ashby Corner. Still through these lovely conditions here at Whilton Mill. I won't be focusing too much on that, though. They'll be driving with their eyes on stalks, alert to all the challenges coming around them, but delighted to say that it seems to be a pretty clean start here from this B final grid. There's a little look from Jack Harrison trying to get by into the boot, but has to hold station for now as they come round to complete lap number 1.
So it will be Hinckley who is leading. Winfield's dropped down the order. Sheldon Hayward in second, then Jake Chapman in third, followed by Jack Harrison, and then comes Max Winfield, who started on the front row of the grid, as that is some aggressive looking from the 35 of Daniel Campbell. Don't forget, Campbell had a really good run. He's one of our promotees from the C final.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff there from Campbell.
Also keep your eyes out for Brody Skinner in 10th place. Could have been promoted to the A final, but did have a penalty. I think he finished the C final, the pre-B final in 5th or 6th or something like that. He was carving his way up through the order, but a little bit too little too late, and with a penalty to add as well. The 3/10 between our top two. The last time they came over the line, we'll see what the gap is this time around. Hinckley from Hayward, and the gap is now just over 1/10 of a second, and you can see them nose to tail as they head through Oblivion and the Crook.
Yeah, frenetic pack of karts there going through. George Lewis was definitely having to get his elbows out there through the chicane. It's Rory Hinckley who leads, though. Max Sheldon Hayward in second and closing that gap. In fact, we've got to keep an eye on that at the front, haven't we? Jake Chapman, Jack Harrison and Max Winfield round out your top 5. There are your top 2 just going through shot there. Very little field spread so far in this one. Every time you go for a move, you've really got to commit here, because it's going to be very costly if it doesn't pay off.
And the issue is as well, if you go for a move and you slightly overshoot, chances are that you end up going into the car one place in front, and then you get a penalty for that.
That's very true. Yep. High pressure situation, but it's all part of it. As that's a look again there. That's between Brody Skinner and I think that might be Jonathan Fuxell who've swapped positions. Indeed it is. Change for 9th place confirmed there. Fastest lap of the race from Rory Hinckley, trying to open up a bit of a gap with Max Sheldon Hayward. And I think they'll have their heads screwed on straight. I think they'll know that they don't want to be fighting too much.
It is very sensible so far from Hinckley and Hayward. Their pace is electric at the front of the field. They don't need to worry about Harrison and Chapman as long as they just sit together. If they've been watching some of the previous races, they probably know what happens if you start battling and caring more about winning this race than about getting into the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They've got to play the strategy in this one. Really good stuff, by the way, from... well, it was a really good first lap from Tyler Masters. I know he's dropped back a bit now as we go three wide here into the chicane, and that was a bit of a clumsy one there as it came to the apex. 3 into 1 definitely doesn't go, and that was a costly moment for the drivers involved. John Wall was one of them there. I think it might have been Tom Sands and Henry Wilkes involved as well.
Well, we saw it coming, didn't we? And it's one of those. 3 abreast just does not work around some of the corners, particularly not the new layout of the heel.
One of the things that chicane is there to do is to encourage single file running. And
nobody told those 3.
I know, there does come a point with those kind of complexes where one has to concede. Jonathan Fuchsell still battling away here. Louis Williams involved with this in the 43. And Henry Jones is the 85 as well. Nose to tail here in the mid-pack of this B final. Fastest lap of the race from Jack Harrison, and that's significant in trying to close that gap to the top 2, although it's 1.7 seconds the gap that he has to make up now, as there's a penalty for John Wall, which is for forcing a driver wide. Look at this, it's like they're glued together here at the top of the hill as they come through Christmas Corner. Still battling away. This is your Williams, Jones, Brooks, Archibald battle involved in all of this. So this is sort of just outside of the top 10.
So Jack Harrison, now that he's up to 3rd, he's picked up a fast lap of the race, got through on Jake Chapman. Can he start to hunt down the top 2? Last time round at 55.4, it was only a 10th quicker than Max Sheldon Haywood, and he's got to find about 1.5 seconds to get onto the back of the leading 2. It is asking for a lot from Harrison. Last time round 55.6, so he's lost 3/4 tenths of a second. So it doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch them. He really needs to hope that Hinckley and Haywood start battling, but at the moment, it does not look like that's going to happen.
No, absolutely. Not sure if we mentioned the Jaden Giles penalty for a bump and pass. That's going to be 4 positions added to where he finishes. 5 minutes left on the clock then. Rory Hinckley and Max Sheldon Haywood are playing this one very well from the perspective of securing their promotion spot. There, you just saw the 71 of Jack Harrison trying to hunt them down, but he's struggling to make inroads into it at the moment. 2 seconds is the gap that these two have in hand, and they're doing exactly the strategy you want to do, although it's not always... I always say it as if, oh, I just do this, but it's not always an opportunity that's afforded to you, but they've seized the opportunity to pull out the gap as the top 2, and they might have a bit of a battle towards the end for who actually gets the bragging rights of the win, but they both know what the bigger picture is here, and you can sense that from the way that these 2 drivers are conducting themselves in this race.
And they're working together. New faster lap for Max Sheldon Haywood, 55.1. When you've got 2 cars working together in the slipstream, it's so hard for a single car to close in, and that's what Jack Harrison is finding currently. Over 2 seconds behind Sheldon Haywood, and I don't think Hinckley and Haywood are going to battle until there's, well, 2 laps to go at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick look over the shoulder from Hinckley. It's a small part. It was like, are the gloves coming off? Are they coming off now? Are we in the end game yet? And just a little look.
It'd just be my luck. As soon as I say they're going to work together for the next 2 laps, that's when Haywood's going to send it.
I do agree with you. It makes sense for them to work together just a little while longer, because 2.4 seconds they've got in hand. Be nice to have a little bit more, I'd have thought, before you start going for it, because the thing is that if they can just offset that, you know, Jack Harrison has nothing else to worry about. His only thing now is to put down as much pace as he can, as there is a look for 8th place. That is Jonathan Fuchsell going for a move on George Lewis.
And on the topic of Harrison, I've been in that situation before when you're in a B final and you think, right, can you get into the promotion spots? And you just realise you don't have the pace to close in, and all you can do is just keep on putting in your laps and hope that either the top 2 start fighting or they get a cone penalty or something similar, so that you can gain that extra position and get up into the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. Look for position, and that is so this is down the order, isn't it? That's a look for 5th place. Jack Hayhoe trying to attack Max Winfield. And if Max gets past it, Jack Hayhoe has a really good run up the hill, but can't make it stick behind them. It all gets a little bit interesting here between George Lewis and Jonathan Fuchsell again. We've got driver on the grass there, and it's going to be a difficult rejoin, but thankfully gets back onto the circuit.
Jonathan
nice and clean.
Fuchsell has a penalty.
Yeah, that's Brodie Skinner, who was on the grass, by the way, in all of that. What I was going to say is it's unfortunate for Jack Hayhoe that he didn't get through on Max Winfield. Then he did the only thing I think you can do in that chicane to make the move stick, which is he put Max so far offline through the chicane that he had a poor run onto the next lap. And I think that's the best way that you can, if you do have overspeed on the inside of the toe of the boot, that I think is the best thing you can do, is to apply pressure, not try and get a move done, but just apply pressure such that your competitor has compromised pace coming on to the next lap. Here is a look from Jonathan Fuchsell on Zayn Al-Tobshi and gets the move done. Does have a penalty, as you say. He's had an eventful race as Jonathan Fuchsell, but that was a nice little move there, up to 7th place.
As you say, with getting penalties and dropping down into a lower final, it's getting his money's worth, isn't he?
2.7 seconds the gap that Rory Hinckley and Max Sheldon-Haywood have over Jack Harrison. As once again, there's battling going on. This is Fuchsell again, I believe, going now for a move on Jack Hayhoe. As they come through onto the final lap then. So our leaders are just coming through the top part of the lap now. Fastest lap of the race for Rory Hinckley, as that's Louis Williams trying to tuck underneath on Zayn Al-Tobshi, the 43 alongside the 72 into Christmas Corner. Al-Tobshi trying to hang on round the outside. Still side by side. Is Racing Room going to be given to Inkermans? Yes, it is. And through goes Williams. Lovely little move there. We need to be looking to the boot, though. Our leaders are going to come through here. They've controlled this one beautifully as Max Winfield coming under pressure. But coming around the last corner now to take the checkered flag, Rory Hinckley and Max Sheldon-Haywood will cross the line to take the win. It'll be Jack Harrison. It was 1/10 of a second in the end. Jack Harrison just misses out on promotion to the A final by 3.2 seconds, but he drove so well up to 3rd place there and himself had an 8-second gap over Jake Chapman and Jonathan Fuchsell in 5th. That was your top 5. Then it was Max Winfield, Jack Hayhoe, Louis Williams, George Lewis and Brodie Skinner to round out the top 10.
It's not been a good day in the office for Brodie Skinner for his championship. He's going to be falling outside of the top 10 in the championship with that. But there is still a chance for Rory Hinckley to pick up some good penalties in our A final.
Some good penalties or good points? Let's go good points.
Good penalties and good points to pick
no,
up.
There's no such thing as a good penalty. But Rory Hinckley crosses the line, takes the win. Max Sheldon-Haywood, we believe those two will have secured their place on the A final grid. And it's an A final that's coming up next here on your Alpha Live broadcast. It'll be the Super Lightweight Cadet A final next here at Whilton Mill. Here we go then. Here is the grid for the Super Lightweight Cadet A final for round 3 of the 2024 Club 100 Cadets and Junior Championships. The pace car gets ready to collect them. It'll be Jude Putterfoot who starts this one on pole position. Tate Hart alongside him. Ben Hunt and Rory Hamilton on row 2. Sam Morse and Fabian Gandhock are on row number 3. Jacob Kent and Jensen Barnard on row 4. Jacob Underhill and Charlie France round out your top 10. Then it's Alex Ibanescu and Lewis Taylor on row 6. David Kadar and Corey Chapman are on row 7. Eddie Duncan and Andrei Vasyukov are on row number 8. James Vout and Stefan Chifan are next, ahead of Eskil Hewitt and Theo Thomas to round out your top 20. And then it will be Jack Rauch and Edward Jones, who are your promotees from the B final, to close out your 22 karts, who are going to contest for the trophy final win for round 3 of the championship.
We've got another formation lap,
and
indeed. I would just want to say one thing. keep your eyes out for Rory Hamilton, because after what happened in the previous race,
Very true.
Rory Hamilton is going to be a very, very upset little man. And he is going to be on the warpath, I think, in this race.
He's most certainly going to be a man on a mission. He was in the lead for quite a long time in that pre-A final. So he'll have his eyes on the prize for this one.
Also James Vout as well in the number 9 kart. He's had to work his way up from the pre-B final, came up to the A final. You can see him with the light yellow suit and helmet. He's gained a few places in the pre-A final. Now we'll see how much further he can go in the A final itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Jude Butterfoot, though, will be on pole for this one, and he hasn't had a win yet in an A-tier race yet in the championship. Rory Hamilton with the double win at Rye House round 1. Jacob Underhill it was who was the winner in GYG at round 2 for both of the wins, as we'll go round again. So I wonder if a driver is maybe having to switch karts in the pit lane maybe for this this level of delay.
Are we at the point now with our A finals where the drivers get a few laps to practice and they do get to change their car if they feel that there is something wrong with it?
They don't get, so that, as you saw, they immediately went into the formation laps. If they're having an outright kart problem, I think they can come into the pits, but no, they're not.
So it's just a junior
Correct.
A final?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. So they will go around again in their formation. And as I say, the psychology of these situations as well.
We've got some messages in the chat as well saying, good luck, Tate. Rory is very dangerous, and I think the one that I like the most is Rory is him. Do you know that reference, actually, Howard?
No, should I?
It's the thing that the kids like to say these days, where if you're like really good, it's like, you're him. Like, you're going to be that guy who dominates. You are him. So
I'm glad you're here to translate this one for me.
Translate weird Gen Alpha talk or whatever they call it.
We've
but we are
got
ready to go racing.
We are ready to go racing. Thumbs up from the pace kart driver. Eyes on the lights, engine notes rise. Jude Putterfoot will lead them away for 11 minutes of racing here at Whilton Mill. Who's going to win round 3? It's even between the two sides of the grid, but Jude Putterfoot comes across in turn 2 to seize control of this race at the front as they head up the hill for the first time. Usual jostling for position as they head up the hill. Good start from Ben Hunt in retaining second place. Yeah, a bit of bumping and barging at the back. I think that's James Vout.
That's a 9, yes.
Yeah, James Vout taking to the grass there. That looked like we've got one driver off, 2 drivers left as well. We'll double check who that is on timing, unless we're going to stick with them there.
And that's Jacob Kent now trying to go around the outside of the left-hander. That is Wilkins heading down the hill. Big hit. That's Hamilton. Rory Hamilton's gone off. And that's with Jude Putterfoot, I think. Is that Putterfoot? It looks like his helmet.
I don't think it is. Let's wait for them to come round to confirm that one.
We can't see. No, there's
Jude
Putterfoot.
Putterfoot. I was going to say, I don't think it was Jude Putterfoot.
We'll see on the timing.
As they come round to finish that first lap. Let's confirm what the situation is then. Jude Putterfoot is in the lead of this one. Ben Hunt in second. And coming down the order is Rory Hamilton. Indeed, Lewis Taylor as well. And
Jack Roach has lost a bunch. I think Jack Roach was the one who went wide, heading down towards Ashby potentially.
Maybe not too much lost in terms of position though, because obviously he was towards the back having got promoted. But yeah, it was a costly lap for him. Has fallen a few seconds off the back definitely. Coming out of Ashby though, the battle for the lead. Ben Hunt applying pressure to Jude Putterfoot. And this is a big opportunity to have a first time win of the season for one of these drivers now. Fabian Gandhock really competitive as well there in third place in the number 47. Jensen Barnard with them as well. Tate Hart not too far back, but with pressure from Sam Morse. This is this is game on for these drivers now. As I say, the opportunity here, definitely it's fair to say that Rory Hamilton posed quite a threat here. It's still going to be interesting to see how he recovers in this race, I have to say. But it's definitely opened this wide open, if it wasn't already. Challenge from Jensen Barnard around the outside of Christmas Corner on Gandhock. Will they give racing room through Inkermans? We've seen a few incidents. That's how it's done in terms of giving racing room. They're still battling. Tate Hart, though, goes down the inside now
Sam Morse?
of Jensen Barnard. Sam Morse getting involved as well. Absolutely right in the 23. Will be on the outside of Tate Hart now. But it's still Gandhock somehow. But Tate Hart down the inside of Gandhock. There into Oses and finally gets the job done for third place. Gandhock is forced across the curb there and collects a cone. But it's now Tate Hart in third place ahead of Sam Morse after a frenetic few corners in the battle over third place, and it's still not done yet because there is Gandhock trying to recover his momentum as Charlie France is challenging him in the number 13 car, and all of this is allowing the top two to break away.
Yeah, the top two have played it very sensibly as well. You can try to work out what
Forcing a driver wide.
Oh, I like that. Theo Thomas then gets the penalty, and that is for the incident that we saw coming out of the left-handers of Osius, 3 abreast on the exit of Christmas Corner, but your top two just working together, playing it sensibly, are pulling so far clear of everyone else as there goes Sam Morse up the inside of Tate Hart for third position. So Sam Morse up to third now. Can he hunt down the leading duo?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, that's the question, because the top two have got a really good breakaway gap now at the head of the field. And here is the battle going into the boot.
That's Barnard.
It is Barnard who's got by on Tate Hart
and
in that
Morse.
88.
So Sam Morse was in third, has dropped down now to fifth position. And it is Jensen Barnard who will now be leading the charge. But to be honest, it's not a charge from these guys to catch up to the top two. It's them falling back because they continue to battle with one another while Paddock and Hunt, I was going to say, are working together. But Hunt is starting to actually fight Paddock now.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race last time from Paddock, but feeling the need to go defensive. Definitely there. That's Jacob Underhill getting stuck into this battle as well in the number 5 kart. Haven't seen too much of Jacob so far today. Obviously was right at the head of the field and took the double win at GYG, but it is an interesting question of how does he feed into this one. As I say, there was some concern, I believe, over a wrist injury of some sort, so it's great to see him out competing this weekend. Is he finally finding his rhythm in this A final, currently chasing Fabian Gandhock through the chicane at Paddock for the 6th place battle.
There's a penalty for the 53.
Yeah, that's Theo Thomas forcing a driver wide as well. So where they use that forcing a driver wide penalty tends to be for an incident like we saw with Gandhock where he was forced onto the curb and over the cones.
Yes.
That would be a forcing driver wide penalty because you're giving that option, you're giving the driver no option of where to go. Ben Hunt really challenging Jude Putterfoot here. They're definitely not working together. I mean, it's working well enough for them, but it's only really, as you observed a couple of laps ago, Yousuf, it's only really because the battles are raging behind them that they're able to afford to, do this. Although, to be fair, it's not too detrimental to pace, and there is the key indicator from Ben Hunt that he is going to work together for now.
You know what? I don't believe that. I think Ben Hunt's being a little liar. He's being like, let's work together. Then he's going to send it up the inside of Pudderfoot. I think he's being cheeky.
To be fair, he isn't going for any massive moves. He's been doing a few alternative lines maybe, but nothing
There's a fine line between the alternative line and going for a move.
There is.
Like,
this
like
is definitely
that's going for a move.
I will give you that.
Go on, Ben. He almost hangs around the outside, but has to slot him behind. Fair play, Jacob Underhill as well. Fastest lap of the race. Just a 10th behind Tate Hart, and you can see those three making their way down the hill. Underhill trying to go up the inside of Tate Hart into Ashby Corner, but it is still Putterfoot who leads Ben Hunt as they head through Wilkins Corner. And let's see what the order is behind. That is Tate Hart now ahead of Jensen Barnard, and that is the green helmet of Jacob Underhill ahead of Fabian Gandhock in the red suit with the white helmet just behind him.
Yes, indeed, the driver with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, the 5th place driver in the 5 kart, is by on Fabian Gandhock. Fabian Gandhock indeed. 4 minutes just over on the clock then for this one. Jude Putterfoot leads, Ben Hunt in second. But I just get the feeling maybe from Tate Hart and Jensen Barnard, and to be fair, Jacob Underhill as well, has got plenty of experience for a young racer. They'll know the score here. I think it's finally sort of filtered out to a point. Sam Morse versus Charlie Francis in the background as well.
Yeah, they are catching up. They gained half a second last
The point
lap.
I'm trying to make, if my voice doesn't fail me, is that I think we've got a set of drivers now who realise what the opportunity may be in terms of the top two battling. And they might start to work together a bit more themselves here, in this pack of four right here.
9-year-olds work together? I think not. Underhill goes a little bit wide, but I do hope they work together, because having a 4-5-way battle for the lead would be far more exciting than just a 2-way battle. But with 3 minutes left, a 3-second gap, I think it is getting to the point where it's every man or every boy or girl in this case for themselves. Ben Hunt with a new fastest lap of the race, closing in on to Jude Paddock. And that is one of the quickest laps we have had today, a 58.2. Rory Hamilton up to 17th place and is clambering up the order and is now on the back of the train that goes all the way up to 11th place, which is currently being occupied by Corey Chapman. So we'll try to keep an eye on how Rory Hamilton progresses, as Tate Hart still coming under pressure from Jensen Barnard with Jacob Underhill directly behind. There is Rory Hamilton in the number 1 cart, who is now right behind Eskild Hewitt.
Yes, indeed. James Vout battling away through Wilkins there. He's...
double cone! That's a bowling strike right there.
It's not. It's not a good thing. As Corey Chapman battles away through the boot with Eddie Duncan, that is, and I think it was Andrei Vasyakov that we saw James Vout battling with earlier on in the lap. Response from Jude Pudderfoot, fastest lap of the race, but at the same time Ben Hunt is setting his personal best. There's very little to choose between these two, and they've got a couple more laps maybe to sort this one out. This has been, one thing I will say, we mentioned the recovery drive from Rory Hamilton. This has been a particularly challenging pack of karts, I think, to make any inroads on if you're coming through, because they're not slow competitors by any stretch. This is not picking off traffic. This has been a real challenge, as that is Jensen Barnard
and Fabian
Gandhock. And the significance of that is that Jacob Underhill has got by on Barnard for 4th place this lap. So Jacob Underhill playing himself into this one really nicely, as that is Charlie France up the inside of Sam Morse, and actually did get a move done there at the toe of the boot. 2 more laps then, by my reckoning, between these two. Who is going to take their first win in an 8-year race this season in super lightweight cadets? Through the top of the lap they go, and we've seen Ben Hunt. One could maybe debate as to the extent to which they've been working together, but one thing we can say is that Ben Hunt has definitely been trialling different lines, seeing where there might be slight differences in how he and Jude are tackling this Whilton Mill circuit. So has he kept something in reserve for this last part? Look over the shoulder from Jude.
But Hunt is just going to sit behind as they go into this final sequence of corners. A penalty, a bump and pass for Charlie Franz. That's what we saw heading into the boot last time around. But this is it, the final lap for Jude Pudderfoot. Can he keep Ben Hunt at bay? I don't know what Pudderfoot's saying. There is no working together. Last lap of the race, Ben Hunt, we've seen him look good into Christmas on previous laps.
Yeah, I with the best win in the world, I think it might be slightly optimistic to tell the driver to work together to bring it home on the last lap, because he's going for it. Ben Hunt on the inside into Christmas corner. Jude Pudderfoot will have the inside at Boxing Day, and it's got as they come through Inkermans, but Pudderfoot knows that there's going to be no cooperation at this point.
Switchback.
And well, there might not be. He had to go defensive, but as you say, there's a switchback move on here for Ben Hunt. He'll be on the outside round Wilkins. He's going to have to keep his foot in it. Down into Ozes. Surely Jude Pudderfoot will have the advantage there, but what's the drive for Ben Hunt like onto the back straight, heading towards the boot? Pudderfoot's going to have to go defensive here, and Ben Hunt, can he find a way through in the last few corners? He's going to try around the outside, is he? It might have worked, but he didn't have the overspeed, and Jude Pudderfoot is going to hang on to take the win for round 3 in super lightweight cadets. He takes his first A final victory of the season ahead of Ben Hunt. It'll then be, it's all changed for the rest of the positions. Jensen Barnard hangs on for 3rd, bags the last of the podium spots. And then Fabian Gandhock has come to the fore there for 4th place, ahead of Tate Hart. Jacob Underhill in 6th, 7th for Charlie France, but has a bump and pass penalty. That'll be 4 positions to wherever he's classified. Sam Morse in 8th, Alex Ibanescu in 9th, and Jacob Kent rounds out your top 10.
Well, that was absolutely fantastic. And once again, in the cadets, it is a double round win. We saw it for Rory Hamilton before.
True.
Now we're seeing it for Jude Pudderfoot, and I forget who had it at GYG.
Jacob Underhill.
Jacob Underhill, yes.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, an interesting pattern emerging there, definitely. Yeah, keeps the championship nice and interesting. What's interesting is it's different double winners each time.
Yes.
So keeps that championship really interesting, really open. Well done to Jude Pudderfoot. We're going to look ahead to our last race on the schedule here for you here today of the day one of the race meeting. Don't forget, it's going to be our A final for Super Lightweight Juniors here next on your Alpha Live broadcast.
Then here we go then, the Junior Super Lightweight A Final. Our final race of the day. Benjamin Hamilton and George Palmer Mobsby on the front row of the grid, ahead of Frederick Navarro and Max Davies. Logan McAllister and Matthew So make up a row number 3. Championship leader Jamie Tyler Gooden starts from 7th, ahead of his long-term rival Dominic Balasaitis to complete a row 4. Ollie Moody and Joao Gabriel Castro complete the top 10, ahead of Mikey Brisenden and Ryan Rapini in 12th. Luke Richards and Blake Salvin on row 7, ahead of Declan Luff and Ethan Pritchard. Jake Anders and Jack Redfern complete row 9. It's Joseph Simcock lining up in 19th, with Jacob Brown alongside David Sukes Farkas in 21st, alongside Henry Barrington. Quintin Vasure and Jamie Warner complete our 24 kart grid. Now, our drivers for the Junior Super Lightweight A Final do have a few laps of warm-up. They get to go out, have a feel of their kart. If they aren't perfectly happy with their kart, they can come into the pits and jump into a brand new kart. Of course, the drivers run the risk that the next kart they jump in may not potentially be as good as their first kart. So you will see drivers racing around, trying to have little mock battles just to get a feel of their go-kart and come to a decision of whether they want to change it, as that is Ethan Pritchard going wide on the exit of Wilkins and making some contact with the tyre barriers. But now we saw in our pre-A final, Howard, Benji Hamilton got to the front, absolutely checked out because George Palmer Mobsby pulled off a little bit of a Yana Truly and did a fantastic job to hold on to second, don't get me wrong, but he did massively help Benji Hamilton. I wonder if we'll see the same thing again in this race, or if George Palmer Mobsby thinks less about holding on to second and more about potentially winning the race.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it's an interesting one. Sometimes it feels like the opportunity doesn't quite present itself for you to challenge the leader. If you know, it can really come down to the smallest. That's one of the things I find fascinating, is it can come down to just one particular challenge on one particular corner can just start that, I say downward momentum. What I mean is preclude you from being able to keep in touch with the leader, and from there they start to stretch out the gap. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The key question here is, can somebody challenge Benji Hamilton at the head of this field? Not the same pattern in our super lightweights, of course. With this, we've had different winners in every single A-tier race so far this year. We've had a win for Frederick Navarro. We've had a win for Jack Harrison, it was, who was in Rye House in the A final. Then we've had Jamie Tyler Gooden, and of course that dramatic win for Logan McAllister by millimetres. Yes.
And Palmer Mobsby's not won this season. I think he's won in previous seasons.
Yes, he has. He has indeed.
Our pace car has picked up the field, so I don't think they'll go racing this time around. They'll probably get one more formation lap as a few karts get into position. Although, as I say that, Howard, it does look like everyone is in order. I'll also say keep your eyes on Dom Balasaitis, the highest up he's ever started, and we know how many places he likes to gain in these pre and indeed overall finals. But Benji Hamilton will be feeling full of form. How can he get along? Will Logan McAllister make it 2 overall final wins? The pace car pulls off to the side, and we are ready to go racing. Hamilton, Palmer Mobsby on the front row of the grid is a good start for Benji Hamilton. He takes the lead. Palmer Mobsby temporarily drops down to third, and there is Logan McAllister fighting his way through as they make their way out through the hook and up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Palmer Mobsby defends. Tyler Gooden to the outside of McAllister. Someone's going a little bit wide. I think that might be Gabriel Castro, who runs wide, and that is Declan Luff on the grass on the exit of Boxing Day, and there's a big puff of grass on the exit of Inkermans as well. Absolutely feisty as anything. That's Jake Anders and Ethan Pritchard, I think, going wide on the exit of Ashby Corner. So absolute mayhem on the opening start, but thankfully nobody facing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, some creative rallycross lines being taken on this first lap. I think some of the Club 100 mechanics might not have enjoyed watching this one for the start of this race, but they are all pointing the right way, and no one's significantly, as far as I can tell, dropped off the back of the pack there, which is impressive in of itself. At the end of lap number 1, though, it is Benji Hamilton who's trying to break away here, and George Palmer Mobsby under pressure from Jamie Tyler Gooden here for second place as they come through Christmas.
Now, we saw this in the pre-A final as well. It was exactly these two battling for second, and it was when these two were battling that Benji Hamilton was able to pull away. Tyler Gooden goes for a really late move up the inside, completely sideways, and somehow avoids completely wiping Palmer Mobsby out of the race.
Yeah, that was a big show of intent there from Tyler Gooden to have a look to the inside of Ashby Corner. But stays as they were. Logan McAllister not too far behind, nor Max Davies and Dominic Belasaitis as well in 6th place. In fact, Mikey Brissenden having a look at Max Davies there. And in fact, something's happened to Max Davies was passed by that Belasaitis, and that's what left Davies under attack from Mikey Brissenden there.
But Tyler Gooden cannot waste any time, because he knows that if he sits behind Palmer Mobsby forms that train again. But saying that, Palmer Mobsby is making a charge.
I think they're starting to. I think they've made a brief truce there to try and catch up onto the back of Benji Hamilton, and it's worked, because it is now definitely a 3-horse battle for the lead of that one. That looked like Jacob Brown, I think it was, making a move there. With Max Sheldon Hayward as well, the 13 and the 31 involved in those battles there.
Sheldon Hayward has the fast lap of the race as well, as there is Dominic Belasaitis on the back of Logan McAllister. Now again, work together, try to get through. Knowing Dom Belasaitis, I don't think he quite has worked together in his dictionary. He's just going to be thinking about getting through on Logan McAllister. He wants his first podium of the season. I think potentially his first ever podium round the outside of turn 1. Dom Belasaitis. Where did that come from?
That was a move. That was a brilliant move there, as Benji Hamilton is forced to go defensive for the first time, I think, in this one at the head of the field. There is Jake Anders going by, I think, on Ollie Moody there. Fastest lap of the race for George Palmer Mobsby. Change for the lead. Palmer Mobsby is through on Benji Hamilton. Don't think we caught it on camera. We saw the start of it, Benji Hamilton having to go defensive into Christmas Corner, but there's a change for the lead. The cart number 3, George Palmer Mobsby, to the head of the field. And now the question is...
Tyler Gooden has to go for the move as quickly as possible, because Palmer Mobsby has shown that he is not sitting around. And I think Benji Hamilton is now going to be the cork in the bottle, because I don't reckon he can keep up with the pace of Palmer Mobsby.
We'll have to wait. Well, we've seen really good pace from Benji earlier in the day. And I have to say, I'm not... Cork in the bottle is not a common association with this young man.
It's a good run for Tyler Gooden.
Yeah, it is a good run. Is it a case of getting by, or can they now form a little alliance and challenge Palmer Mobsby at the front?
Well, so far Palmer Mobsby has been able to stretch out his gap again. Tyler Gooden having a little sniff up the inside of Ashby. We've seen that he knows how to brake really late and keep his car under fantastic control. But you can already start to see those couple of kart lengths that Palmer Mobsby is pulling away. For now, though, Benji Hamilton and Jamie Tyler Gooden are still within touching distance. And for now, Tyler Gooden is just pushing Benji Hamilton along.
Yeah, absolutely. Further down the order, plenty of changes going on. Not too much further down the order. We saw Belasaitis getting passed on Logan McAllister. Frederick Navarro working his way up the order. As to Jake Anders. Got by on Ollie Moody. Looks like there might have been some drama out there for João Gabriel Castro. He's dropped towards the back of the field. Coming up the hill once again, our leaders, Jamie Tyler Gooden has a think about looking to the inside, but holds station for now. Off the back of the new fastest lap of the race being set by Benji Hamilton. I think he may have heard you say cork in a bottle.
Yeah. I think Jamie Tyler Gooden right now, he's like the power engine of this battle. Whoever's in second, Tyler Gooden just pushes them along.
Yeah.
Gets them the fastest lap of the race. While he's just kind of the bridesmaid. Tyler Gooden needs to stop doing that because he's giving me a heart attack every time he looks to the inside.
He's just showing his nose a few times just to...
I don't know if Benji Hamilton can see it, to be honest.
Yeah,
we
to
can
be
see
fair,
it.
we can see him having a look at it, can't we? But all three of these drivers at the head of the field have a fair amount of experience under their belt. It's going to take a little more, I think, to turn them. Although great lap from George Palmer Mobsby, responding with the new fastest lap of the race to pull the gap out to 0.6 of a second across the line. And is this the point where Tyler Gooden decides to put the move in? Yes, it is. Up the inside at Christmas corner, and Benji Hamilton choosing not to fight that one too much, I think, because he doesn't want to lose the time to Palmer Mobsby. He wants to keep that within the realm of the possible. Balasitis as well coming onto the scene quite rapidly as well here.
Mechanical flag for Matthew So some damage to his kart most likely. So that will be the end of his race. So Tyler Gooden, now he's got some clear air. This is his chance to show us, to show everyone exactly how much pace he has and whether he can close into Palmer Mobsby. We've still got 4.5 minutes remaining, which is about 5 to 6 laps left in this race. And Benji Hamilton, he's got his hands up. I don't know what he's complaining about because the overtake was perfectly fine. And Tyler Gooden, 55.0, despite overtaking Palmer Mobsby, he did get a little bit of slipstream on the back straight, I guess.
Here we're looking further back. This is Max Davies versus Mikey Brissenden. What a day Mikey's had to work his way up through the races here. This is fantastic stuff now. He finds himself challenging over 6th place in the A final. And Frederick Navarro with them as well in the 38. Coming through Wilkins in the mid-sector. Logan McAllister just ahead of these drivers.
And he is being reeled in as well. Don't count out Frederick Navarro, who's on the back of this 3-kart train that's soon to become a 4-kart train. Let's have a look at the lap times of our top 4, actually, when they come over the line. It was 1.7 seconds before, and 54.9 for Jamie Tyler Gooden. That is, I think, almost a new fastest lap of the day. It's just George Palmer Mobsby did that 54.661 in qualifying. That's the only lap that has been quicker than the lap that Tyler Gooden just pumped in.
I still don't know where Palmer Mobsby pulled that one from, to be perfectly honest with you. Absolutely epic lap time. And right now, that kind of pace is paying dividends for him at the head of this field. Just about holding things on, everyone at arm's length for now.
Someone's just spun. They went wide on the exit of Inkermans, right up onto the curb. I'm not sure who it was, but they've lost a huge chunk of time.
Okay, here is the, we'll check for that on timing. Here is the lead battle then, with 3 minutes left on the clock. Jamie Tyler Gooden has reeled in the number 3 of George Palmer Mobsby. It's a good battle, by the way. You saw how Max Davies, Mikey Brissenden and Frederick Navarro have reeled in Logan McAllister, so there's a good battle over 5th place to keep an eye on as well. And Benji Hamilton and Dominic Balasitis will settle in now.
54.7!
Massive lap time from Jamie Tyler Gooden, challenging George Palmer Mobsby, but Palmer Mobsby manages to hold the inside through Christmas corner. Now down to Ashby, he's going defensive again on the apex, and this is going to be great news for Benji Hamilton and Balasitis as well. Side by side heading towards Wilkins corner. He'll be on the outside and he can't get across the switchback onto the inside. Tyler Gooden was too far alongside on the outside to be able to switch across to the inside. Once again, Palmer Mobsby is having to pick a line for how to defend.
Balasitis trying to go up the inside as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Balasitis on Benji Hamilton. But for the most part, they surely want to just let this run for a few more corners because they're going to come into this battle properly now. In fact, they pretty much are a part of this battle.
If you're just tuning in, we have a 2-lap battle, or a 2-lap battle to the end of this race, a 4-way battle for the race win. And this is a battle that has history as well, because Palmer Mobsby and Tyler Gooden battled throughout the pre-A final for 2nd place. And I have a feeling I don't want to say it, but I have a feeling that there's going to be a penalty or something on the end of this race because emotions are going to get high.
Well, we've got a fair amount of experience, as I say, across these drivers. Hopefully they'll be able to keep this one on the right side of the rules with this. So far they have, as Palmer Mobsby once again defends hard here into the boot. Through the toe of the boot. And actually, I have to say, I mean, they've still managed to keep it amazing pace considering.
Last lap.
Because Benji Hamilton and Dominic Balasaitis still a few kart lengths off the back of these top two. Last lap, as you say, Yousuf, as the top two come round the crook. What's Tyler Gooden's run up the hill
He's got the run. No, they make contact. He's lost all of his momentum. Too far back for a send, and he has to slot in behind.
Indeed, through Boxing Day and Inkermans. And in the next opportunity, we'll hear down into Ashby.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for it. Has Palmer Mobsby gone wide? No, there's still no tail. Final opportunity is going to be, actually, you can really send it into Ozier's if you get the run, but he's too far back. It has to be in the boot.
Yeah, opportunities running out definitely here for Jamie Tylee Gooden. Palmer Mobsby knows how to defend through this boot section. It's going to take something quite exceptional at this stage for Tylee Gooden to deprive him of the win. He's going to come round the last chicane now, and George Palmer Mobsby will take a well-deserved win here in the A final for round 3. He takes his first win of the season. Jamie Tylee Gooden finishes in second. Benji Hamilton rounds out your podium. And how's that for Palmer Mobsby, who until today in this season had struggled to qualify straight onto the A grid. He'd had to work his way up through the B finals. Now he is a round winner in 2024. That's his first win, I believe, since Clay Pigeon last year. Do correct me on that one, folks. But I think that was when he last took a win. Balasaitis in 4th. Mikey Brissenden, fantastic day's racing, up to 5th place. Logan McAllister in 6th. Max Davies in 7th. 8th for Frederick Navarro. Max Sheldon Hayward in 9th, ahead of Jake Anders in 10th. Then it was Luke Richards ahead of Ethan Pritchard. Good effort from Ethan as one of the promotees to have got himself up the order there to 12th. Jacob Brown, Joseph Simcock, Jamie Warner as well. There we go. Ollie Moody in 16th, ahead of Declan Love, Jack Redfern, Blake Southern, Rory Hinkley, Henry Barrington, Ryan Rapini, Quentin Vajur, David Schucks-Farkas, and then Joao Gabriel Castro and Matthew Zoe. Unfortunately, had that mechanical issue that he had to come to the pits with, so unfortunately is at the back there. But well done to George Palmer Mobsby on the round win.
Well, a fantastic final race to round out the day. Palmer Mobsby able to keep Tylee Gooden at bay. If only we had another couple of laps, we could have had that four-way battle. I was getting very, very excited to see it, but full credit to Palmer Mobsby on his first win of the season. He's picked up a really big haul of points today, which will be absolutely massive for the championship. I forget what happened in the pre-A final because there were a lot of penalties. So I don't know how Tylee Gooden did in the championship considering those penalties.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at that one and see what the championship is going to be interesting though, as you say. I mean, consider the fact that we have had no repeat winners. You know, it's wide open there. So, you know, Brody Skinner came into today as the points leader and obviously struggling to make it.
Wait, it was Tylee Gooden who was leading the championship.
It was Tylee Gooden who was leading the championship.
Oh yeah, it's because it's included his. His B final race, isn't it?
Yeah, okay, sorry, that's the championship table doing something a little strange for us there. So yeah, I think Tylee Gooden, you're absolutely right, may well be.
So Tylee Gooden gained one more point than Benji Hamilton in that particular round. So I think it's going to be very close between Tylee Gooden and Hamilton at the top of the standings. And a decent haul of points as well for Logan McAllister. And of course, for George Palmer Mobsby. But still, early phases in the championship.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And it's early phases. Well, we're halfway through the weekend's running because don't forget, folks, we're going to do all again tomorrow with our lightweight classes, our junior lightweights and our cadet lightweights. So don't forget about that. Don't forget as well, we have had a lot of it feels like there was a point in those races where there were quite a few warnings and penalties,
Yes.
and I'm not calling anyone out for that. But if you are looking for confirmed results, and indeed, actually, never mind the penalties, if you're looking for how the championship looks after this, the results will soon be up there confirmed. Results.alphatiming.co.uk. That's Alpha Timing, folks, not Alpha Live. Results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Club 100. All of the results are there for you. Confirm results. You can look at who's entered in for tomorrow as well if you want. You can check out the entry lists there as well. But you don't have to do that. You can just join us tomorrow when we go live at around about 11:45, 11:50 for day 2 of the running. Yousuf, have you enjoyed yourself?
I've absolutely loved it.
For today, because this is where it's a slightly odd set. This is where we say goodbye to you for this weekend. We're having a bit of a carousel of comms this weekend, but
Reeve Taylor jumping in tomorrow to join you in the comms box. But
it's
been some really, really good racing today. So always a pleasure to be on the Club 100 comms, particularly at Whilton Mill, because we get this nice room as well.
Quite a nice comms box, isn't it? That's all of our racing for today. Thank you very much for your support watching the broadcast. It only remains for me to go through a few bits and pieces. If you like what you've seen today, Alpha Live, please show them some love. Like, share and subscribe. Hit that notification bell so that you don't miss new videos. Thank you to Jasmine, Laura and Matt, our camera operators, and to Rob Rowley, who has been the producer today, and to Luke Woodford as well, who's been going around general runner duties, making sure that everything... Oh, he was also in the production seat for a few races as well, I'm hearing. So thank you to all of the Alpha team who've made the stream possible. My name's Howard Mitchell. I'm part of Double Dash Motorsport Media at Double Dash MM on your various forms of social media. Yousuf, at Milky Cereal everywhere? Where can people find you?
Milky Cereal 73 on Twitter, Milky Cereal 73 on YouTube as well, if you want to see some karting action and me picking up 20 penalties. Also, you can catch Club 100 Seniors on Sunday in a couple of weeks at Ella Park. I'll get loads of penalties. Don't tell JV that.
Well, what's good is you haven't just admitted that on a live broadcast.
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah. So, as you hear, Yousuf will be behaving himself, obviously, when he gets into one of JV's karts. I'm going to use that as a bit of an awkward segue to this. So that's everything on the media side. Thanks to JV and all of the team at Club 100 for putting on the championship. Thanks to all of the circuit staff here at Whilton Mill, in particular as well the marshals and the medical team without whom we could not go racing. So a massive thanks to them as well. Do be sure to join us for more racing action tomorrow for our lightweight categories in junior and cadets. As I say, going live around about 11:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. So be sure to join us for that. Until then, though, folks, thank you very much for your support. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll hopefully see you again soon. Take care.